how to build an 8-figure brand from scratch. You're going to learn the lessons I wish I had when I first started. And the cool thing is we're in LA right now, and just the other day I gave a 4-hour deep dive seminar to people that paid $2,000 to $5,000 each just to be in that room and learn the lessons that you're about to learn. But today you're learning those entirely for free because they're so freaking powerful that I want to share them with you right here, right now. So enjoy. Right now in 2025, we're in the third wave of wealth creation. Anybody has any idea what the first wave of wealth creation was? How did you create wealth for the first time? Yep. Speak up a bit, come on.
Like owning this infrastructure?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. That was a little bit later, yep. Animals, kinda, yeah. I'm gonna go a little bit more basic, okay? We're at the 3 waves of wealth creation. The first one was government-based. I'm just gonna abbreviate here as gov. That was people like Christopher Columbus, who was basically teaming up with the rich and wealthy elite of Europe, with the kings and queens, and said, hey, I'm gonna go discover some stuff for you, and I'm gonna bring back all my bounty, and we're gonna share the deal. That was government-based wealth creation. That was what year was that, folks? History lessons? Exactly, 1492, I think, something like that. I know this because there's an Austrian beer that was made in the exact same time as Christopher Columbus discovered your beautiful country. Number 2, second wave of wealth creation is now we're getting into the infrastructure that you mentioned earlier, and that is where you had the big corporations. That's the Rockefellers. That's people like Colonel Sanders. You built a big, giant corporation with huge overheads, huge staff spendings, huge expenses, and you just expanded really, really aggressively and hope that you didn't go bust in the process, and hope that you were making money in decades to come. Right now, we're in the third wave of wealth creation. Anybody has any idea what that is? Just yell it out.
AI.
Not yet. Almost. AI is more like a helping tool for that.
Personal branding.
Who said personal branding? My man, there you go. Personal branding. That is the third wave of wealth creation. Who's one of the wealthiest people on earth right now? Mr. Beast. Who here does not know who Mr. Beast is? Guys, literally, you don't know who Mr. Beast is? Classic Russian. You actually have a Russian equivalent of Mr. Beast. He's literally a guy who speaks Russian, who copies all his videos. One of the wealthiest Russians right now. It's really funny. Mr. Beast is literally a billionaire. How did he become a billionaire? Not by teaming up with any sort of government. Not by creating a fucking corporation. He's a billionaire for creating YouTube videos. How fucking crazy is that? He doesn't have a business degree, didn't go to Harvard, didn't know the right people, literally just started making videos. By the way, let me know if the sound is cool. I don't want to make it fucked up or anything. He literally started making videos from his mom's basement, like from his actual mom's basement. He started going viral with videos like, I'm gonna count to 10,000, or what was it? What was one of the first videos? I think he counted to 1,000 or 10,000. It was just like a 6-hour video of him like 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 10,000. Then he got viral again by saying subscribe to PewDiePie for like 1,000 times or something like that. So there was no budget involved, no team involved, nothing. Just him and his iPhone shooting YouTube videos. And it's funny because Marcel introed me a little bit earlier, and for all of those who were here yesterday, I'm gonna give you a quick background on my story, just real quick crash course. Don't worry, it's not gonna be too detailed. I grew up in a 5,000 people cow town in the middle of the Austrian Alps. You basically had 2 options there, to either become a farmer or a carpenter. I didn't like any of these choices because I kind of felt like there's got to be more to life. So actually, initially, I wanted to become a rock star. That was like my idea. I was like, if I can be a rock star, I can travel the world, make millions of dollars, and inspire people. It was these 3 things, right? Traveling the world, make millions of dollars, and inspire people. So I started playing guitar. Wanted to become a heavy metal guitarist. I practiced every single day until one day I woke up in Vienna. I lived in Vienna to study, and I got tendonitis. Anybody any idea what tendonitis is when the tendons that connect your lower arm muscle with your fingers are getting inflamed, and you can't really move your fingers anymore, meaning which is basically a death sentence for anybody that wants to play guitar. So all doctors basically told me I could never ever play guitar anymore, which by the way I can now, which is no problem, but that was pretty much a dream buster for me. I couldn't make my dream come true. And then funny enough, when I started working on my awkwardness and my social weirdness, I started posting about it on a forum on the internet back then in Germany, a German-speaking forum, and I just started posting about, you know, my journey of getting out of my shell, talking to someone that would intimidate me, talking to a pretty girl that I met at university, and I would just started posting my lessons there. And then at some point, people started asking me if I would do coaching, and that's how I kind of started with my very first business. I started charging $150 per day, coaching someone an entire day in overcoming, you know, their social fears, getting out of their shell, and teaching them kind of like emotional understandings, emotional calibration, and so on and so forth. And what happened back then, that was 2011, I started building what we now call a micro brand. Who here does not know what a micro brand is? It's totally cool if you have no clue. Okay, well, guess what? It's like a brand, like a Mr. Beast brand, but on a tiny, tiny scale. So instead of having millions of subscribers, I had like maybe 200 people that would go onto the forum and would read my forum posts. But the cool thing about that micro brand was it was very niche specific, because it was targeting young men in their 20s who were socially awkward, who wanted to improve their dating life, right? So instead of a Mr. Beast video that kind of targets everyone, everybody likes watching Mr. Beast videos, it was targeting a small subset of people where I said, okay, you are in your early 20s and you want to work on your dating life. So even though I only had 200, 300 people reading my stuff, I was still able to make money from that because it was a very hyper-specific niche brand, a little bit of a micro brand, as we say. And from there on, I started making a couple $1,000s a month, which as a student was insane. It was like way more money than I would have ever thought I'd make, especially because my goal was to become a guitarist. So way more money than I'd ever thought. And then what happened was, this really big organization based in LA called Real Social Dynamics, it was back then the biggest company for dating advice and personal development advice. They had a bunch of free jobs that they always offered, and I took all of the free jobs. They had like all these unpaid internships. I took all of them, and I just worked for them for free because it was all about giving value. If you remember, first rule of money making from yesterday, anybody remembers? Create value. Yes, money follows value. So that was kind of like my idea, just give as much value as possible. So I gave a shit ton of value to these guys until they started inviting me to come to Miami. I'll never forget this fateful phone call. It was a phone call I received that said, Max, can you come to Miami? I'm like, come to Miami? I'm in Austria. Miami is like a crazy city I only know from Hollywood movies. Like, what are you talking about? And they said, well, can you come to Miami tomorrow to come help out and work for free as an unpaid intern? Lo and behold, I'm not gonna go too much into details. I said yes to that. I borrowed $16,000 from my parents, from my best friend, from my brother, and from my bank to be on that flight 2 weeks later to work entirely for free for 6 months. Why did I work for free for 6 months? Because I knew the value I would receive back from the value I give is gonna be cash flow positive eventually. Because I'll literally be working with someone that is doing the exact same thing that I wanna do. I would be the personal assistant of someone named Owen Cook, who's traveling the world making a shit ton of money and inspiring people, and he's getting paid for that. So I said, if I can be this guy's personal assistant, I'm gonna pick up so much knowledge about brand building, about money making, about being free and living that freedom lifestyle. I don't care if I don't get paid for 6 to 12 months, because I'll get paid in knowledge. And I can use that knowledge to build something forever. And I said this yesterday too, knowledge stacks up. This right here is day one of this wonderful Limitless event, right? We're gonna give you a lot of knowledge today, we're gonna give you more tomorrow, and then even more tomorrow, and then over time it will stack up. It's literally the best investment you could ever make. By the way, who invested in Bitcoin? Who here holds Bitcoin? Not a lot of people, okay. Who here invested in Bitcoin before 2017? Okay, how early? 16, nice. You in the back? 2013, nice. That was like at like 2K or something? Beautiful. I bought Bitcoin in 2016-17 at 8K, and I thought I was late. I actually bought like 100K worth of Bitcoin back then from my first seminars that I held. Because I just had all this money laying around, I'm like, fuck it, let's put it into Bitcoin. Never really looked at my portfolio ever since then, I still have it all. But it was kind of like a cool, weird time to be able to invest in these kind of things, because I said, sure, the Bitcoin investment is cool, and I think the portfolio is well over $1 million now, but what's making me much more money is the knowledge that I've acquired over the last years, because that stacks up much more. It has much more of a multiplying effect than Bitcoin. The reason why I'm telling you all this is because I want you to understand the importance of personal branding. So I went from unpaid intern with 200 people that look at my little fucking forum posts to a 300,000 subscriber YouTube channel back in 2015. And those weren't just any subscribers, those were die-hard subscribers. In fact, it got so crazy that it actually got so bad that I had to move out of Europe, because everywhere I went, I would be recognized by some 20-year-old guy who would ask me for photos, who would ask me for autographs, who would ask me to get with their girlfriend because it would be, I quote, an honor. I would get a lot of unsolicited offers like this, and it was literally crazy because I went back to Vienna, Austria, the capital of Austria, after 4 world tours, hoping that I could settle down in my favorite city in Europe and just kind of live a life there and just make my money online and just kind of chill. I could not even walk down the street with a girl or with a date without someone filming or walking up to me, asking me stupid questions. I couldn't sit at a steak restaurant with my best friends without people filming or asking me stupid questions. I literally had people post photos of my home and tagging me and saying, "Is this where you live, Max? I'm gonna camp here until you come out so I can ask you questions." Not kidding, not even kidding. But that was only the bad 1%. The top 99% were all really fucking fantastic. And what happened was I realized that if you have a brand attracting the right people, not just any people, but the right people, your life is going to become infinitely easier. We talked about Andrew Tate as a great example. Everybody knows Andrew Tate. The problem about Andrew Tate is he's not building a brand that is targeted at the right people. He's building a brand that is just targeted at mass. That doesn't do shit. It's great, it makes money, but it's really hard to get there, and you're going to get a lot of the negative aspects compared to the positive aspects. I really want y'all to write this down and really understand this. It's not necessarily about how many people that give you attention. It's much more about what kind of people. If you have 5,000 followers, but these 5,000 followers make good money, they execute, they're awesome folks, I would take that any day over 5 million followers that are a bunch of brokies, weirdos, and whatnot. That's the first lesson. Second lesson, you're gonna need a personal brand. The crazy thing is when I built my very first personal brand, it was a bonus, okay? Please understand that. It was a fucking bonus because people would say, it's cool, you can make money a lot easier than before, it's great that you have this brand, good job. That was a bonus. Now, ever since we're in the third wave of wealth creation, it is not a bonus anymore, it's a what? It's a necessity, thank you. It's a must. This is not optional anymore. You need to build a personal brand, especially if you're a business owner right now. Even more so if you're starting your own business. It's almost impossible to start your own business without a personal brand. But also, if you're employed and you're happy in a 9-to-5 job, you're going to be outperformed by someone that has a personal brand on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on Facebook, whatever fits to your niche. Even if you later on want to switch industries or you want to switch companies, you're going to have a personal brand. Why do I know this? Because I fucking hire people all the time. I have over 35 full-time employees around the world and a bunch more that work half-time for me and freelancers. I hire people all the fucking time. I hired 2 more full-time employees just yesterday, within the last 36 hours. What do I look at when people apply? Do you think I look at the fucking CV? I haven't looked at a CV in 8 years. They send me their CV, I'm like, great, thank you. I don't even fucking open the file. What I do look at is how they behave in the interview, how well they can take feedback for the second interview, and I look at their socials. That's literally what I do. I have so many, if you open my Instagram right now, you go to my message requests, I shit you not, I always have between 8 and 16 people that say, Max, can I work with you? Max, I saw you have an open position. First thing I do is I click on their profile. If the profile is private, I don't reply. If the profile is weird, has a weird profile picture, I don't reply. If they post stupid memes, I don't reply. They don't even get the chance to go on an interview with me. I'm not saying this because I'm arrogant, I mean, probably as well. But I'm saying this because I want you to understand the power of a personal brand, especially if you're a business owner or someone who wants to create a business. Now, I want you to understand the importance of it. Actually, funny story. I'll tell you one quick funny story. Last New Year's Eve 2024, my girlfriend and I visit Austria, my hometown. She's from Finland, and I hate New Year's Eve. I usually go to bed at 9 p.m. as usual, and then I wake up the next morning and I go back to work. And I usually briefly wake up from the fireworks outside at midnight. That's how I've been spending New Year's Eve the last 5 years. My girlfriend, though, she always wants it to be special. She always wants to do something. She wants to celebrate somewhere. She wants to cheers with me. She wants to give me a New Year's kiss and all that jazz. So I get completely caught off guard because we spontaneously decide after Christmas to stay in Austria, okay? Where do you go? I come from a 5,000 people cow town. There's nothing there. Okay? There's nothing there. You can go down to the lake and stand in the lake. That's basically kind of what you can do. That's all. There's mountains everywhere, but there's one new 5-star Michelin star restaurant in my hometown. It's run by one of the best cooks in all of Austria. His name is Patrick Haas, great guy. And I'm like, well, that's the only place I could imagine spending New Year's Eve in, but it's probably going to be booked out. Lo and behold, I go to their website, they say they have an 8-month waiting list. 8-month waiting list. Here I was on literal New Year's Eve trying to find something for me and my girlfriend. So what I do is I call him up. I say, hey, what's up? This is Max Tornow. I know you guys are probably super full. I'm super apologize. Any chance you guys can get us in for New Year's Eve today? And he said, he laughed at me. The person on the other hand fucking laughed at me. They're like, we got an 8-month waiting list. You want in for it? This guy wants to come in with his girlfriend for New Year's Eve. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sorry, don't bother, don't worry about it. I just thought asking doesn't hurt. And he said, hold on a second, what did you say? Did you say your name's Max Tornow earlier when you introduced yourself? I'm like, yeah. He's like, like the Max Tornow? I'm like, yeah. He's like, bro, I've been following you for years. Just come in, I'll figure something out. We got the best spot in the house. And funny enough, the guy, I shit you not, the guy brought me an extra steak for every one of the 8 courses that the food was, because he knows I love steak and he knows from my Instagram that I eat steak every day. So I got 8 steaks, like little mini filet mignons, on that evening on top of the regular food. And of course my girlfriend was happy as hell because she was able to spend New Year's Eve at a 5-star Michelin star restaurant with me. That's the power of personal branding. That's the power of personal branding. I have guys and girls that work in my competitors' companies, in my literal competitors' companies, saying, Max, the moment you have positions free for me, I'm going to quit there on the spot, and I'm going to come to you and I'm going to take a bunch of clients with me. I don't ask them to do that. I don't solicit anyone from my competitors. But that's the power of a personal brand, and it's really fucking awesome. You know how many times I was at a restaurant just eating with like my whole crew of like 15 people, and when I go to pay, they say, it's already been paid. You know how many times that happens to me? Like more than 10 times. It's like, it's paid. Someone recognized you and paid for you, which is really funny because back in the days when I was a broke, unpaid assistant, that's really where I could have used this. I'm like, where were you back then? Now I'm like, it's cool, I appreciate it, but I don't need it anymore. But that's the power of the personal brand, and it's really cool. You know how many, back in the days when I was single, you know how many dates I could go on from a personal brand? As a dating coach, people would always, who here is single, by the way? Single folks, hands up. Okay, by the way, single and ready to mingle, go network. If you want to have a rich person that takes action, go meet them here today. So for all the single folks, a lot of questions that I used to get as a dating coach is, what do I text? Right? It's like, who here's problem with texting sometimes? You text with someone nice and then they stop replying? Yeah, it's all the guys. No girl has problems with that. You guys are usually the ones that stop replying. Anyways, I always had this problem. I used to get really, really good at texting. Once I started texting from my Instagram account, never had any issues anymore. I remember specifically, I was once invited in Prague, Czech Republic, one of the most beautiful Eastern European countries in the world, beautiful women there. I was once invited by a friend of mine who ran a model agency there. And he did a model casting. And I was just like there as a guest. And there were all these beautiful models, and there was this beautiful 20-year-old Russian girl. Her name was Angelina. And she was wearing this beautiful dress and just has like perfect brunette hair. That was still, again, when I was still single. And it was so cool because I saw her and I'm like, damn, I really want to meet this person. She is gorgeous and she was super charismatic and super funny and super intelligent, plays 2 instruments. And I'm like, okay, fuck, you know what? Super creepy move. She had a model application on the table that I was sitting at, and I looked it up and there was her Instagram. So I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna message her on Instagram. Total creep move. But I messaged her from I have multiple Instagram accounts, from a private Instagram account with like 500 followers. I messaged her, I'm like, hey, what's up? Never got a reply. Didn't even give a shit. I waited for a week, followed up, never replied. Then I messaged her from my personal account, the Max_Tornow personal account, with a humble 50,000 followers, but really epic branding and lifestyle on there. She replied within 30 minutes. Messaged back and forth, invited her for a date, flew her out to Amsterdam, went to Hans Zimmer concert together, great girl. Should she have just replied because I'm a cool person on the inside? Sure, absolutely, but she didn't. She did reply because I had a really fucking cool personal brand. So what can a personal brand do to you? Number one, free food. But more importantly, it can get you into places that you would otherwise not get into. I wouldn't have met Marcel if it hadn't been for my personal brand. He wouldn't have invited me here as a speaker. I wouldn't have flown from Europe here if it hadn't been for my personal brand. And I wouldn't have shown up to his invite if it hadn't been for his personal brand. So the first thing a personal brand does, it gets you into places where nothing else can get you in, not even fucking money. You guys think you can just pay yourself into specific parties? Like maybe I drop 50K, maybe I drop 80K to get into a party. There's parties you could spend as much money as you want, you still wouldn't get in because you need to have a personal brand. That's the first thing. Second thing a personal brand does is it makes you more fucking money. Makes you more fucking money. Who here has ever dealt with cold traffic, cold calling, paid advertising? Okay, so you know how hard these people are to convert, right? They don't trust you, they don't know who the fuck you are. When you pitch them something, they say they gotta think about it, they gotta sleep over it, they gotta ask their wife, they gotta ask the fucking Buddha statue in their home. They gotta ask everyone, but they're not gonna fucking buy. Guess what? Because they don't fucking know you. If you have a personal brand, they might not know you, but then they check out a video of yours, they read a post of yours, they see you on a podcast of yours, they get warmed up, and you turn from a cold lead into a warm lead into what we call a hot lead. These are literally people that come to you saying, I watched all these stuff for the last 3 months, I know your program costs this much, can I please buy from you? That is really freaking sexy as a business owner. I'm dealing with a sales team of over 10 people. I hear them every single day reporting to me how their leads are. And 2 years ago, when we started pitching, we started pivoting from the dating business into the business, the business consulting business, which I'm running now. Everybody was cold as hell. They had to deal with cold people, they had to follow up, they had huge follow-up pipelines. Nowadays, they're like, this person came, no objections, dropped 28K, done. It's beautiful. So that's another thing that a personal brand does for you. It gets you warm leads. Fourth, I've mentioned this before, you can hire the best talent. At some point when you scale from about 100K a month to your first $500,000 a month, you're gonna need talent. You cannot get there by yourself. You're gonna need talent. A lot of people can nowadays be replaced by AI. I'll talk about this in a second, but some people cannot be replaced. COOs, CSOs, CMOs, all the C-level positions, they're all gonna be humans. If you want to have the best fucking people, you're gonna need a personal brand. Or you just out-earn everybody else. That's cool too. If you just say, hey, we're making $2 million a month and your current job just makes $500K a month, you can poach people. But if you have a personal brand, you don't only get people in that are driven by money, you're gonna get people in that are driven by your mission. They're driven by what you stand for. They're driven by your story. They can resonate with what you do. They're bought in on a much more deeper level, on an emotional level, on a soul level, so to speak, and on a money level. So literally any problem that you have, I want you to think of any fucking problem that you have right now in your life, be it personal, be it spiritual, be it financial, with your business, can be fixed or at least mitigated by having a personal brand. Now a lot of you are gonna think, I know the personal brand is, I've watched fucking Gary Vee on YouTube already, Max, I understand this, it's a lot of fucking work, I need to post a lot, I don't know the technology, I don't want to produce content all the time, I can't come up with ideas, I'll have the perfect solution for you in a minute. Just know for now, personal branding is the shit. It is literally the best thing that's ever happened to me, and it's the best thing that's gonna happen to you, and it's a necessity. Always remember that. It's not a nice to have anymore, it has become a necessity because we live in the third wave of wealth creation. Does that make sense so far?
Yes.
Any questions? I'm just gonna grab a quick water.
From which level, 100K a month, that you need 8 years to work with?
About 100K a month. It depends on what your offer size is. Because if you, for example, have a premium offer that costs 100K, you can do this yourself, right? But if you have a low ticket, quote unquote, lower ticket offer that is like 2K or 3K, you're gonna need staff for fulfillment. So roughly at that level, you're gonna need to hire people. We've worked with clients from all levels. So we started working with beginner clients, meaning some of you folks who wanna start. We help them from 0 to their first 10K, 30K, 50K a month. You can do all that by yourself. You can make 50K a month literally just by yourself. You have 2-3 AI tools, 2-3 hours a week. 2-3 hours a day, sorry about that. 2-3 hours a day, you can make 50K a month. We've worked then with people that are making 50K a month, scale them up to 100K a month, 200K a month, 500K a month. We've had 2 people from Romania, 2 programmers, who are making 500,000 euros, that's about $550,000 a month, from fucking Romania. You know what the average Romanian makes a month? 250. The average Romanian makes $250 a month. Those guys made $500,000 a month. Just two programming nerds in their hoodies. Great guys, shout out. We got them one of those ClickFunnels awards. One of those that you see here, they got one themselves. It's actually in the frames, one of the golden ones on the side. Those small golden ones are the $1 million, and this one here is the $10 million. By the way, funny side note, when I got this award for $10 million cash collected in 2023, I didn't even know. It was my CMO, whose name is on there underneath mine, Robin Bauman, who called me up. He's like, yo, what's your address? I'm like, why do you need my address? Well, for the award, we made 10 million cash collected. Cash collected, not revenue. Cash collected. I'm like, oh, cool, yeah, here's my address. And then I forgot about it because I sent it to my dad because I was traveling. My dad was like, yo, an award came. It says you made 10 million. I'm like, yeah. Unpack it, and he had it at his store. My dad's a photographer. He had it in his photography store for like a year or so until I went there and took this photo. Yeah.
What's your advice about building a personal brand in 2 languages?
Absolutely doable. Absolutely doable, especially with AI nowadays. Only thing is I would do it on separate accounts. Yeah, because there's a subtitle function on Instagram, like, oh, what if I have the Portuguese subtitles? No, 2 separate accounts. By the way, I actually built 2 brands, one in German and one in English. My mother language is German because I'm Austrian. Yeah, what's yours?
French and English.
French and English, yeah, same. Any other questions before we move on? Just a couple of questions. I just want everybody on the same page because we're going to stack up based on this knowledge. Yes?
When you're looking at someone's personal brand, what are you looking for? I know you said you don't like memes and shit.
Fuck yeah. Best question ever. He said, when I look at a personal brand, what am I looking for? I'm looking for 3 things. Number 1, I'm looking at virality. We all know that things go viral nowadays. It's kind of like a term that's getting thrown around quite a lot. I'm looking at virality. This is what we call top of the funnel content. Okay, check this out. Imagine a funnel, like a literal funnel in the kitchen. This is a shittily drawn funnel, okay? Down here is where the money is. When people first get to know you, they're coming in here. We call this tofu. What does tofu stand for? Top of funnel, exactly. This is where people come in right now. So this is where a lot of you guys are right now. You don't know me, you're like, who's this Max guy? Is he legit? He's weird, why does he have tattoos? These are the buttons of the PlayStation on here. If anybody recognize, this is the Force from the Jedis back then when Star Wars was still cool. Stuff like that. Top of funnel, okay? This is what I look at when I say I'm looking for virality. If I look at someone's personal brand, I'm looking like, does this person have anything that has created a lot of views, 100,000 plus views? Has this person managed to ever penetrate the noise of the algorithms and be seen by people who don't know them yet? That's the first thing I look at. Second thing I look at is like middle of the funnel, okay? You call it MoFu or MyFu or whatever. Some people call it differently. Middle of the funnel is what I look at, is the second thing that I look at. This is where I look at authority. This is where I look at know-how. This is where I look at, okay, can this person do anything else other than go viral? Can this person show me that they have authority in their field? Can this person show me that they know what they're talking about? Let me give you a great example. Who here knows Alex Hormozi? Who here does not know who Alex Hormozi is? Okay, almost nobody here. So Alex Hormozi is a famous internet marketer. What he does is he has a lot of videos where he talks about how to, right? How to hire people, how to make your first 50K a month, how to make your first 10K a month. This is what we call authority and content, right? This is where you show your expertise. This is where you show, hey, I don't just have a bunch of funny memes, cat on a skateboard with 2 million views, but I actually have something to say, so to speak. It's the equivalent of when you go on a date with someone that has nice cleavage, tofu, top of funnel, and then you realize, hey, they're actually really cool and interesting, and I got something to say. That's middle of funnel. I never thought about that, but that resonates, right? Everybody can resonate with that. 1 second. And then the third thing I look at is the bottom of the funnel, bofu. That's the third thing I'm looking at. I'm like, does this account or this brand fucking convert? You know how many influencers there are out there? By the way, I get these influencers all the fucking time that are reaching out to me with like 1 million+ followers saying, hey Max, can you help me sell my merch? All right, they sell like $25 t-shirts and hoodies. And I asked them, how many have you sold so far with your 1 million followers? 10. They have 1 million followers, but can't even fucking convert them. That's why I say what I said earlier, remember when I said you want to have the right people follow you. So if you have 1 million fucking followers, but you cannot sell a fucking t-shirt for 25 bucks, you're very good at tofu, you may be decent at mofu, but you have no clue how to convert these people into buyers. And then conversely, I've worked with business mentors back in 2019. These guys had 3,000 subscribers on YouTube. 3,000. Guess how much money they were making a month? 2 million. 2 million followers with 2 million euros revenue with 3,000 subscribers, because these 3,000 subscribers were all whales. They all made good money. So these are kind of like the 3 things that I look at. Does that make sense? Cool. And here's the crazy thing. I'm going to teach you how to build this literally today. Does that sound fucking cool? Yeah, epic. Love it.
And are those the 3 things that we were talking about that you need to build a personal brand?
Yes. This is kind of like the overview, the bird's eye view, and now we're going to get into details. Quick question, yeah?
Would you say that the top of virality, if you were to pick one, they're all important, obviously, but would you say that that's the least important?
What's the least important thing to do when you want to lose weight? Diet or exercise? It's all important. It's about the mix. And the mix depends on what your niche is and who your audience is. We're going to get there now. Any other questions before we move on? Yes?
So when you're making like 70K monthly, do you need to have a team to go above?
Not necessarily. Depends on what your offer size is and depends how well you can leverage AI. We can talk about this in detail later. Last question and then we're going to move on.
What's your best offer?
What's my best offer in terms of price point?
No, in terms of yearly sales.
What my best offer makes in yearly sales? Over 5 million. Just one offer.
What is it? What do you sell?
It's helping people build brands. Exactly what I'm teaching you right now. The cool thing is we used to do helping people build brands. What we do now is helping people build brands on autopilot with AI. So that offer that I just told you, we started that in end of 2023, which was just brand building. It was a lot of manual labor, so to speak. You had to do a lot of editing, content creation, ideation, and so on and so forth. All do it yourself, or you hire people, which is a pain in the ass. And then in 2024, we're like, why don't we just have AI do that? And then AI started taking over all of that. And nowadays, the crazy, so okay, real quick before I get to your question, and before we move on. In 2023, the brands that we've built were people like, we had this one guy, he was like 26 years old, med student in Germany, his name was Lasse, and we built him up 100,000 followers following on Instagram, and he started making his first million. 26-year-old became his first millionaire in his little German family. He was about to become a doctor, which obviously makes him way less money, and then became one of the best well-known dating coaches in Germany. We replicated what we did for him, in the German-speaking market. He literally became a millionaire in his first year. Really, really great guy, always executed. And what we had to do with him is, he needed to hire like 3 people to help him with content creation, content editing, and content ideation. That was 2023. Literally 12 months later, we built a similar guy up with no people, just him, making also his first million just because he leveraged some AI tools. We nowadays have like 65-year-old women that barely know what the button on the iPhone does. You know, like the old button, like when the iPhone still had buttons, like iPhone 10 or whatever, that had like the little home button. Like she barely even knew what that does. And they're making like 30, 50K a month because they just leverage AI. They don't need to like know the editing tools anymore. They just need to know about a bunch of buttons, and then they just literally speak with the AI tools. They press the little microphone and say, can I have a video about the thing, and can you make a headline? And then the AI spits it out. So shout out to all the elderly ladies fucking crushing it with AI nowadays. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. We have a lady whose dog knows how to communicate with these little dog buttons. Do you know these dog buttons? There's like food, bitch, you know this? Like, it's so funny. And the dog like communicates like that. She's like, who's gonna win the election? And she's like, Trump, charisma. Really crazy. She had some of these videos go viral just by filming her dog. And what she couldn't do is, she had the dog, she knew the dog was super talented, but she didn't know how to translate that into viral videos, right? Top of the funnel stuff. So we basically taught her, okay, like this is the format that you need to know. This is what you tell the AI to create your captions. This is how you upload it. This is how you cross-publish it across all the platforms so you triple your chances of going viral. You do it, she got 30,000 views, 50,000 views. Her dog became famous, happiest woman in the world. She literally now makes like 10 times more than her, what is it called when you're old and you get paid money from the government? What's it called? Social Security, yeah, exactly. So she makes like 10 times more than Social Security now just from like viral videos selling dog merch from her little page. It's really amazing. I got super sidetracked. Last question, then we move on.
So it's kind of like 2 in 1, but it's kind of about AI and personal branding, how people who are leveraging AI to use like image generation, video generation for content on social media.
Yeah.
And then also how you view how AI is going to affect personal branding on social media.
Love it. I'm literally going to get into this right now. Okay, what I'm going to teach you now is something that has made me 35 million views and 8 figures in the past like 16 months. I'm going to teach you a literal checklist that you can just follow step by step. Whether you're starting from scratch, you have no clue what the hell you're doing, whether you're an established business owner, but you're lacking on the branding aspect, I'm going to tell you a couple of key points that you can literally implement today, tomorrow, next week, and go fucking viral. Does that sound cool? Sounds fair? Okay. All I'm asking you is to take this seriously, to write down notes. I want 100% participation of every single one of here. And also, I'm asking you to ask questions if anything is unclear. Sounds fair? Yes. One more time, sounds fair? Yes. Fuck yeah, love it. Thank you so much, bless you. Okay, there's a simple formula for virality. I've broken it down. I want to give you one more time a quick disclaimer. It's not going to like make you go viral right away, but what it does, it drastically increases your chance of going viral. The first thing you need to know is the format. The easiest format to go viral in 2025 and beyond is short form videos. Yes, you can go viral with a written text post on LinkedIn. I've done that before, it works. You can go viral with a photo post on Facebook. I've done that before, works. You can go viral with a long form video on YouTube that is 9 minutes long, works. But the easiest way out of working with over 3,000 people since 2019 is short form videos. What are short form videos? Anybody wants to yell it out? What platform? Reels, Instagram Reels, TikTok, okay? Everybody knows Instagram and TikTok. I'm not sure, is TikTok back already? Still banned? It's back? Mr. Beast involved there too, holy shit. Okay, so it's back, good. So TikTok and Instagram Reels is gonna be your easiest way to go viral. But the cool thing is, these checklists, this checklist item that I'm gonna tell you, they're applicable also for written posts on LinkedIn, photo posts on Facebook, even for tweets and long-form YouTube content. These are very, very meta concepts. The first thing you need to understand, and this is literally like your alpha and your omega, have you ever heard of a hook? Ever heard of that? Yes. Okay, the hook in its most practical form is the first 3 to 5 seconds of your video. What was the first thing I said when I came on stage? Anybody remember? It's very good that you don't remember because it still sucked you in, even though you didn't remember. I said we're in the third wave of wealth creation. What did that trigger in your brain? Just yell it out, anything. What was the first thing you thought about when I said we're in the third wave of wealth creation?
Curiosity.
Curiosity, love it.
Numbers.
Money, numbers, yeah.
Urgency.
Urgency, beautiful. You're like, okay, hold on. For third wave of wealth creation, what's the first two? What can I do to make what? To make wealth? It created curiosity. I said that for a purpose. I didn't come up and like, hey guys, welcome to my little talk. Today I want to talk about, that's how you could start content in 2010. That's how I did used to start content in 2010. Not anymore. Why? Because the human attention span has gone down to shit. There's literally like Harvard studies that are saying the human attention span is worse than a goldfish now. Which is why the hook is the first 3 to 5 seconds. Now I hear what you're saying. I hear you saying, this sucks, what have we become, this is bad, we should be able to have fucking conversations without checking our fucking phone, we should be able to wake up in the morning without checking our phone, we should be able to go to the toilet without our fucking phones, but we all take it with us, I know. Every single one takes their phone to the toilet, I know, and that's fine, except for him. He's like, no, I'm not. Love it, big ups. Don't hate the game, play the game, and win. And the way to win is by having great hooks. What constitutes a great hook? There are several things to do in a great hook. Number one is what we call the bold statement. We're in the third wave of wealth creation, could be categorized as such. Let's say, for example, anybody here who wants to do fitness business, fitness influencing? Fitness. Yeah, fitness, you're into fitness? Okay. Imagine you're a fitness coach, okay, and you make a video and you say, hey, here's a great tip for weight loss. How would you rate this hook on a scale of 1 to 10? 1 being shitty, 10 being perfect. Just yell it out.
1,
6. 2. I would call it a 1 or 2. Here's a great tip for losing weight. Sucks. But what if I would make a hook where I say, I lost 25 pounds by eating nothing but cake. How would you rate that hook? 7, 8, nice. Why is that a better hook? It's what we call a bold statement. We all know that losing 25 pounds by eating cake is pretty fucking insane. So I want to know, I want to hear what this guy has to say. I don't care if he's for real. I don't care if I like him. I don't care if he has qualifications. I don't care how many certificates he has or she, but I want to hear how they lost 25 pounds by eating nothing but cake. So what we call a bold statement. To bring it back to our homeboy Andrew Tate, what do we know about Andrew Tate? What color is your Bugatti? Right, we all know this by Andrew Tate. He's the master of provocative statements. You know who else is a master of provocative statements? A homeboy Trump. Same spiel here. We're going to build a wall, and we're going to have them pay for it. And people are like, yeah, provocative fucking statement. He's the master of that. You can see how far personal branding can bring you. You become the most powerful human on earth by just using provocative statements. This is what we call a hook. That's one way to create a great hook. There's 3 kinds of hooks. What I just told you, the provocative statement, is part of what we call a verbal hook, right? It's what you say in the first 3 to 5 seconds. I'm gonna hide behind the kitchen counter and see how my mom reacts. It's another great verbal hook, right? I want to see what happens next. Or like, whatever. I had one video go viral where I said my girlfriend's 5 favorite positions. And then it was like, sitting next to me while I pay the bill, sitting next to me in the G-Wagon, chilling in the pool while I work, and so on and so forth. It was a funny verbal hook, right? That's one way of creating a hook. There's also what we call a visual hook. A visual hook is what is being seen in the first 3 to 5 seconds. So for example, I had a video go viral where I held, not this one, but another Rolex into the camera, and I said, this is the secret behind why Rolex can charge $20,000 for a watch. It had a verbal hook when I said the secret behind why Rolex can charge $25,000 for a watch, but it also had a visual hook because people didn't see my face, but they saw the watch being held into the camera. It's what we call a visual hook. It doesn't even need to be that complicated. I had a client go viral, and what she did is her daughter recorded her, and she was talking to the camera, and she was talking to the camera while she put flowers into a vase. She had a beautiful vase in front of her, and she just put flowers in her vase because that movement made it interesting for people to watch the first 3 to 5 seconds. Like, why is this woman putting flowers in a vase while talking about anxiety? She was an anxiety coach that we helped to scale up. Does that make sense? Visual hook? Yeah. A visual hook is movement, holding something into the camera, or any sort of activity. Do you know that viral video of that woman, of that beautiful blonde Russian girl that just snips the finger against the Bentley and says, Bentley? Yeah. Anyone seen that? It's a visual hook. Pretty girl's face, which by the way always works. Pretty girl's face tapping against the Bentley grill in the front. It's a great visual hook. And the third part of a hook is a headline hook. That's just the little text field headline that you see on a video in the first 3 to 5 seconds. Does that make sense so far? Yeah. Everybody up to date? Cool. Yeah. Perfect. That's the first thing. This right here alone, let me make this in a different color. This right here alone is like 80% of virality. Literally. This is like 80% of virality. When I create a content piece, I don't really think about what's the content I want to give. I don't necessarily think about what's the call to action at the end I'm going to give. I literally spend 80% of my time just like, what's the hook going to be? What's the first 3 to 5 seconds going to look like? What am I going to hold into the camera? Am I going to speak into the camera myself? Or am I going to have a pretty girl ask me questions? One of the best viral videos that I've ever created was literally a random viral video that I didn't even plan to do. It was a beautiful model asking me the question like, what do you think about OnlyFans? Why did this work so well? Because she asked me a provocative question. What do you think about OnlyFans? It's a provocative topic. It's a great verbal hook. Plus, it was a pretty girl that asked me that question. Everybody likes looking at a pretty girl's face rather than this face. Okay, no matter how good looking and nice of a jawline you have as a guy, a pretty girl is always going to top that. Just so you know. So there's the hook. After the hook, the other thing that you want to work on is what we call stakes. Not the stakes that we eat, but stakes like in high stakes poker. Stakes makes you want to watch till the end. Okay, it's a little bit of a more complicated concept, but if you can create a stake that makes people want to watch till the end, you'll get a much higher watch rate, and a higher watch rate means more people will want to see it. The way you create a steak is very simple. Imagine 2 hooks, okay? Hook number 1 would be 3 things you can do to find a dream partner. That's pretty interesting. If I want to create this into a steak, I say the top 3 things you can do to find a dream partner, and number 1 will blow your mind. Exactly. If I say the top 3, you want to watch because you want to see the top 1. I'm starting at 3, then I go to the second one. You're going to want to watch till the fucking end because you want to see the first one, right? Does that make sense? Right? Or another one is you can do this visually too. I had a video once where there was a pool here on the other side. The pool was like here, okay? And I was slowly walking towards the pool speaking to the camera. And I would literally just talk, hey, by the way, this is how you can make a lot of money. People wanted to watch till the end because they thought what? They thought I was going to fall into the pool. Another great viral video of mine was, there was this viral clip where a woman kicks a football through a window. So the video starts with the woman kicking the football through the window, and then it cuts into me sitting at my table next to a window at my desk, typing into the camera. Everybody was going to think what? The ball is going to hit me. So you see the woman kicking the ball, then you see me typing on my laptop, and I literally speak to the camera and say, I bet you thought the ball was going to hit me. Here's what's going to hit you. My new program helps you with AI, creating content for you. All you have to do is comment AI down below and I'll send you a free video. People are going to be like, the ball is still going to hit him. I'm going to watch that shit till the end. And by the way, I did have the ball hit me at the end. This is what we call a payoff. We're going to get to this next. Actually, the payoff is more like down here, but I wanted to write it down here as well. Stakes make sense? Anything that you can create visually or with what you say or with the hook that makes people want to watch till the end, where people want to see the reaction, they want to see the last point, they want to see how it ends, that's how you're going to get more watch time. Why is the stake so important? Because like I said, let me choose a different color again. Like I said, this is going to help you with watch time, okay? Why is watch time so important?
The better the watch time, the more it's going to push your.
Exactly. The better the watch time, not even just Instagram, even on YouTube, even on TikTok, the watch time is more important. Here's what the algorithms do of each and every social media platform. They look at the average watch time of your piece of content. What should the average watch time be, ideally? In an ideal viral video case, what should the average watch time be? 100%. In fact, it should be minimum 100%. And I'll tell you why it's minimum 100%. If the average watch time of your video is 120%, that's usually a video that goes viral. If it's at a roughly 120% or above, it means that the average person watches the video once and again for a couple seconds. Does that make sense? Because the video loops anyways, right? You watch it till the end and then it loops and then you're like, oh, the video looped, okay, now I can scroll away. So if it has more than 100%, that's good. So if you have stakes, it's a surefire way for people to watch till the fucking end. Does that make sense? Right, so that's how you create stakes. Payoff, we're going to talk about this in a second because that's usually more like towards the end here. But I'm going to tell you one more super simple concept that is literally something that like almost nobody does, but it's so stupid simple. I'm calling it cut out the fluff, or trim the fat, so to speak. You heard Marcel speak earlier. How many times did he say, 0 fucking times. This guy is a fucking beast. I told this yesterday. I'm not just saying this because I'm speaking at his event. He's probably the #1 or one amongst the top public speakers right now on earth. This guy did not prepare a speech with a fucking PowerPoint slide or some shit. He goes on stage and he fucking speaks. Yesterday, 5 minutes before we let people in, he shot ads. Any business owner who's ever shot ads knows that this is the worst thing ever to do. I fucking hate creating ads because you got to be super on point, you got to speak to the camera, you got to know your hook, you got to remember the script. This guy doesn't have a script. He's just like, let's shoot some ads. Camera here, ready, go. Done. Ready? Next one. He just shoots like 10 ads like that with no script, no ooms, no ahs, nothing. The speaking that Marcel does, there's 0 fluff in there. There's 0 fat in there. It's all trimmed out. He has this automatically. Now, none of us is going to do that. None of us, especially when you're getting started, are going to be at that level. Well, thank God for jump cuts. You can cut out all the ums and ahs. In fact, there's AI tools who nowadays do that. So all you need to know is if your video, if your content has fluff in there, trim it out, which means every time you're repeating yourself, every time there's some boring part in there, cut it out. I'd rather have you have a 15-second video that is super on point than a 30-second video where there's a bunch of fluff. Again, why? Because if there's fluff, people are not going to watch it, and what happens to your watch time? It goes down. Your average watch time goes down, which means your video is not going to be shown to more people. So you want to cut out the fluff. Last but not least, you want to have shareability. Oops. Shareability. There's probably a typo in there. I don't know. I'm not going to care. You want to have shareability. This is the single most important concept on earth when it comes to brand building. And again, don't freak out. When you're looking at this, you're like, oh geez, I don't know how to do all this. This is way too complicated. I've never done a single fucking video. Don't you worry. I literally am going to teach you a way to do this within fucking 30 seconds. On average a day. Not in the beginning, but you can get it down to 30 seconds. It's fucking amazing. What you need to know about shareability is the number one surefire way for other people to talk about your business, your brand, you as a person, is shareability. Who here has ever shared a piece of content about someone that said something crazy? Who has ever shared a piece of content of a cute cat? I do that all the time. My girlfriend and I, we send at least 10 cat videos back and forth per day. Look at this cute kitty cat. Look at this cute little doggo. Look at the doggo and the kitty cat cuddling together. Look at the little raccoons. My girlfriend loves raccoons. She's a fan of this raccoon account. Super cute. Shareability. Okay, you don't need this last point here. Shareability means you want to create content that gets shared. How can people share you? What are some of the most important concepts you need to understand for people to share? People share, number one, valuable content. If you come across a piece of content you're like, that's really good fucking advice. Whether it's about dating, whether it's about fitness, whether it's about business, money making, hypnosis, personal development, when you discover something valuable, you are enticed to share it with your friends, with your mom, with your buddies. Why? Civil psychological trigger in that. We increase our own personal value in the eyes of others if we share valuable content, even if it's not ours. Does that make sense? Who has ever recommended a book or a movie to a friend? Why the hell did you do that? Because deep down inside, our reptile brain increases our status when we share something valuable to others. Sharing is caring. We're very, very social human beings. Another great way to share content or to create content that gets shared a lot is humor. Who has ever shared a funny meme with their buddies or their mom or whoever, right? Humor. This is funny. I'm going to share this. The third way to create shareable content is relatability. Relatability, for example, whatever. So there's this really funny account I follow as stoner memes. And it's just like animals looking stoned, and then there's the caption is like, when you're stoned at the party, and you see like a llama with like small eyes like that. All the stoners are gonna share this with their stoner friends, like, that's totally us, bro, right? The words are like, that's totally me, or that's so us. That's where you create shareable content that is very relatable. This right here is literally the checklist of viral videos, viral content, viral LinkedIn posts. When you see a post that has gotten at least 100,000 likes, 100,000 views, it's gonna have most of these points checked off, like a little checklist. So when I create content and I'm focusing on top of the funnel, this right here, where I want to reach as many people as possible that don't know me yet, all I do is I go through this fucking checklist and I'm saying, okay, how can I create a hook? How can I create stakes? How can I create a payoff? Oh, more about this in a second. How can I cut out all the fluff, and how can I create shareability? And then last but not least, we have the payoff there. The payoff is basically meaning you want to give the person something at the end of the video where they say, I just got something from that. Could either be something valuable, a valuable tip where I was like, oh, I didn't know that about eating cakes. Oh, I didn't know about that, how to find my dream partner in 2025. That's a takeaway, that's a payoff, right? Another great thing is a laugh when something is very funny. That's also a takeaway. Oh, I just took away that laugh with me. Thank you very much for giving me that laugh. Does that make sense? All the concepts here make sense? Yeah. Fantastic. Questions? Yeah, payoff is basically kind of like the curiosity that the hook gives you. That's the payoff for that. So when I say here's the top 3 worst ways to fix your sleep patterns in 2025, and you watch the entire video and you just learn something new, you got the payoff from that. You have at least one implementable thing. Huh? A reward, payoff, takeaway. Same goes with like funny video, like whatever, a guy on a skateboard crashes into a tree, right? You get the takeaway from that. I'm like, I now saw something funny and my life has gone a little bit funnier today, right? That's takeoff. Any other questions about this before I move on? Yes?
Where do hashtags come into play?
Not at all.
I thought like when people do like FYP or viral or for you page.
Not anymore. I'm gonna tell you one thing about hashtags. They matter zero. Fuck hashtags. On none of the platforms, hashtags matter. The reason why they don't matter anymore is because the algorithms have gone so sophisticated they can do all the categorization for you. 10 years ago, when they had hashtags, the algorithms couldn't categorize shit. So if you wanted to be categorized into the fitness niche, you would add fitness, healthy eating, nutrition, sports, gym bro, whatever. You would basically, it was your way back then to communicate to the algorithm, hey, this is how you should categorize me. Nowadays, and this is so crazy, the algorithms use AI, they hear what you're saying, they transcribe everything that you're saying in your videos, they look at the geolocation, they look at your followers, and they take all that information together and they categorize you from that. So there's absolutely no need anymore for doing hashtags because the algorithm knows what you're saying. When I release this video here, right, to my clients, or if I would release a snippet of this video on Instagram or YouTube, the platform would know what I'm talking about. It's like, okay, brand building, business, going viral, okay, we're going to categorize them in that niche.
I also have a part two.
Yes?
At what point and what level can you start making money off your videos and your videos?
Very quickly, very quickly. It depends on your niche again, and it depends on what you want to do. A lot of people come to me and they say, look, I just want to get 1 million followers, because it makes me fulfilled that I help a lot of people. We have a client, she does, for example, energy healing. She works with an energy healer who saved her. She had cancer and the energy healer saved her. And she said, I want to reach as many people as possible with that message that there's alternative medicine and that energy healing is real and it's fucking amazing, all right? So her goal is like, I just want to get to millions of followers so I can then send some of these followers to my energy healer guru and then have that person make money. So in a niche like that, if her goal would only be to make money, she could probably fucking have 1,000 followers and already make 10, 20,000 a month, depending on the package that she sells. So let's say, for example, you're a coach, right? Let's say, for example, I want to teach people how to become financially independent, all right? I want to teach people that are currently in a 9-to-5 job, live in the US, and I want to teach them more about finances, and I want to sell a coaching package for $9,000 to my clients, and I'm going to start posting content, going through this viral checklist with each and every piece of content. You can get a fucking video that gets like 400 views, which is like nothing. Like my grandma gets 400 views on her fucking videos. And like if you get one of these 400 people to pay you $9,000 for a coaching package, you just monetize it. That's pretty fucking epic. I've had a client, by the way, who does sales coaching. He had his first video get over 2.6 million views. His first fucking video that he posted, follow that checklist. And he got 2.6 million fucking views. This guy had fucking leads for the first 6 months from one single video. Just 6 months worth of leads. All he has to do is reply to their DMs, get them on a call, and sell them his high-ticket closer offer for 10K each. It can go pretty fast. Even if it doesn't, you only get 400 views. Doesn't matter. The other thing, followers. Let me talk about followers here for a second. Who here thinks that followers are helpful? Followers on social media, helpful? Yeah. Right? Fucking helpful. Here's the thing, doesn't matter anymore. They're nice to have for sure. It's cool to say, hey, I got this many followers. I certainly use it kind of like as an indicator all the time. Hey, I got 235,000 followers on my Max Tornow business account, just to show you that I know what the fuck I'm talking about. But again, followers are actually still kind of like the appendix in our body. Like it used to be important, now it doesn't matter anymore, you just cut it out. I don't have my appendix anymore. I'm still alive, all right? Same with followers. Followers used to be important because the algorithms would show your videos to your followers, and then, you know, if you would go on Instagram and on your feed, you would only see photos and videos of accounts that you'd follow. Not anymore, right? If you go to Instagram, anybody knows this? You go on Instagram and there's shit that you don't follow? Like there's content from people or pages that you don't follow, it just gets shown to you. Guess what? It's the algorithms knowing that you probably like this, so they're going to show it to you. So you don't even need to follow a page anymore. So followers are, again, nice to have, but absolutely not necessary, especially if you want to monetize. Any other questions? Yep.
Can you stack multiple niches for your content, or do you have to stick to this one niche?
His question for the folks on Zoom as well, can you stack multiple niches together or do you need to go broad? It depends on your offer. You can stack multiple niches, but they somehow need to be related. Okay? We're going to talk about this in a second too. I'm going to have one more piece of content I want to share with you. It's the brand matrix, the 3x3 brand matrix. Fuck it, let me talk about it now. The 3x3 brand matrix. Every single personal brand, and this is a great exercise that we're going to talk about. And again, if you look at this, what I just talked about, and you said this is difficult and you know where you can pull it off, I'm going to share with you how to do all this with AI in a bit. Just stay with me here for a second. We're going to go on a quick excursion here on the 3x3 brand matrix. The 3x3 brand matrix is the scaffolding, it's the skeleton of your personal brand. What I'm about to teach you right now is literally the scaffolding, the baseline foundation that is going to make people reach out to you, that is going to make people want to buy from you, that is going to make people say, I've been following your stuff, please take my fucking money. The thing that I'm teaching you now is going to be the key element to people looking up to you as an authority, to people wanting to pay you money, to people wanting to invite you to their parties, to everything you've ever dreamed of. This is going to be the key fucking element. Okay? I know this was kind of content heavy what we talked about so far. So I'm just asking for you to pay attention to this if you're taking this seriously. Just stay with me for a second. It's super easy. The 3x3 brand matrix is the following, and this is an exercise we're going to do together now. You start with the 3 main things you want to be known for. Okay? Let's say, for example, Donald Trump. Everybody knows Donald Trump. What are the 3 main things Donald Trump is known for? Just yell it out.
Hotels.
Hotels? Yeah. What else? Politics? Yes. Business? Yeah. Who said porn star? Who's that? That's a little bit more detail. That goes into the lower category, is it?
Real estate.
Real estate? Okay. Love it. Politics? Yep, we got it. So the first one is definitely, I would say, politics, right? What was that, Francis?
The Apprentice.
The Apprentice, also a good point. These are all more detailed points. I would say that the 3 biggest points are politics, obviously, right? Second one is business.
There is scandal.
I would literally say the same, funny enough. I wouldn't necessarily say scandal, I would say polarization. Just to be a little bit more neutral in this. These are the 3 things that that Donald Trump is known for. These are the 3 main categories. I'm going to tell you my 3 main categories, all right? Main category number 1 for my personal brand is business. That's like the main, the top category I'm known for. That's like the top umbrella that you can put me in. Business. I'm a business coach. I teach people how to make money. I've been making a lot of money myself. This is basically what I do, okay? So I'm gonna use a different color here for myself. Let me use green. I like green better. Green lights. So for me, my first category is business. My second category is freedom lifestyle. And my third category is work ethic. Yeah. Again, for you who don't know me yet, they're like, oh, work ethic? He doesn't talk much more about my about his work ethic. But for people who know me, they know like these are the 3 things that I'm known for. If you would ask 100 of my followers, what are the 3 things you associate Max Tornow with? The vast majority is going to say these 3 things, right? These are the 3 main categories I want to be known for. At least one of them is the niche that I'm using to monetize. Right? I'm teaching people how to create businesses, how to scale their businesses via branding and via AI. This is my main niche. Okay? The other 2 are kind of like sister categories to that enable me to do this. How can I be so good at fucking business? Because number 1 of my incredible work ethic, and to toot my own horn here, and number 2, my freedom lifestyle is a result of the business. Do you see how these 3 go together? Let's say you're a fitness coach. What are the 3 main categories of your fitness coach going to be? Number 1 is going to be fitness and nutrition. Number 2 is probably going to be something like happy lifestyle, right? And then number 3 is whatever, longevity, because you live a healthy lifestyle. Does that make sense? What are the 3 main categories that you have right now? I want you to write them down. Who has trouble with the 3 main categories? Just put hands up, I'll help you. Nobody, yeah? What do you do?
Coaching, do you make the main one, what you want to be known for and monetize for?
Exactly.
To build that audience around you?
Exactly. So you said you want to do coaching?
I do already.
You said what?
I already do.
Okay, what do you do for coaching? What exact coaching you do?
All sorts of
stuff to a bunch of people. Actually, pinch it down.
What's the end result that you teach people? What do I get if I become your client?
Freedom.
How? Freedom in terms of thinking, in terms of freedom from toxic relationships, or financial freedom?
Mental and emotional.
Mental and emotional freedom? Love it. What are the other two categories? Any idea? How? Okay, let me put it this way. This is a very good example. So this is a very, very good example of doing this exercise. I see so many people being relatively well established in their business already. Can I ask how much you make per year with that coaching?
250.
1,000? 250K. So that's like 20K-ish a month, right? Good.
10 and 30.
Exactly. I can tell you right now that this is probably one of the main bottlenecks on why you can't scale beyond that.
Yeah, I can barely explain what I do.
Exactly. This is such a good example. So for everybody on Zoom too, I'm like, you're making roughly 20K a month, and I'm saying you're probably not able to scale beyond that because you're not even 100% sure what you do. And he literally says exactly, because I can't even fucking explain what I do. And when I asked him what do you do, he's like, coaching. I'm like, what kind of coaching? All sorts of. That's exactly the problem. Because the humans that come in through the top of the funnel, they don't know who the fuck this guy is. So even if you did get blessed by the algorithms and people start discovering you, they're like, what is this guy all about? They land on your page, for example, right? And they're like, this fucking piece of content that I just saw sounds interesting so far. Let me see what this guy is all about. They go to your profile and they're like, is he a fitness coach? Do I get more money when I follow him, or more? You know what? I'm confused. And write this thing down. Confused people don't buy. Don't confuse your people. That's why we work on, where we're at, on the 3x3 brand matrix, to make these things ultra fucking clear. When people follow me, when people follow my advice, they're gonna make more money. It's as simple as that. They're gonna make more money. Category 1 of Max Tornow is fucking business. Okay? Now when you say, okay, you help people with, what was it, freedom from emotional stress, or what was it?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, so they become emotionally more resilient, right? What happens when they become more emotionally resilient?
They live better lives, they have better relationships, they do make more money.
Love it. So those would be the next categories. So I would then pick which one of the three things you just said is the thing that I want to double down on. Better relationships, more money. You got to pick one of those as the second category. If you say a lot of my, like the last 20 clients I came to, 18 of them said they have a toxic relationship that when they want to drop that baggage. That's a pretty good sign that you want to go more into that. If people say more like, dude, you help me make much more money because I'm more stress resilient, I can communicate better, then you're gonna go a little bit further into the business direction. You don't need to answer this now, this is for you to dwell on, okay? And then the third one, so the first one is always kind of like what you want to be known for and what you want to monetize. The second one is kind of like the life you get to live from the first one, right? First one is business. When you make a lot of great business money, you get to live a freedom lifestyle, right? And then the third one is sort of a personality quirk that makes you special. I've said this yesterday at the free event for those of you who remember. Remember how I said when I started working for RSD, there were all these other instructors that were more talented than me, that had more charisma than me, and you know what I said? I'm just gonna outwork all of them. Right? I always want to be the guy who stands for working hard and just doing the things that need to be done. Hard and smart, especially with AI. So that's why I added as a third category work ethic for me. It's part of my brand. That's the first three. Make sense so far? Follow me? Super straightforward, right? Out of these three, you're going to pick 3 subcategories each. These are now subcategories. 1, 2, 3 here, 1, 2, 3 here, and 1, 2, 3 here. There's 3 subcategories. I'm going to tell you the 3 subcategories for mine. My main category is business. My first subcategory of business is what? Guess what? What have I been talking about the whole time? Personal branding. Personal branding. That's one subcategory of the category business. What's the second subcategory of what I want to stand for in terms of business?
AI.
AI. Thank you, man. My man. Did you know me before?
Watch some of your podcasts.
Love it. Thanks, man. Podcast. You're the like 4th guy that talks about a podcast. Fuck yeah. Actually, I would almost say the third one is podcast. I would almost say the third one has become podcast for me. It's like one of the biggest things. If you like podcasts, go check out my podcast. I've had Marcel on. We've talked for like 3.5 hours, I think best podcast episode I've ever done. I've had Ty Lopez on my show, I've had Justin Waller on my show, and I've had Marcel. And I think Marcel's of mine is by far the best. If you ever go to YouTube, Max Tornow and Marcel Klein, number one, you're going to see him hypnotize me on my YouTube channel, and then number two, you're going to see a 3.5 hour bonkers conversation between Marcel and me on my podcast channel. These are the three main categories I have there. Freedom lifestyle, this is really where like my followers really know what I'm doing. This is like, what are kind of like the freedom lifestyle things that I do all the time that you see me is like travel with girlfriend. I've taken my girlfriend to Asia, the US, all across Europe. We literally go traveling like multiple times a year. This is also, by the way, so important for you to understand. When I said I made multiple 8 figures with my business, I didn't make that just rotting away in a fucking office. I didn't make that with 16-hour fucking work days. I've done 16-hour work days, but they were all just there for me to build me up to a level where I don't need to work. Like literally right now, ever since I've gotten on stage, just on average, because I'm looking at the numbers of my team, I probably made already $10,000 to $20,000 just by the time I was on stage, because my team in the background is just making money. The whole reason for me, the whole idea behind building and I'm not saying this to brag, although maybe a little bit, but the whole business idea behind this was just build shit so that it stands without me. I always used to play a lot of Lego as a kid. Who here had ever played Lego as a kid? I was obsessed with Lego. I still am, by the way. One of my favorite spare time activities is go buy Star Wars Lego and build it. I got the fucking Darth Vader mask. I got Yoda. I got the AT-AT, you know, the big thingy from the Empire Strikes Back. I got all kinds of spaceships. I love building Lego. And when I started building businesses, I'm like, this is just like Lego. You could just build stuff and then it moves on its own and it does stuff and you don't have to deal with it anymore. So a big reason why I'm so good at business is because I'm building systems, I'm building automations, and nowadays, ever since last year, I'm doing so much with AI so I can actually live the freedom lifestyle here. And that includes traveling the world with my girlfriend. Literally every single time I travel with my girlfriend, I say, okay babe, here's a world map, open Google Maps, point at it, we'll go there. And by the way, as a beautiful side note, I always ask her what hotel she wants to stay in, and I always pick out 5 stars, and all she ever says is, as long as it's with you, I don't care. Most beautiful thing a partner could ever tell you. And she stayed with me at shitty hotels too, and at beautiful hotels. She never bitched, she doesn't care. That's why I give her everything, because she never asks. She never asks me for anything. That's why I'm gonna give her everything. It's really, really nice. So travel with my girlfriend is one thing. If you follow my stuff, one other big thing is Formula 1 with my dad. We go to almost every race in Austria every single time. The Austrian Grand Prix is a very famous Grand Prix. We go there almost every time. We go drive Ferraris, we go fly around in a helicopter, we go drive fucking Porsches through Portugal, we go watch Formula 1. It's a big thing, it's very important for me. My dad's getting old. Told you guys this yesterday, you know, they're not gonna be around forever. Neither will my mom. That's a third category. You can actually, under the second category, you write my mom. I frequently pay her vacations. The other day, she told me that she likes Elton John. I bought her VIP tickets for Elton John, flew out to London, checked him out, happiest, best concert ever. Like just seeing the selfies that my mom sent me with her little VIP goodie bag from Elton John, every time I'm sad, I just watch that. Best shit ever. Super cool. I just bought her a sauna. She built a house, and I bought her a sauna for the house. They just need to like build it up, and then she can go to the sauna all the time. A very European thing. I know you Americans can't resonate. Don't worry about that. We love sauna. And then the third one is actually concerts. I love going to concerts. I go to concerts like every month. I've seen Metallica like now 9 times now. 2 years ago I saw Metallica. Last year I saw Metallica in Paris. Then I saw them again a month later in Austria. I go to Hans Zimmer. Anybody remember Hans Zimmer? All the epic music scores. I go see him every time he's in Europe. Always VIP tickets. I always buy meet and greet. I met Dream Theater the other day. It's really cool. So Dream Theater is like a heavy metal band, like one of the most legendary heavy metal bands ever if you're a musician. And the way I always do, here's a quick little side note, the way I always buy concert tickets, I always go to the ticket thing, and then I scroll down to the most expensive ticket, I don't even look at it, and I click on it. And then it turns out the Dream Theater thing was a meet and greet. I was gonna meet the band, like hang out and like ask them questions and shit. And so I had 2 tickets. My girlfriend got sick, so I went there alone. It was in Helsinki. I go up to the VIP thingy, and they're like, "Oh yeah, what's your name?" I'm like, "Yeah, Max Tornow." She says, "Oh yeah, you got 2 tickets." I'm like, "Oh, I got 2 tickets. I forgot." But it's only me. So I walked back outside the venue, and there was a line of diehard fans waiting in the blistering cold in Helsinki winter, like fucking minus 20 degrees Celsius there, waiting in the blistering cold, so got in the first row. And I walk up to these people, it was about 50 people waiting there, just so they could get in the first row at the concert. And I said, hey guys, I just want to let you know, I have one meet and greet ticket because I forgot that my girlfriend is sick. Anybody here wants to come and meet the band with me? The reaction of these people was like instant. They're like, how much is it? I'm like, oh no, it's like, I got the ticket, just come. And this one guy was like, dude, I came all the way from the Philippines to see them live in Helsinki. Could I please join you? I'm like, fuck yeah, just come. So this guy then got to meet the band together with me. He got like autographs and everything. It's so cool to see like the happiness on their face. And I get to do this all the time. Like, I don't take this for granted at all. I used to go to concerts as a broke 15-year-old fucking nerd. Like literally, like I would like gather the plastic cups for the money back. You know, what is it called? The recycled thingy. Like you could gather a plastic bag and you get like 50 cents back. So if you gather like 10 plastic cups, you get like $5. You could like afford a drink. Like that was me. Like that's how broke I was. And now just being able to go to all these meet and greets and stuff like that is really amazing. And then the third one, work ethic. I would break it down for like stoicism. People who follow me that people that follow me, they know I love stoicism. I love reading about this. And then there's like 2 more subcategories. I don't want to go too much into details, but you guys understand it. There's a 3x3 brand matrix. Pick the three main categories, and each of these categories breaks down into 3 more. Does that make sense? Okay. And by the way, folks, people would like me and Marcel to work this out together with you one-on-one. Hands up. Who here would like all of this one-on-one to be worked out with me and Marcel one-on-one for the next months? Okay, who here would like me to build a complete content system for you, your new business that is built on all of this one-on-one? Okay, cool. You have the opportunity for this. You literally have the opportunity for this to work with Marcel and me over the next 3 to 6 months, literally one-on-one, plus have contact with me on WhatsApp for the next 3 to 6 months, plus have access to all my business coachings, all my systems, all my AIs, all my teachings, all my employees, my CMO, my CSO, me and Marcel. You have the opportunity to do that. All you have to do is to talk to Marcel in person, or to come up to me after the event, or to come up to Jack. Jack, can you just stand up real quick? Yep, that's also Jack. Careful with the right hand. We've had some troubles with that lately. Yeah. So either talk to him, me, or I'm going to tell you more about this in a second. I'm just going to talk about the AI parts too.
I was just going to say, I just want a quick note. Is my mic on?
Turn it on.
All right. Okay, well, anyways, I just want them to hear me on Zoom.
Yeah,
I was just talking to
get
you.
really close to me.
Yeah, it's fine. So, hopefully Zoom can hear them through you. But just to simplify for you, I charge $1 million to work with people one-on-one. I think the next wave of what's happening and what's really gonna change your life financially is gonna be your brand.
Yep.
People used to have websites, business cards, storefronts, write newspaper articles. Things are transitioning. Social media is becoming dominant, but more importantly, attention. Attention is the ultimate currency. It's what people have been battling since the beginning of time. The way to get attention is changing all the time. And honestly, it's all psychology. Can I go viral? I never wanted to go viral because there were moments where I went very viral and I couldn't leave my house. I said, fuck it. January 1st, I had 81,000 followers. I have 151,000 today, okay? I had literally doubled my following in 1 month. I could do it again. I'll probably do it again next month. And I'll probably do it again the month after that. I can easily have gone viral. I'm a great public speaker. I have everything to do the hooks. I understand the psychology. I'm a hypnotist. I never wanted to do it. In doing it this 1 month, what do you think happened to me financially? More than double. It's compounding. It's unbelievable. I did 1 post and I said, comment the word hypnosis below. To get 3,000 leads, each lead usually costs anywhere from 40 to 80 bucks, okay? I got 3,000 leads for practically free, for free. And all I had to do is just make a 1-minute video outside the mall after I just spent a few $1,000s, post the video, went into my Ferrari, not just to paint the picture for you, okay? And then didn't check my phone. My team and AI was just going through the DMs, DMing all these people, doing its thing. Call. Sales team. All day, effortlessly. It's a brand new strategy that I tried after a conversation with Max. Over the last several weeks, he's kind of helped me perfect it. I'm telling you, holy shit. I only say that because I was like, oh, I can't, I can go viral, but my mindset was always like, oh, my account's shadow banned, I can't go viral, I don't know. He gave me a couple tips, I implemented it day 1. Boom, instantly, overnight, 6 million views. 6 million views after one conversation. So it's just, and by the way, 6 million views, perspective. You guys don't understand. Yesterday, who was here yesterday? That was about 180 people. And it looked massive. 6 million. I think 6 million. That's how many eyeballs saw me.
That's how many people live in my hometown, in my home country.
Yeah,
my entire country of Austria is like 6 million. Basically, all of Austria has seen him.
And then the next day, I got another video, did 7.1 million, 7.3 now, 7.3 million views. Okay, I've had 18 million impressions in literally 16 days. Austria and Israel combined, okay? Both countries have literally seen me more than almost 5% of the entire US pretty much saw what I had. And because I targeted Los Angeles, over 100% of LA all saw my video. Who here has not seen one of my most viral videos recently about like the fires and all that? Who's seen that? Any videos of me from the fire? Who's seen the video?
I mean, how many people are literally who came yesterday because I saw the videos of the fire?
Yeah.
That's how I knew about Marcel. They didn't even know you before.
They didn't know you before. And that's just from a viral video. So I'm just giving you guys perspective. Sometimes you get the attention and you can convert it to anything you want. It's like, fuck you. I'm kidding, haha, I love you, how's it going, right? You're like, oh yeah, that guy, I like that guy. But initially the hook got your attention.
Yep.
So I'm telling you, this stuff, maybe on the surface you're like, oh, how does it apply to me? If you ever make money, ever, and you plan on actually being able to go to the grocery store and pay for things in the next 5-10 years, and you don't know how to do this, now, you're not gonna be able to eat. And it sounds really weird, but guys, we're going into a time where there's gonna be one thing that people are gonna like. Remember, the attention span's going down. The average screen time on your phone is going up. Everything is coming through here. AI is on here. So you're going to use AI, it's going to be on here. Everything's done through the phone. So if you can capture someone's attention through the phone, you automatically are going to be okay. That's why every massive entrepreneur I know is building their personal brand. Up until now, no one knew who the biggest CEOs were. Do you know who Pfizer CEOs are? No. Did we know who that big medical CEO that this guy just murdered in the middle of New York? Anyone knew who he was up until now? One of the richest companies in the world. Anyone knew who he was? Nobody knew who he was. What CEOs do we know? People who understand what's happening.
Yeah. Why is Tesla the biggest car company or top 5 car companies in the world?
No, that's number one.
Number one.
It's actually 4 times
by
bigger.
far, exactly. That was the numbers.
The second biggest.
Why is it the biggest? Why is it because they built the best cars? Because they built the fucking coolest cars? No, because of Elon Musk.
And what did Elon Musk just buy? Twitter. Why? So he can continue to dominate personal brand. Richest man in the world is doing it.
Yeah.
Why?
Even old school rich people like Charlie Munger doubling down on their personal brand now. They're writing books, they're creating social content everywhere. They're everywhere. Because they're like, if the rich elite that is already rich breaks down on it, those guys know shit that we don't. You don't need to know everything. You just need to know what they're doing, and you need to replicate that. So when they're creating brands, you create brands as well. The only thing is, brand creation used to be super hard work. You used to need videos, camera guys like this, laptops to edit shit. You needed to have know-how. You don't need this anymore. I told you the story of the 65-year-old lady. Our oldest client, by the way, guess how old they are? What do you think? Just a number. What do you think is the oldest client that we have helped so far? 90. 90 years old, and they still are able to create content and work at the 3x3 brand matrix. 90 fucking years old. I don't know how much longer that guy is gonna make it, but while he's still on earth, he's gonna fucking crush. And that's literally my mission. I'm like, look, I'm gonna like help you literally for the rest of your life, and I'm gonna make some really awesome stuff happen. Like, so the barrier of entry is lower than it's ever been. You don't need, I used to, I'll tell you a story later when we're done, it's so funny. I used to have to like get a camera, get a tripod, film, get a professional editing, all that shit. You just need your fucking iPhone nowadays. You don't even need to be good on camera.
And I'll bring up one more thing, which maybe you should think about. If you look at the NBA, you look at X Games, you look at athletes, you look at running times, world records, every time, every year, they get more competitive. Nothing has changed. Social media is getting more competitive because more people are going to realize this, but later on. Once it's a trend, they're going to realize it, but it's too late. The competition will be too big. So you're either going to get on it now before it becomes a thing, and by the way, you're already late, just so you know. So it's not even about that. You're already late if you haven't already done it, but you can fix it quickly by going viral. Now, going viral isn't like hey, look at my kids. Ha 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 ha. Okay, no one cares about your kid. I promise you. All right? What they care, like, there are videos on Instagram of like people literally, like, you showed me something going viral on Twitter. JFK going down, his driver turns around and just blows his brains out, right? That's what you're competing with. You're competing with my videos about a fire, okay? You know what I mean? Like LA is burning down. Does LA look like it burned down? No, but I controlled the tension, didn't I? I was like, holy shit. I was like, yeah, I gotta take this. I pretty much took what wasn't a big deal and made it a massive deal. I'll even show you guys tomorrow if you want.
Yeah.
Break down every video.
Yeah.
It was socially engineered.
That's a sick idea.
Yeah.
Let's do branding breakdown tomorrow. Love it.
You know, last thing I will say, if you don't understand how important it is, because you're like, oh, okay, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Most people, their pattern of focus is, yeah, that's not gonna hurt me, and then they cut off their arm and like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, we told you, I know, but I didn't listen. People have to feel it, cut them, before they're like, oh yeah, maybe not. All right? Don't be that person. Those are what followers do. 99.9% of the population, followers. Leaders are the ones who make all the money. They're the ones who just make the rules. Be a leader.
Literally. Everybody's talking about social media is ruining everybody's attention. Probably, yeah. There's two sides to social media. There's a consumer side, which we're all on, including me. And there's a producer side, which is only a small fraction of humans. I'm on a producing side, and it helped me make this. I'm on a producing side, and it sends my mom to see Elton John VIP. I'm on a producing side, and it allows my dad to literally quit his job, just live a freedom lifestyle, and fucking drive a Porsche around Portugal with his son. I'm on a producing side, and it allows me to come here and speak to you here, guys. I'm on a producing side, and it allows me to go to a fucking New Year's Eve restaurant and get steak with every course. I'm on a producing side, and it allows me to travel the world. I've seen all the countries I've ever wanted to be in, except for like a handful where I'm still gonna go to. I'm on a producing side. It allows me to own real estate in any country that I want to. I'm on a producing side. It allows me to go on dates with my girlfriend whenever I want. I'm on a producing side, and whenever any one of my parents gets sick, I can afford the best fucking healthcare, and I can look myself in the mirror and say, I am doing everything in the world to help my parents. I'm on a producing side. It's gonna get my kids the best education. I'm on a producing side. It's gonna get my kids and myself the best fucking food on earth. I'm on a producing side. It's gonna help my kids see the world before the age 10. I'm on a producing side. It's gonna get me anything and everything I ever want, no matter how ridiculous it is, no matter if it's been on my list for many years, or no matter if I just randomly had the fucking idea. Last year, I lived a month in Tokyo. You know how I got that idea? I was sitting in my favorite Japanese restaurant in Prague, and the fucking owner bought away, who found out about my social media account, who then literally named my favorite menu after me. You could go to that restaurant in Prague. It's called Soul Love. It doesn't exist anymore, but you could go there and you could literally order a max, and it would be like a Wagyu beef tacos with Hokkaido potatoes. That was literally named the menu after me. And he got me drunk one day because he kept giving me Japanese hibiki whiskey, which I barely ever drink alcohol, ever. So I drank like 2 of those and I got shit-faced. And then he brought out literally, it's a real story, he brought out the cook, and the cook was Japanese. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go to Japan. So I got my phone out, I booked a $6,000 Airbnb to stay a month in Tokyo. And like literally 2 months later, I flew to Tokyo and stayed there a full month. Really epic. I could do that because I'm on the producing side. Now the problem with the producing side, let me read your minds real quick. Who wants to get their mind read? The problem with the producing side is, number 1, ideation. I don't know how to spell anymore, my apologies. Who here says it's hard to create social media content because I can't come up with viral ideas? Who here can resonate with that? I don't know what to say. I don't know what to post. I have no fucking clue. I know I need to use social media, but I don't know how to use it. Ideation. Problem, right? Right? Problem, is it? No, not anymore. Because now you have AI that creates all your ideas. Literally. I create a custom GPTs. You type it in. This is my audience, this is my niche. I want to coach people with like mental clarity, with overcoming their emotions. This is who's your target audience? Men in their 30s, business owners.
Finance guys.
Finance, you literally type in finance guys in their 30s. You type that in. My custom GPT is going to give you 10 viral ideas, including a viral score indicating which one is the most likely to go viral, because it scrapes the entire internet within 12 seconds. It's going to give you 10 fucking viral ideas. You can literally use it. It's literally, you have that shit on your phone, it creates 10 viral ideas, and what it does then is it says, which one of these viral ideas do you like the most? You say number 7. It says, do you have any personal experience that comes to mind when you read that title? Right, the viral idea is like top 10 things to do if you want to get more emotional resilience. Then you add your personalized experience, it spits out the entire script for you. The entire script from top to bottom. Guess what? Leads me to problem number 2. Creation, that's the filming process. Not everybody is charismatic. Not everybody loves speaking in front of the camera like Marcel and I. Maybe you're as charismatic as a paperback. Doesn't matter. Used to be a problem, not anymore. Why? Because you have AI. I can't even spell AI anymore. 2 letters max, goddammit. A-T. AI. You can literally now create videos with AI. You can create an avatar. I shit you not. If you go to one of my social media accounts, there's videos in there of me speaking into the camera that never happened. I never said these words. I've never spoken to the camera. It's just an AI avatar. It scans my face. You type in what it wants it to say. It can literally say, my name is Max. I am stupid. I never said that. You can have the AI say it. You can have this based on your own face. You can have a fucking pretty girl, the blonde, blue-eyed, beautiful girl that says that stands for your brand instead of you. You can have AI create content. You just tell it what you want to see. You can say, hey, I want to have a kangaroo with sunglasses and a cigar in his mouth. Write the script and speak it out. Done. That's why we have 90-year-old people creating content. They're like, I'm not going to speak in front of a fucking camera. I don't even know how the camera thingy works. Yeah, just type this into the AI. It's part of my AI stack system. Third problem that we used to have is editing. Anybody ever wanted to make a video but then didn't know how to put text up or how to cut it or how to put music on? Anybody ever had that issue? I know we're in LA, a lot of you don't have that issue, but in case you have that issue where you say, I don't know how to edit videos and make them look cool and pretty, used to be a problem, not anymore, done with AI. We use a tool called Submagic. You literally feed the video in there, you press a fucking button, it cuts out all the ums and the ahs, remember that from the checklist? It cuts out all the fluff for you, it adds music, it adds subtitles, it adds the little giffies and emojis, makes it literally ready for you to publish.
What's it called?
Submagic, yeah, it's part of our AI stack system, guys. Guys, don't worry about it. It's part of our AI stack system. It's super easy to use. The last problem was publishing. Well, I have to press the button. I need to create a description, right? I need to upload it on TikTok and Instagram, and it takes forever, and I don't know what options to pick. There's literally AI tools now. You upload it once, it auto-publishes it on all other platforms. You press a button, it creates the caption for you. Caption, description, anything you want. You said shorter description, longer description, add keywords, doesn't matter. Once you do all that, this process here, I swear to God, used to take me 3 to 4 days. I would take a whole day for ideation to come up with like 10 content ideas. Then I would take like half a day for the creation. I would film everything in fucking bulk. I would film 10 videos, change shirt, film 10 more videos, change shirt, and so forth. I used to have my camera guy would have to fly in, press the camera button, and so on and so forth. Editing would take my team then another 2 days probably, and then we would go to the publishing. This right here now, these points, instead of 4 days, if you're getting started right now with 0 experience, an hour. Instead of 4 days, 1 hour. Once you're in the groove with this, it takes you about 15 minutes. From 4 days to 15 minutes. And that brings us to the last point, that is profit. The cool thing about this is, folks, the cool thing about this is your profit, not AI's profit, okay? The AI doesn't need to get paid. The AI is not going to ask you for time off. Who here deals with employees, all the business owners out there? Who here deals with employees? And keep your hand up if there's sometimes a pain in the ass.
Max, I literally just fired right now.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. I walked outside and I just did like 8 different things. Just fired a couple people, sent some people home. All because of the headache of fucking employees.
Yeah. They're pain in the ass.
The most annoying thing in the world. I'm the best at this in the world. Just brainwash people. Even then, having employees is not easy.
Yeah.
I swear to God, the second we have anything AI, I'm like, wait, it doesn't need a day off? Wait, it does the same thing that 15 of my employees do? Wait, it never makes mistakes?
Yeah.
So it's not lazy?
Yeah. Doesn't ask for time off, doesn't suffer from breakups.
And it's free.
It's free, yeah, and it works for you nonstop. It's like, I always make the jokes, like once we started implementing AI in my company, it became employee of the month every single month. Don't need to pay a commission, don't need to manage, don't need to train. You just tell it what to do and it does it. It's all part of our AI stack system. Everybody that works with me and Marcel one-on-one gets full access to my entire AI implementation. Copy paste it. We're going to implement it so it fits to your niche. We're going to implement it so it fits to your business idea if you're new. We're going to implement it so it sounds like you. It communicates like you. It can work in any language. German, Hebrew, English, French, doesn't matter. It can instantly switch languages. It even speaks Austrian dialect, by the way. We have dialects in Austria that like 50 people speak. Like 50 people from a village. It can replicate that fucking dialect. I've tested it. It can work in any fucking language. The cool thing is, who here has been DMing with me over the last day or two? Yep. I talked about this earlier with you. It was not me.
Sounds like you're having a conversation with somebody, but I'm getting messages from you. Like,
Yeah, it was my AI. Yeah, it's my AI. My AI right now is chatting with everybody that follows me on LinkedIn. If you go follow me on LinkedIn right now, I guarantee you're gonna get a message from me within an hour. Hey, what's up? Real Max here, totally not AI. How's it going? I've had, it's super funny. I've had by accident a client of mine, he's in one of my one-on-one mentorings, because usually they communicate with me on WhatsApp, but he's like, I'm gonna message Max on LinkedIn real quick. I've had him literally tell me last week, he's like, Max, I just want to tell you, thank you so much for all the support you've done with me over the last 4 weeks on LinkedIn. So helpful. I'm like, wait, what? And I look at the conversation, thousands of messages back and forth with my AI. Because the AI is programmed to be super nice and supportive. So he had all these ideas, like, what do you think about the idea? The AI is like, well, let me have a look. Actually, it's a great idea. You should totally do it. Like, encouraged him for like 4 weeks. I'm getting emails from people like, hey, Max, looking forward to our meeting later. I'm like, what? Have you been messaging with me on LinkedIn? Yeah. I'm like, okay, that was my AI. I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. My AI literally messages prospects every single day. It books 10 to 20 calls per day. My team then takes these calls and closes them. And the only reason why my team takes these calls and closes them, because the latency on phone calls is still too long, but I probably think within the next 12 to 16 months, I can probably replace most of my sales staff and just have AI close. It's 12 to 16 months away. It's pretty epic. It kind of sucks if you're on the receiving end of this. If you are in a job right now and you're like, nah, I'll be safe from AI. Well, a lot of people thought that too. Not anymore. Been replaced by AI.
They also thought that the creative jobs, like copywriting,
Yep. All done. AI.
the last to go, the first to go.
Yeah. So what I'm basically trying to say is, like, everybody that goes to work with me and Marcel for the next 3 to 6 months, you're gonna get full access to all my AI stack system that I'm using right now for my business. You're gonna get full access to every update. I'm working nonstop. I have 3 full-time employee AI experts that are building AI systems that make our AI DMing AIs better, content creation AIs better. We're gonna build it all into an interface, so you need even less information, you need even less know-how. You don't need any technical experience at all for this. You're gonna get all my updates for the entirety of the time where you work with us. On top, for no extra price whatsoever. Plus, you're gonna get access to me personally on WhatsApp. You have unlimited one-on-one calls with me as long as it kind of makes sense. You have one-on-ones with Marcel. You have full access to my CMO, Robin Baumann. That's the guy that's on the 8-figure award down here. You had full access to him. You get full access to Nico Berger. He's my CSO, my Chief Sales Officer. This guy's closing 8 figures. You gotta get full access to my entire team, all my systems, all my SOPs, all my AI. Who here thinks that would be pretty valuable? Okay, it's really fucking valuable, okay? Without tooting my own horn, it's really fucking valuable. These are the things that help you. If you're a beginner who wants to start their first business, we're gonna help you pick your niche. We're gonna help you craft your offer that you can sell for at least 10K, or if you wanna craft a video course, you wanna sell it for a lower price, we're gonna help you craft your offer from zero. We're gonna tell you exactly what to say, how to frame it. We're gonna tell you who your audience should be. We're gonna tell you what social media account you should start posting. We're gonna give you access to our AIs. I'm gonna look at every single piece of content together with my team to make sure it's good to go. We're gonna build your entire brand from scratch up until you make your first 10K a month, 20K a month, 50K a month. If you wanna keep pushing this thing up to 500K a month, we're gonna guide you the entirety of the journey together one-on-one. On top of that, Marcel is gonna help you with the 2 things that he's the best in the world at, which is what? Mindset, psychological breakthroughs, and sales. You've seen how good fucking Marcel is at speaking. There's one thing that he's even better at is speaking, and that is selling. The first time I saw Marcel, the first time I hung out with him, I come to his villa well, you guys are American, you guys call it mansion. I come to his mansion, first thing he does is he shows me his cars. He's like, oh, it's a Ferrari, I bought it last week, it's not as good as this Aston Martin. Then he complained because they put the fucking ladder next to his Ferrari. And then he's like, oh, let me go upstairs real quick, I'll just do a quick sales call. He literally gets a people in his DMs, like a person in his DMs that just DM'd him, he calls them up and just sells them for $8,000. I shit you not, we have this on camera, okay? Marcel calls this guy up, and the guy's like, hello? He's like, what's up, it's Marcel. Who? The hypnotist. What are you doing? What? Who is this? Anyways, and he just talks to him for 5 minutes, closes him for $8,000. Marcel is gonna teach you that. So if you're a beginner, do you think it's gonna be valuable if Marcel teaches you how to close? You think that's valuable? Hands up. Hell yeah. Amen to that. If you're a business owner already, you have a business, maybe you already have a brand, but you're sick and fucking tired of banging your head against the wall, nothing sticks, you're not going viral, you don't have top of the funnel content, you don't have middle of the funnel content, maybe you have people that help you with editing, but they all suck, the ideas suck, you're not getting traction, you feel like you're screaming out into the void. Do you think it's going to be helpful to get my AI stack system and my proven content so you can actually go viral? Do you think that's helpful if you're a business owner? Hands up. Absolutely. Yeah. We're going to do all this one-on-one. For all of you that are taking this seriously, come see Jack here. Hands up real quick. Yep. Or me, or Marcel. We're gonna be hanging out with you here today the whole time. I'm gonna tell you one thing though, we can't get everyone in, okay? Yesterday, when Marcel and I pitched for people to come here, we wanted to serve as many people as possible, so we pitched relatively hard. With this one-on-one, Marcel and I were human beings. We can only do so many calls or support things ourselves, so it's very, very limited, which is why we're not just gonna sell you something, but we actually ask you to come to us. We're gonna ask you a couple of questions just to make sure that your goals are aligned with what we're doing, that your values are aligned with what we're doing, and if it works out and we see that there's great connection, then we invite you to work with us for one-on-one. We cannot do this with everyone, but anyone who is interested in that, just come to us. I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions, we'll see if there's common ground, and it will help you build up from scratch. Does that sound really fucking cool? Yes. Hell yeah.
What do you find is best for social posting, and do you find some of the tools like it's better to just natively post on the platform?
So I'm personally a fan of native posting because I'm so in the trenches that I love posting things that are natively for the content. Now what I'm working on right now is actually, an AI system. It's not there yet, but all my clients will get access to it, that automatically natifies content for each platform. So if I make a video, an Instagram reel, right, because I love doing stuff on camera, I just feed the link into the AI and say, make this into a LinkedIn text post. And then the LinkedIn post would basically be headline, sub-headline, hooks, rehook, and just makes it a writing from that. So there's a lot of custom agents that you can build from that can do that for you. We're building one right now. That's if you want to natify it. However, there's a ton of tools right now that just post it across all platforms. So for example, if I make a short form video, there's a tool, I forgot the name, but we have it in our AI stack system. You upload it and you basically say, okay, here's my Twitter login, here's my Instagram login, here's my TikTok login, just post it across those platforms. And the way it does it, it communicates to the platform as if it got uploaded natively. It's not like these scheduling platforms that you used to have like 5-6 years ago that would all get detected by the algorithm and then would make it tank. They suck. Now it's all done by specific AI agents that do it and do it in a way that is native. I'm so sorry I forgot the name, but we have it in our training because we literally just gave it. And every time I come across a better one where I'm like, oh, this is even sicker, it's even easier, we just update it within a day or two. Yes.
How you know, in a business where you are your personal brand and creativity may wane or flow, or whatever, you're traveling too, you have a lot of things. How do you stay on a consistent, or do you stay on a consistent schedule, and how do you always stay motivated so you're always, always consistently?
Love it. It's a great question. So for everyone here and also for everyone on Zoom, he said, for a business that is heavily based on content, and if you have a personal brand, especially when you're traveling around the world, how do you stay consistent with A, the creative process, and B, the posting itself? Is that your question? Yeah. Okay, so let's stick with the creative process. I actually am a huge believer in the creative process of being something that is based on momentum. Have you ever tried to make a content piece or like a headline and it took you forever to come up with the first headline? And then it took you like half the time to come up with the second one, A quarter of the time I come up with a third one. And all of a sudden you're 20, 30, 60 minutes in, and you just content, ideas. It's almost like you just turn into a flow state. Kind of like when you do public speaking. Like in the beginning you're a little rusty, you're a little scared. Next thing you know, you're rambling for 2 hours, you're fully in your fucking element, you can go 7 more hours. That's how it is for me. Maybe you're running, right? You look like a fit dude. When you go running, like the first 5 minutes suck. You can barely catch your breath, you can't breathe. 30 minutes in, you get what we call a runner's high. Same goes when you play an instrument. I'm huge into racing. I went to the Nürburgring for the first time. First lap, I like shat my pants. I was like, shit, fuck, because you're in the corner. Third, fourth, fifth lap, you're in the fucking zone. You barely know what happens. You become one with the car. It's exactly the same with content creation. It's hugely momentum based. So what I usually do is, I'm not a fan of you saying, I create a piece of content every day. Fuck that, because it takes you way too long to get into it. What I do is, I sit down about once a month, I sit down, I block out maybe 2 hours, I sit down with my favorite drink, whether it's tea, whether it's like whatever, it's like sugar-free coffee or whatever. I sit down, I blast my favorite music. It's usually Viking music or drum and bass, anything that makes me feel like I'm doing something epic, I'm going to battle, and I just start writing. The thing is, I start writing with my AI. Back in the days, I would write myself. Now I'm just like, give me 10 post ideas about this audience, this niche, and make it in my voice, because it saved my voice, my writing style, so it spits it out exactly my writing style, and it's almost like I'm like just Captain Kirk. I'm just like, this one's good, this one's good, this one's good, now on course, and they create me the whole script. I just read through the scripts, and I'm like, does this resonate with me? Oh, switch out point number 3 with this point. Make it more provocative, make it funnier, make it shorter, make it longer. I literally just, I steer the ship, so to speak. And then within 2 hours, I have like 30, 40, 50 scripts that are gonna serve me for the rest of the month. And then, because again, I have a personal brand, I love speaking to the camera. Back in the days, you'd have to memorize the points you wanted to say, or you needed to be really good at it like Marcel to just do it ad hoc. Nowadays, I have a fucking teleprompter app on my phone. My clients get access to the same app. I read it off the fucking screen. I could be sick with fever, I could be tired, I could be burnt out, I could feel zero creativity, I could just hate my guts on that day. I read the thing off the screen. I press the record button and it shows me the words and I speak the words into the camera. I'm reading them off the fucking screen. A monkey could do this. Or if I feel especially lazy, I send the script to one guy, one virtual assistant, and I'm like, have the AI avatar say the script. Literally, and it's my voice, and it speaks, and it moves its fucking mouth, and it looks like me. Really sick. But it's hugely momentum-based. To answer your question, it's momentum-based. Sit down once or twice a month to do all the content for you, and then then you can repurpose it. And then in terms of planning, I use these reposting tools that you asked me earlier, where I forgot the name, sorry about that. I use these reposting tools to basically say, here's the next 30 content ideas, post them once a day at 6 p.m. Central European time, have fun. That's it. Like, the stuff gets posted all the time. When I was on stage yesterday, I had like 4 content pieces being posted just while I was doing my speech. On YouTube, on the podcast, on LinkedIn, on Max Tornow business account, on a Max Viral account, and on Twitter, I think, as well. It's really cool. And the cool thing is, by the way, like, I love creating content. I love that. Like, there's 2 things that I love most in my company. It's creating content and helping my clients. These are the 2 things that I'm still doing myself. Everything else, I've delegated. Sales team, optimizations, onboarding, bookkeeping, most of it is either AIs or VAs or team members. Because I'm like, I don't want to deal with this shit. I dealt with sales for 2 years to build up the team. Now the team just closes on autopilot. Literally, as I checked my phone earlier, more money came in. And I'm now just doing like, I'm super excited about the AI stuff because I keep automating more and more things for me and my business and my clients. And I love talking to my clients. And I love doing content. And the cool thing is, what I do now with all the spare time from creating the short form videos and all that, I just do podcasts. Podcast is with me, 2-hour conversations with me. And I just sit down with the coolest people in the world, like Marcel, I've had him on, I've had Ty Lopez on, I've had Justin Walder on, I've had Lara Acosta on. I'm literally talking to people that I've been admiring for years, like literally my heroes. And that's the craziest part, I didn't even mention that, folks. That's so fucking sick. When I started the podcast, it's not even the biggest podcast in the world. It has like 3,000 subscribers or something. I'm like, I made a list of like all the greatest people that I would love to meet and talk to in my life. I made a list, and one afternoon I felt really good. I just like copy-paste messaged all of them. Every single one of them got back to me and said yes. I was like, holy fuck. This is the stupidest, simplest thing I've ever done that works. Like the stupidest, simplest thing I've ever done that works was the Max Tornow podcast. I'm like, holy shit, I can't believe I get to talk to this person for 2 hours for free and get paid for it, because obviously people who come then and say, I've been watching your podcast, I'm becoming your client. It gives me the stamp of legitimacy. It's really fucking epic. So, and by the way, for some of you that are gonna work with me and Marcel for 3 to 6 months, depending on the level we want to work with you, you can be featured on my podcast as well. So for some of you, you can literally be on my podcast where we're going to talk for 2 hours. I'm going to promote your brand, even if you're starting from scratch. Some of you, I can't do this with all of them, but there's a special feature for some folks that could use this, where if you're starting from scratch, this will give you a huge boost of legitimacy for your business. If you already have a business, this will give you access to my entire list of followers, and they'll all become aware of your business. So that's one thing that I can add for some of the people that are going to work very closely, tightly with me. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Awesome. You have one, yeah.
Yeah, I've got 2 questions. One, if you don't have a social media, is there a ramp-up time for like the algorithm and like if you're starting from scratch?
No, not at all. So he had a good question. He's like, what if I don't have a social media yet and I start from scratch? Generally speaking, yes, there is a ramp-up time because you want to warm up, you want to create an audience, but most importantly, that has less to do with the algorithm. It has more to do with your ramp-up of the skill set. Because AI is going to do, we always say like 95%. We say it's going to do 95% for you, but the last 5% is still like you're Captain Kirk, you're sitting on the bridge of the Enterprise, you still kind of need to tell it where to go, right? You still need to tell it, I like the script, but make these changes. So you need to be a little bit in control and think. That's like the last 5% of it. So that's usually the ramp up phase. That's where you kind of need to learn how to yield the power that AI gives you, right? You need to learn how to yield the lightsaber, so to speak. You're like Luke Skywalker with the thingy. You need to learn how to use this incredibly powerful weapon that AI is. But if you do it right, and you're lucky, a little bit of luck is always involved. I've told you this before, we had a client, his name is Babar. He got 2 point something million and 300,000 followers literally overnight with his first fucking reel. But to be fully honest, I don't wish that for you, because it's only downhill from there on. Like if you go viral with your first reel, it's unlikely that your second reel is going to go viral too. But now you're going to have this expectation. So I actually prefer the slow gradual build up over the person that goes viral overnight. But it can happen. We always say you're one short form video away from changing your entire life. Like that guy that got over 2 million views on his first fucking reel, I told you, it's like for the next 6 months he was completely booked out. That one fucking reel that he did changed his entire fucking business. Made him like, I don't think he made 7 figures, but multiple 6 figures from one 30-second reel. Imagine that. Imagine you wake up that day, you put on your shirt, put on pants, shoes, put on the microphone, you take your phone out, you press the button, you speak in, you press upload, you made multiple 6 figures. Imagine that. I'm not saying that's how it is going to be, but I'm like, that's the one video that can change your life. I've had this multiple times. I've gone viral with multiple videos. Some were absolutely planned, where I deliberately went through the viral checklist that I've shared earlier. Some were literally goofing around. We used to have this procedure when I lived in Tokyo for a month. I told this earlier. I went with my videographer back then, and we had this like standard procedure was we're going to go to the Grand Hyatt in Roppongi? Who has been to Tokyo? Roppongi, yeah, Roppongi, the district in Tokyo, the rich people district. So we lived right next to that. We went to the Grand Hyatt Hotel in Roppongi. They had a 24-hour jazz band in a lounge there. You could go at any time, and you could order cigars and smoke cigars in the lounge. Our standard procedure was to go there, order a cappuccino and cigars, and just goof around and write funny content, literally. And we're sitting there, literally. We're sitting there, and I'm like, I remembered there was this famous interview of 50 Cent where he said, sleep? I don't sleep. Sleep is for those people who are broke. It's 20 years ago, that interview. And here I am smoking cigars in Tokyo, and I'm like, and I'm like, shoelaces? Shoelaces are for people who are broke. And all of a sudden we started making all this like X is for people who are broke content. And I went viral like 6 times with that, meaning at least 500,000 views 6 times. It was living in Bali is for people who are broke. We came out, I'm like smoking cigars, just goofing around, like living in Bali is for people who are broke. Write this down. OnlyFans is for people who are broke. Android is for people who are broke. These are all videos that went viral. Walking is for people who are broke. I was walking down the street it was 1 month later, we're in Paris. And we're walking down the street to get macarons, you know, these stupid cookies that or whatever they're called. And I'm like, I want macarons. We were there with like 2 of my friends, and they're like, I want macarons. So we go walk from one place to the other to find these stupid macarons. And I tell my camera guy, turn the iPhone on, film me, and I'm like, walking is for people who are broke. You got to do the premium version of walking, which is on your treadmill desk while working, make millions. And it's just stupid bantering. Like I clearly don't actually think walking is for people who are broke, but went viral with this. In fact, Tank Sinatra, he's like a big influencer, he featured me on his account like 2 weeks ago, and that's a video from 1 year ago because of that. So I went, and that's a crazy thing too. Sometimes you create content pieces and they don't do anything, and then a year later they go fucking viral. You're one short form video away from going viral, changing your entire life. It's absolutely insane. Yeah. Does that answer your question? I forgot what the question was.
Yeah, no, that does. Nice.
Okay, good.
Do you use affiliate accounts like to post all your stuff like multiple times?
Yes, it's called clipping. So his question is, do you use affiliate accounts that post your content all the time? Yes, I do, but it's not my main. It's not my main focus right now. We want to build something for 2025. We want to build like a whole interface where people can post our affiliate stuff, where we pay them for like $1,000 for like 100,000 clicks or something like that, where we actually pay people out like that. It is something that I want to work on later, 2025, because I know it's a thing. That's how Andrew Tate got big. He doesn't have his own account. Andrew Tate does not have a social media account. He has Twitter, but he doesn't have an Instagram. He doesn't have an it's all just people reposting his stuff. He built a whole ecosystem like that. It's great. We teach this to our clients in the system there too. Yes?
So as a content creator, you kind of battle with virality versus niche, right? So for you, when you're making dating content,
Yeah.
you have 2 smoking hot blonde girls next to you at a party with a caption saying like approach more girls, like 100,000 views.
Yeah.
What if we break down, okay, how to, you know, have a better mindset to get more of a dating market? Of course, the hot girls do better, but the niche videos less than, you know what I'm trying to say. It's like, what's better to do?
What's better to do? Top of funnel versus middle of funnel? Both.
I guess.
So that's a very good question that I usually get, especially when they see the breakdown of the funnel thingy. Let me get up, man, my knees are fucked up. So he asked a very good question. He said, if I look at this top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel schematic here, what do I post more? Do I post more top funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel? The real answer is it depends on the context. In my position right now, as of January this year, we're in a situation where we have too many leads. We're literally drowning in leads. We just doubled our sales team and we're still drowning in leads. In fact, we're now like, compared to the ad spend on top, we've become like 80% less efficient because we can't handle all the leads anymore. We're always behind. So meaning people come book calls with us, we cannot call them because we're missing the manpower right now because it takes us like 2 weeks for people to ramp up to take over calls. So right now we're in a situation where I'm definitely not going to do bottom of the funnel. I'm not looking to convert people into money right now because I cannot call them. So even if I want to make more money and I want to make more calls, I couldn't do that because we're already fully clogged up with people wanting to buy my shit. So I'm not going to do bottom of funnel right now. What I'm focusing on instead is top of funnel and middle of funnel because I'm preparing my next wave of sales. The moment my current sales team is trained, ready to crush, and we have more calendar availability, I have all the people that I'm hitting with top of funnel and middle of the funnel right now. I'm going to post one call to action and boom, we're again full for the next 4 weeks. Does that make sense? So context for me is I'm not going to do bottom of funnel because that's not what I need right now. If you're getting started right now, business, you want to start one?
Me?
Yeah, just start random context.
I'm like middle. I'm like 20, 30K a month.
Okay, so if you're at 20, 30K a month and you say, look, my sales team is ready, we want to get more people, but we're already closing everybody that's following me. We need more people to become aware of who we are and what we do. I would do like 80% top of funnel right now. 80% top of funnel right now, 10% middle of funnel, and 10% bottom of funnel just to maintain the 20, 30K cash collected or revenue what you're making right now. So because right now you want to grow, especially if you're in the beginning, you're starting from scratch. When you start working with us one-on-one, we're going to do top of funnel, top of funnel, top of funnel, top of funnel, like 99% of the time. We just want to build a brand. We just want to hit that virality to make you blow up ASAP. When you then have whatever, 5,000 followers, 10,000 followers, depending on the niche, even if you have less, if you sell very high ticket, we would then move on to middle of funnel and say, okay, we're going to warm these folks up for the next 2 weeks, and then we're going to start sprinkling in bottom of funnel call to actions. And that's how you then convert these people. So it always depends. And within every business, within each and every cycle of like 2 to 4 week increments, you change between these, depending on how your calendar availability is, how much money you want to be making, how fast you want to money be making, and whether or not you want to grow. Does that make sense? It's kind of like, imagine, I always compare it with the dating game, right? Let's say you just recently got single, you want to get back to the dating market. What are you going to do first? You're gonna go out a lot, right? Whether you're a girl or a boy, you're gonna go out a lot, talk to a lot of people, because you're gathering leads. You're gonna do top of funnel, right? You're gonna get a bunch of phone numbers. You're gonna get a bunch of Instagram connections, a bunch of people with potential, right? What you're now gonna do the next week is you're gonna go on a bunch of dates with all these people to see what they're all about. Who is interested in me? Who am I interested in? That's all middle funnel. That's warming people up. And then once you know whatever, out of the 50 people that I talked to the last 2 weeks, 5 of them I went on a date with, 2 of them I vibed with, 1 of them stopped replying, the other 2 I hate it. So there's gonna be 2 people that I'm gonna be now bottom of the funnel. The 2 people I'm gonna go on more dates and see what comes out, and then eventually I'm gonna get married with 1 of them. That's a horrible schematic, but you get the gist, right? It's a great analogy. Now let's say, for example, you've just gone out, you've went on a party week, and you have such a good time, and you have like 200 people in your connections, 200 phone numbers, 200 Instagram connections. You're not going to do top of funnel anytime soon. You're now just going to work on middle and bottom of the funnel for the next 3 to 4 weeks, or however long it takes you. Any other questions? And by the way, folks, like for you guys, like go talk to Marcel and Jack outside. We'd love to work with you guys one-on-one. Like your questions were really fucking good. What's holding you back right now?
What's holding me back right now, I just haven't been posting content regularly. I run a coaching business, and I've kind of got sucked into the management and all this stuff. And
Classic, yeah.
I didn't have a good ops partner, but I believe I solved that last week. And
nice.
I'm really excited to get back into things.
Good. What keeps you from talking to us?
I just hired content strategists.
Have him come with us. Like we'll literally train him for you. We'll train him. We'll give you content strategists, all of our strategies, all our SOPs, and all our AIs. We do this all the time. Like part of my one-on-one coaching is you bring your staff on, we'll literally teach them, bring them, like you don't need to do anything. So it's even easier because you don't have to implement it, you just send your content strategies, we'll train that person up, bring them up to speed, everything. Just so you know, right? Not selling you or anything, I'm literally just telling you how we're doing it. Yeah, it's pretty sick. Any other questions? Yep. Can you speak up? Very good question, very good question. She says, how do you craft an offer that people want that cannot be replaced by AI? I don't see it as either or. That's a big first one thing I want to give you here. I don't see it as like, how can I like not do AI? I see it as an and. How can I craft an offer and how can I use AI to leverage AI so it plays in my favor? There's one way where I came up with this, right? Because I didn't use, like a year ago, there was no AI component of any of my coachings. But then I thought to myself, like, well, let me use AI to automate a lot of my content, right? To get out of the procedures and out of the SOPs and all that shit. How do I leverage AI? Oh, it works super well for me. And then I'm like, all my friends that are coaches, right? Like I have a huge network of coaches. I'm like, hey guys, like, are you using this? Like, oh, go use our fucking tool. And people are like, this is so sick. Can I implement this? How much does it cost? And then I started implementing it into my offer. But the other, because I said and, right? So AI should be one of the components of your offer. The other side should be the human touch points, right? So when I told you guys, go work with me and Marcel one-on-one, that's arguably the biggest value proposition, my one-on-one attention, my experience, because we're human beings. Fact, we don't necessarily only care about the best or the best type of information. We also care about the humans. If I was just a robot, like a fucking screen of a robot with a speaker saying the same words that I'm saying, you wouldn't resonate with it because we're still human beings. Like our croc brains still want to resonate with another human being. Funny enough, people are not going to buy the person that has the most certificates. People are not going to buy the person that has made the most money or is the top #1 person. Like I could bring up some other guy that makes 100 million and not 10 million. People would still also buy from me because they could maybe resonate more with my voice, with my demeanors, with my stupid jokes, with the way I talk, with my background story, and so on and so forth. So you still absolutely are going to have a human component. I think the human component is going to become less important, but it's going to take much longer. I think it's going to take 1 to 2 generations of humans that then stop caring about the human component. But our generation right now will still always crave human touch points, whatever your offer is. What do you have a rough idea what your offer is? I'll help you craft it right now.
That's the hardest thing. Like, I don't know what offer to craft.
Mm-hmm.
Two different things that I'm trying to do.
What are the two different things you're trying to do? And please do speak up. I'm an old man, I can't hear.
Right now, I do like freelance marketing, but I also want to do like coaching. So I don't know.
Perfect. But the general direction is marketing.
See, I don't know.
Because you said you want to do coaching, so I assumed you want to do coaching in marketing, or you want to do coaching in a different direction?
Coaching like personal development.
Okay, love it. Okay, love it. So you want to do 100% coaching development. You don't want to do the marketing at all as a done for you service or anything? Because you could also say, I like the personal development. I'm going to use my marketing knowledge to build my own business, but it's not going to be part of my offer. Do I get that right? Is that what you want to do? Okay, let's just assume, right? You can always change your mind later too. So she just basically said, like, I have a background in marketing as a freelancer, and I would love to do coaching, and I want to coach personal development. So, and I asked her specifically, do you want to do something with the marketing background? Do you want to have this part of your offer, or do you just want to use that experience to build the coaching business and the personal development? She said, I don't want to offer anything in marketing, I just want to use it in the background, which is totally fine. By the way, same as with me, with my business now, the business consulting, I have a huge background in dating and personal development for fucking 10, 15 years now. I don't want to have this in my offer anymore, right? I capped that out, I maxed that out. I don't want to be known necessarily as the dating coaching guy anymore. I'm 34 fucking years old. You can't do this forever. But I will use the knowledge when I do public speaking, when I coach my clients, when I create content creation. But it's human psychology in essence, right? I will still use it. I'm not going to make it part of my offer though. So that's the first thing. Second thing is the first step that you need to do when you create an offer, you need to define two things. You need to define the end result that you're delivering, and you need to define the target audience, meaning the who and the what. What are you going to deliver as an end result, and to whom, right? Do you have a rough idea who are the kind of people you want to work with? Men, women, age bracket, income level, something like that? Where they live? See, I see you rattling. That's important for you. It's important to go through this because everybody starts with, I want to help anyone, right? That's what you're probably thinking right now. It's like, well, I want to help anyone. Like, anyone that needs help, right? Sounds beautiful, love it, respect it, not going to work. You need to have a specific audience. Now, when you think about the audience, there's kind of like, imagine it like a couple circles, okay? There's like concentric circles that you want to look at with your audience. We're going to break down how to find a target audience that fits for you. Is that valuable for anyone? Find a target audience, people that you can serve? Okay, cool. There's multiple circles that need to overlap. I'm going to make this circle 1. That's you. That's one way of defining your audience. For me, when I started with my first business, I was a 20-year-old male, fucking nerdy as hell, no girl would ever want to talk to him. I'm like, that's going to be the guys that I'm going to target. Guys that are like me, right? So when you say you're female, 23 years old? 20 years old? Okay. You're 20 years old, female. What's your background? What have you done in your life? Do you feel shy? You're specifically charismatic in something? What made you come into personal development?
A lot of anxiety and stress.
Mm-hmm.
All of that.
Got it. You obviously, you don't need to go too much into details here. I get it. 20 years old, F for female, anxiety, stress, etc. What am I writing? Stress, etc. Okay, so that's you. So you could, for example, take this circle and be like, okay, my audience is going to be female, in their 20s, they want to get rid of anxiety and stress, pressure at university, pressure at college, pressure in school, pressure in their career, etc., etc. That's one circle, okay? There's another circle that slightly overlaps with this circle, okay? What's your dream client like, financially? Probably people that make money, right? I guess, right? You don't want to work with people that can't afford you. So there's going to make a little cash thingy here, okay? There's probably a subsection of 20-year-old females that deal with anxiety and stress. They're exactly in here, that have money. These could be 20-year-olds with rich parents, right? This could be girls in their 20s that already have a business. This could be girls in their 20s that do, they're business owners, models, OnlyFans, influencers, the subsection of women that are in your age brackets that makes money, right? Then there's, for example, a third third one here that overlaps right here. That is, you say you want to work only with women that are in the US. Why? Because you can't resonate with women that are in Europe. You can't resonate with women that don't speak English. So there's probably a section here that overlaps with who you are in your 20s, female, anxiety, stress, that have money and that live in the US. So that is exactly this subsection here. You could leave it at these 3 circles. You could add a 4th circle, you could add a 5th circle, but the way you do it is you narrow the target audience down, okay? Everybody get this. You're narrowing it down. You go from, I can help anyone, to like, I can help a specific subset of people. I did exactly the same with my business as well, right? I don't just want to help anyone. Here's the AI thing, good luck, right? I'm like, okay, I want to help people that either want to start their business or are already in business. That's one of the circles. Then I want to work with people that have the proper mindset, they're ready to change. I don't want to work with freeloaders that want to have free shit all the time, that want to fucking hand holding all the time. I want people that are going to take my advice, they're going to implement, they're going to ask the right questions, that are motivated, that have a great fucking mindset, which is the reason why I give this offer to work one-on-one with me only here. I don't give this offer to work one-on-one with me to a lot of people. Most people that come to me, I'm going to give them group coaching, which is fucking non-stop, epic nonetheless, but I don't offer one-on-one to everybody. I offer one-on-one here to you guys and girls because you have the what is it called, the precondition already fulfilled, that you're action takers, that you're not lazy freeloaders, and that you know the value of time because you're here and this is a paid event, and because you've been learning from ourselves. So that's one of the circles for me, right? So you want to create these concentric circles until you narrow down a pretty nice dope audience. That's the first part of your offer creation, the audience. The second part is what I mentioned earlier, and that is the end result. Here's the deal. I'm gonna leave this up actually. Here's the deal. Especially with offers like yours, personal development. What is personal development really? Let's think for a second, let's use our brains. What is personal development? Is it an end result? No, it's a tool. It's a vehicle to get you to the end result. Just like exercising is the tool to get you to lose weight, to get you to build muscle, right? You would never ever say, hey, I teach you how to exercise, right? As a fitness coach, you wouldn't say that. I teach you how to fucking exercise. Nobody cares about that. Nobody lies awake at night thinking, if only I knew how to exercise properly. Nobody lies awake at night. People lie awake at night telling themselves what? If only I could be in better shape. If only I had bigger shoulder muscles. If only I had a six-pack. If only I had a better body, I would get all the girls, I would get all the money, I would drive around the Lambo, I would walk down the beach, and everybody would look at me, all my friends would be jealous. That's end result type of thinking. So when you say I want to do personal development, I love it, but now we got to think of the personal development tool is a tool to get to my clients, these folks here, what result? That's something you can think about. This is what we do with our clients one-on-one all the time. And we also have AI to do the content research for you, by the way. We literally feed that information into AI. We do this on the back end ourselves with our clients, and the AI is going to spit out the results because it does all the potential client research for us. This process here that I'm teaching you here used to take about 2 to 3 weeks with our clients. Now with AI, it takes about an hour. So what I'm doing with you here, we do with our clients one-on-one. It's pretty epic. So what are the kind of end results that these people in this audience here, in this fictitious example, are gonna want? The ideal life of this person, if you imagine that person to be a real human walking on the street, what is the ideal life that they're picturing? What is keeping them awake at night? Anything, just improvise. I'm putting you on the spot here, I'm such an asshole.
Just they're just frustrated.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Love it. How would you summarize that? Stress-free, less frustrated?
Just more joy, peace, alignment.
Now we're getting somewhere. Love it. Just for everybody on Zoom as well. She said the end result that the people in this bracket here would look for is more joy, more peace, more alignment in their life. Love it. Now let's extrapolate that. Imagine I'm a female in my 20s. I have more joy, more peace, more alignment. How would that be reflected in my career? Would I work in a job that makes me happier than my previous job? Probably, yeah. Would I maybe climb up the career ladder? Probably, yeah. Would I be able to work harder and achieve more? Probably, yeah. Would it make me more money? Probably, yeah. What would that result in my personal life? Would I stay away from toxic relationships? Probably, yeah. Would I attract a higher quality man? Probably, yeah. How would that help me with my relationship with my father and mother? Would probably be better. If I had any sort of toxicity in there, I would probably be able to work on that, right? Rekindle the relationship with my parents. What would that happen with my self-respect internally? It would probably create more self-love for me. And now we're talking about benefits. Do you see how we turned a tool, a hammer, into a beautiful frame on the wall? Living more stress-free, having more joy in life, climbing up the career ladder, becoming more successful in both my financial life as well as in my relationship life. Now you can call it you can give it a cool name, right? The health, wealth, love, and relationship lifestyle, right? The four L's. Love, I don't know, some word with L that makes sense with finances. You can put that in the chat GPT, for example. What I'm saying is you can give it a cool name, right? And that's basically it. So now you've turned a tool into an end result. So now we've literally, what we've done over the last 7 minutes, we've turned a vague niche idea into this is what I deliver and to whom. And that sounds way sexier than, oh, I'm a personal development coach. If I come to you and I say, what do you do? And you say, I'm a personal development coach, it goes in here and it goes out here. But when you say, I help females in their 20s live a life full of more fulfillment, better relationship, and climb up the career ladder, I'm like, wow, wait, really? That sounds fucking sick. Tell me more about what you do. That's the essence of marketing. This is human psychology of marketing. Really simple. Now with that in mind, you feed that information that we've just worked out, you feed that information into our AI stack system. On the ideation level, up here, it will come up with 10 content ideas. So this is usually 10 first content ideas. Which one do you want to work on? You pick content idea number 3, spit out the entire script for you. You want to do it with your face, it will tell you exactly what to say. You don't want to do it with your face, you say create a faceless content idea for me, it will tell you faceless content idea. You feed it into the creation part. You can create an AI avatar who speaks this into the camera. You can create clips, you can get writing, or you speak it into yourself. You have it edited by AI, you publish it. Literally, if this was us today working one-on-one, you'd literally have your first 5 to 10 content ideas by the end of the day, shot and published. Overnight, you might be already going viral. By the end of the week, you might already get your first clients in the DMs. Hey, can I work with you? Hey, how much is it? Now we put a price tag on what you coach. We create an offer bundle for you where we say, okay, if I sign up with you here tonight as a 20-year-old female, I pay you $9,000. For the $9,000, they get a weekly Zoom call with you. They're gonna get cool PDFs. You're gonna work with them on a specific set of goals, and you're gonna work with them for the next 2 to 6 months. Boom. You could literally within a week make your first 10K. That's how it will look like. Does that make sense? Beautiful. Thank you. That's how it looks like. I think especially for people that are starting with business, and I know that a lot of the veteran business owners here in the audience can resonate with that. Creating a business is really elusive and complicated. You feel really overwhelmed, especially in the beginning. Like, how the fuck do I make an offer? What do I do? Where do I post? I know I need to do something with social media. I'm just gonna start posting. People stumble into business, especially on the content creation side. But when you treat it like a systematic SOP, you denote who you help first, then you denote what the end result is, then you define the offer, then you define a price point, then you use AI to create the content, then you start posting. Within a fucking week, you can make 5 figures. If you have a B2B offer where your audience is businesses, you can make your first fucking 6 figures within your first week. You make your first fucking 6-figure deal. Where's my phone? I've had one of my clients, he's a little bit more advanced. He's been in business for a couple of months, but he just created a new offer. I think it was either last week or 2 weeks ago. I'm gonna pull this up real quick, just to show you that's real. That was Friday the 17th of January, so exactly 1 week ago. You can't see it. For people with eagle eyes, 75K close, no joke. One single day, $75,000. That's B2B niche, right? We've deployed some of the AI systems that I've talked to you about. Been coaching him one-on-one, make $75,000 in a single fucking day. And then I asked him on the same day, I'm like, how's it going for this month in total? He's like, I made a 75K close, then I got a 15K upsell, who decided to get 8 more reps. He's at 92K last Friday. $92,000 in a single month. So if you have a great target audience, if you know what you're doing, if you're doing it with the right help, doing it with the right mentors, you can also make your first 6 figures in your first week. That's not the norm though. It's not the norm. Unless you're in B2B, if you're in a B2C regular offer, you can make your first 5 figures in the first couple of weeks or first week. Still pretty fucking cool. You know, like I still take it. Yes?
As far as call to actions, how often do you recommend it? I feel like sometimes Charlie, you're doing it too much. Like, well, you still know what your offer is.
Same. You asked me the same question earlier, man. It depends. If you're like, my calendar is fucking full, I can't work off all the leads, I'm not going to do call to action. If you open your laptop on a Monday and you're like, got no leads today, nobody coming in, week looks meager, let me knock out a couple call to actions. Literally like what Marcel said yesterday. I love that part of his story where he's like, didn't know what to do, he made a story, hey, if you want me to help you one-on-one with this and this, DM me. He went for a fucking dinner or whatever, 2 hours later he had like 50 DMs. So it all depends on your situation right now. If you're like, I have no leads, throw out fucking call to actions and go hard. And give me really awesome value. Hey, for the next 5 people that are gonna write me in the chat or in the DMs right now, they're gonna get this and this free one-on-one call. And then in the free one-on-one call, you pitch them for 10K. If you have a ton of leads already and you're like, dude, I'm gonna be on fucking calls the next 4 days, I'm not gonna do a call to action. I'm gonna do top of funnel and middle of the funnel. So it all depends where you are right now. Yeah, yes. No, from New York, right?
Yes.
Yeah, love it, beautiful, East Coast.
I'll take that personal brand.
Take that.
My question is about like your individual voice, because when you feed things into the AI, then it becomes like, buzzwords kind of like, sounds like everyone else.
Yeah.
And the whole point of personal branding is like have your own personal, like uniqueness.
Yeah.
So can you just talk about like how your system kind of brings that out, that personality? Super easy.
So, fun enough, at my level, I literally tell it, write it in the style of Max Tornow, and it knows it because I have an established brand, which is really eerie. And then it writes stuff, I'm like, that's exactly how I would say it. It's really funny. And I tell some clients that have a similar personality to me, to just like write in the Max Tornow, it will fit to them as well. If you're not at that level yet, it's really simple. What we're basically building for each and every one of our one-on-one clients, we're building a, how would you call it, like a data set of your voice, which could be, I would say, at minimum 3 posts that you've written yourself, if it's written posts, right? Let's say, for example, you've written 3 Facebook articles or like little mini LinkedIn posts. It could also be transcripts of videos that you've shot already. If you say, hey, I've done a YouTube video where I talk 10 minutes about my whatever XYZ, it doesn't even need to be, even if it has 0 fucking views. You transcribe it, you feed it into the AI, and then you tell the AI, hey, write this next post, but refer to the data set that we've given you and write it in that tone and style. And it will analyze it, both in terms of what words you're using, what type of writing style you have, if you're speaking authoritative, if you're speaking in colloquially, if you're speaking in business jargon, if you have specific jargon words that you're using. For example, if you're in a niche that has a specific type of wordings that you're using, right? Like if I talk business, I'm gonna use words like revenue, top line profit, and so on and so forth. It will analyze all this and it will put the output in that tone and writing style. So for newer clients, we usually give the AI a PDF of like 2 to 3 pages of their writings or transcripts from YouTube videos, and then it spits everything out in that voice. And then over time, we can update it so it becomes more and more detailed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. I'm literally just in the process of doing that with Claude.
Love it.
I have my
Yeah,
first
Claude is great.
Claude around that. It's probably going to take some time, but definitely the concept.
It's the best thing ever. And then on the back end, so if you know Claude, I can tell a little bit more how it works on the back end. We then feed it because we work with ChatGPTs and with Claude, and I like Claude more and more. So we're going to move more and more away from ChatGPT and more to Claude because the output's better. The other thing that we give Claude is we don't just say like write it in that writing style and refer in regards to the writing style to XYZ PDF. We also give it that viral checklist that I showed you. Where we're at, it was, nope, it was not this one. This viral checklist, nope. This viral checklist that I showed you This version exists in like way greater details. I'm talking about like a multi-page PDF that we feed all of our custom built GPTs and Claudes, and we basically say whatever you're posting, make it adhere to this checklist. So when you're giving me an output, don't just make it in the tone and style of the one PDF that we're giving you, but make sure it follows this exact structure. Make sure it has a hook, make sure it has stakes, make sure it has a payoff, make sure you cut out all the ofs, and make sure it has shareability. So it explains all the concepts you explain all the concepts to it, and then the output follows that exact framework. It's pretty epic. So it's just like you're like, make a post about whatever. What's your niche?
I coach women executives.
Perfect. So you probably coached them how to communicate better, how to climb up the career ladder?
Yeah, and how to influence and lead change and deal with gender bias once they're there.
Perfect. So you literally say, make a post about women in executive positions and how to deal with gender bias. Go. Your voice, viral checklist, it will give you 10 ideas. I like idea number 3. Give me the whole script. I don't like the hook, make the hook shorter. Give me 5 options for the hook. I like hook number 3, combine it with a post, done. And then it usually breaks it down for you. Like, here's the headline, here's the body, here's this, here's what I focused on, because it communicates with you, and then you just like, give it to me ready for copy paste for LinkedIn. Zik, copy paste, LinkedIn, done. It's pretty epic. Yeah, by the way, I have a client who's in the exact same niche. She's at 50K a month now. Super cool. It's great niche, because it's niche, it's powerful, it's modern, and it targets people that have money, right? If you remember the green circle from earlier. Super good niche.
So can you have 2 clients who are in the same niche?
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. She's doing it in Europe, so if you're doing US, fuck yeah. Have you talked to Marcel yet? Go talk and fill out the thingy. Let's go make some money. Would love to work with you. Also because I spoke to you earlier and I'm like, you're focused, you know what you want, love it. And that's like people I've talked to here. This sounds super woo-woo. Just bear with me. People I've talked to here, I can see it in your eyes. You're on it. Really, I can see. I've worked with people for like 15 years very intensely. I can see it in their eyes. If they have these like lazy eyes, like, hey, yeah, I don't know, maybe kinda, like maybe, you know. I know they're not on point, but everybody here that I spoke to today is like, oh yeah, I want this, I want that, let's go make it happen. You're awake, you're wide awake. That's why I'm saying I would love to work with you too, because it's fucking awesome. There's a difference between the people who were here yesterday at the free event and the people that are at a paid event. I hate to say this, but there's this big saying of like, those who pay attention. At the free event, I saw a lot of people that were dabblers. They were all unsuccessful. They were all unhappy, and you could see it in their eyes why that is. And then people at the paid events are always more awake, they're always more there, they take everything much more to their heart. You get through to them much more easily. You have to do much less work to get through to them, to give them the good content. Maybe for the folks who have been here yesterday and today, you've noticed it too. We can go much deeper on the content. Has anybody noticed this today? The content today is much more applicable, much less fluff, much more like, this is what you fucking gotta do. If I would do this yesterday, most people wouldn't get it. It would literally go over their head. The content that Marcel gave today, earlier as well, you cannot put that type of content to a free crowd. They wouldn't fucking get it. What was my content yesterday? Remember? It was kind of like just my story and like a couple like super base level lessons. Like, oh yeah, like you dream big, you know, if I can have a goal, like, and people are like, yeah, like they love that shit. They ate it up, which is cool. Not judging. It's cool. It's perfect. It's perfect to get people in, and I appreciated the living hell out of each and every one. But I couldn't have brought this content. There would have been people on the phone. There would be people going outside, except for him. He's on the phone right now, but he's implementing on the phone. I know. Exactly. Love it. People wouldn't have fucking gotten it. It's too deep. It's like a Stanley Kubrick movie that you're trying to show to like a bunch of people that are drunk partying. They're like, it's boring, you know. But for the paid events, you can go much deeper, and we're gonna go much deeper tomorrow, and we're gonna go much deeper on Sunday because it stacks the fuck up, which is really fucking powerful. So just words of appreciation here. I fucking love it. Real quick, you, and then we'll go back to you. Yeah.
Does the content strategy change when you're moving from, like, say, a product or a service to more of an experience-based business?
Can you repeat that and a little bit slower? Sorry.
So, like, content strategy, does it change when you're targeted more towards like a product or a service, or you're moving more towards like an experience-based business?
What's an experience business, for example? Give me an example.
Let's say I do trips, we bring in like influence, we do content creation, we do like yachts, we do houses. Basically, what it's supposed to do is supposed to like awaken someone to the next level of what they've experienced and to make more money. And
Yeah. For experiences, it's a lot less. Let me see if I wrote that down. Yeah, it's a lot less about the payoff and the takeaway, because you're not necessarily giving me content. You're not necessarily teaching me new things. It's a lot more about emotions and this concept that we call show, don't tell. All right. So in your experiences, you said, well, like I create content with you, invite you on a yacht trip, and we film you there. What is it?
Yeah, so we do like content trips, but it's also like experience. We get like a yacht, pretty much like models and influencers.
Sick.
Like entrepreneurs.
Okay, sick. Love it, love it. So obviously the content I would create here, or the content I would not create here, would be you talking to the camera, hey, come to the yacht, it's gonna be great, there's gonna be models, this is what it's gonna be, speak, here. I wouldn't do that. I would show, not tell. So the content I would do instead would be, the hook would mostly be a visual hook, and B, a text hook, right? What would be the visual hook?
Beautiful women.
Amen, I was gonna say that. Beautiful women dancing on a yacht, sunset, you on a fucking jet ski, smiling, dancing, bikinis, sunglasses, six-pack, cool music, visual hook, right? Text hook would probably be something like, POV, you just got the best birthday present ever, right? Which kind of already tells the story. Or like POV, your best friend from high school just blew your mind with the best present ever. POV, you just gave your girlfriend the best anniversary ever, right? These are shareable POVs, by the way. POV, your girlfriend and you shared your passion for anime for 10 years, and it's a trip to Tokyo. Right, and you're eating sushi, you're feeding each other sushi, you're having fun in the fucking Tokyo skyline in the background. So it would be very heavily visual hooks plus text-based hooks, and much more showing, not telling. And it's all. I would also use trending audio, by the way. You could potentially use this as an extra point here. Trending audio. Trending audio is less important if you have spoken content that is more like authority-based. But with content like this is show, don't tell, and reach a lot more people. And also what I would do is, if it is somehow locally based, like it's only trips within LA or within California, I would always make sure, talk about hashtags earlier, the lady asked it earlier, I would make sure that the text or the music or the visuals would include keywords for the place that the events are taking place in. So if you're doing it in California, I would show California landmarks. I would talk about California in the text somewhere. I would maybe have a song that includes the word California, because that tells the algorithm, yo, this is specific for people in California, let's play it out predominantly for people in Cali. And the crazy thing is here, by the way, the algorithm AIs of the platforms detect landmarks now. So if you show the Pier of California, it will recognize it. And it'll be like, this is the Pier of California. Like on average in these 15 seconds, you see California landmarks in like 8 out of these 15 seconds, and it will categorize it as relevant for people in California. It's pretty crazy.
What if it's like worldwide trips? We do like Bali, Mykonos.
Then this matters less. I mean, it would still matter to a degree, because if you have trips to Mykonos, you maybe still want to attract people that are in Mykonos right now, so you probably want to show landmarks there as well. But it's less important if you have it around the world. Any other questions? Oh yeah, you had another question.
Quick one, shareability, and also the fact that you can save a post. Is that important?
Is what?
That you can save a post.
It's still important. It's still important. Yeah, it's important, but it ranks less high. The highest, if you go to Instagram and TikTok, right, there's all these symbols below.
Yeah, on the post on the right.
Exactly. Oh, hold on, you just gotta make sure. Okay. If you go to the post here, if I see like any random post, oh, that's actually mine. That's nice. You have like, comment, share, and save. Out of these options, the share is going to be the most important. By the way, why? Not just for the algorithm, but if I share this post now to my, stories, all the views from my stories will get added to the total views of the video. So that's how it ramps up. So now, whatever, 8,000 people looking at my stories in the next hour are going to see this post. And out of these, so that's going to be 8,000 views on top already. Now out of these 8,000 people, 40 are also going to share it. And all there, that's now another, whatever, 20,000 views.
So it's a good thing to share your reels in your stories?
No, I'm saying it's a good thing to share reels that other people share in stories. Because now they share it to their people, then a fraction of their people are going to share it in their stories, and that just adds up all the views. And next thing you know, you got 1 million views. It can go pretty epic. It can go pretty fast. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Would this be the same model you use if you want to scale product? Right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know Killcliff Coffee? No, it was Killcliff Drinks and Bulletproof Coffee. That was the 2 examples, right? Yeah. Best marketing ever. Like Bulletproof Coffee has insane fucking marketing. What you do there is you grow with your own account, and as soon as you can afford it, you pay other people to include it on theirs. It's called influencer marketing. It's not even new, right? It's been around for like 10, 15 years.
So you wouldn't change anything on that?
It's still the same. I would also go more on the show don't tell. So if you would have a drink, I wouldn't necessarily talk about the drink, right? I wouldn't be like, this drink is great because it has minerals in it. Nobody cares, right? I would show the lifestyle that my audience would like to live with that drink. So if I have a coffee brand, who drinks coffee? What type of person drinks coffee? People who want to have energy for what? For the day, to make money, to work more. So I would, if I had a coffee brand, I would show people fucking hustling in an office, working on their laptop. I would probably have a message of like, you don't build your dream within a day. You build your dream by showing up consistently. It's not about, you know, it's not about doing everything perfectly. It's about fucking showing up every single day. Drink the hustle coffee. Shit like that, right? If I would have a party drink, a vodka brand, what would I show? Who drinks vodka? Who wants, like, what kind of person drinks vodka? People who like to party. People who like to party go to party, why? Because they want to hook up. Because they want to be with pretty, beautiful people. So if my audience for the vodka is probably guys in their 20s and 30s. If I say, okay, I have a premium vodka brand, which is, by the way, what I would recommend, I would make my vodka 2 to 3 times more expensive than the average vodka. I would make it like, whatever, gold and white. I would add like little stupid golden flakes in it. And I would target like the type of person that works in finance, fucking 100-hour work weeks, and then just fucking blows 50K in a day at a stupid fucking club just to get laid. That's the guy that I would target. So the visualization, the visual hooks I would use there is beautiful models in a high-end nightclub in a big city, some sort of skyline thing. Models are holding the bottles, dancing around in their cocktail dress, and the Chad guy is like in the corner, like bored, and the girls are like trying to feed him the vodka in his mouth, and you're like, and it would just be like, attention, not for attention's sake, but for style's sake, or some stupid shit. And I would just print money like that, you know? So that's the visualization I would do here. POV, you just knocked out another 100-hour work week. Stuff like that, things that people resonate with. What you always got to realize is, especially when you have product or experiences, you always got to realize what is the end result that the people who consume this want to achieve. If I have spring water, natural spring water, who's my target audience going to be? Healthy-minded people, always. So I would talk about staying away from plastic poisoning because it's a water bottle, right? I would talk about like how good it feels to be on point with your diet, hitting your macros, having a clear mind. Like the best drug is having a clear head. That would be, for example, one text hook. POV, you just realize that the best drug is focus. Stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, momentum-based, right? Momentum-based. Like you talk about 2 or 3 ideas, and all of a sudden you're rolling with ideas. And I would write every single one of them down, even if they're stupid. I would write every single idea down because you want to get rid of your filters in the ideation phase. You want to get rid of all your filters. I would just write idea after idea after idea. 80% of them are going to be trash. 20% are going to be really good. That's how I used to do content. Nowadays, you just tell the AI. You're like, hey, I have this drink. This is my audience. Give me 50 ideas. Okay, we'll give you 50 ideas that are too conservative. Be like, make them crazier. Go nuts. I don't care if they're stupid. Here's the end result that my target audience wants. Spit it out for me. Like with the AI stack system, it's all pre-programmed in a way it spits it out for marketing specifically. I always like to do both. Because people ask me that all the time. It's like, with AI, like, do you still do it yourself? I like doing it because I think it's fun. I think it's a fun activity. And to be honest too, it's like you want to have knowledge, at least to a degree, so you can yield. Always remember, it's like you yield that powerful lightsaber, you need to know how to use it too. AI is like a powerful lightsaber, it will do a lot of the work for you, but you still need to know how to use it, otherwise it's going to chop your hand off. You're going to go fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi where it's just a pile of clothes on the floor. You don't want that to happen. Okay, like nobody got this reference except for like 5 people. Okay, any question? But does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Perfect. Other questions, folks? Hit me up. Yes?
Okay, so for someone that doesn't already have something started, just have an idea. So work on product development first and what your offering is going to be. Work on content. Where would you guys start?
Where would you get started, or what? You need to, can you just speak up? Sorry, you need to have what? Yeah, you need to have a product offer. It depends. Like, do you already know who you want to serve and with what?
Yes.
What is it?
Men over 60.
Men over 60, that's your audience, and what's the end result?
Healthy fitness.
Healthy fitness. Love it. And you want to do a physical product, like supplements or anything like that, or a digital product where you teach them something, where you work with them? Both. Okay. I recommend you pick one first, because they're kind of like, they're almost like two different sports. It's like you want to become a pro golfer and a skateboarder at the same time. It's both a sport, but it is quite different. So I would recommend you start with one first. They are super nice to combine. A good friend of mine, Kino Body. Anybody knows Kino Body? Gregor Gallagher from Kino Body. He started with digital products where he would teach men how to get in shape. And then he's like, okay, I have a client base of like a couple hundred or a couple thousand people. I'm gonna start my own supplement, and I'm gonna sell that to my audience. So now they go through my fitness coaching, they pay me money on the front end, it's super highly profitable, and now they buy all my supplements to complement the fitness coaching in and of itself. So he built a physical product on the back end of the coaching. I recommend, in general, if you're wondering, I wonder if I should start with a physical product or a digital product, I recommend you start with a digital product. Why? Any ideas? Why do I recommend starting with a digital product if you have the choice between digital and physical? No overhead, you got it. Less expensive, you got it. You have almost no risk. If I sell a coaching product, what is my expense? Nothing. I could sell a coaching product, I could pitch a coaching product right now of something that doesn't even exist yet. Because what is a coaching product? At first, it's not even a video course. First, the coaching product is a weekly Zoom call with me. So you don't need to prepare anything. In fact, my beginner clients that want to start coaching, I forbid them to create a course. Because 99% of them are going to make a fucking course that is going to eat up like 50, 100, 150 hours of their time until they have the perfect course with like 50 videos. It's all great. And then the course, bless you, and then the course doesn't actually help people because they created it based on what they think the audience needs. And then they start working with people and everyone is like, this doesn't help me. I need to do the other thing first. So don't even create a fucking course. What I would do instead is I would sell a high ticket coaching first. So you say, okay, my target audience is men in their 60s and beyond. You're going to help them with fitness. You're going to help them probably with pain relief. I could imagine that a lot of those folks, you know, they have pain in their legs, pain in their back. You're going to have them with pain relief, a little bit of mobility, a little bit of nutrition, energy, a little bit of muscle gain, burn a little bit of fat, right? I would have this as like as an end result, right? As the frame on the wall. And then I would say, okay, I'm looking for my first one-on-one clients, and I would literally be transparent about this, by the way. I would not say, I have worked with thousands of people already. No, don't lie. I never recommend you lie. First of all, because it's dishonest. But also, second of all, it's you have to put a lot of energy in it to maintain that lie. So I always prefer to be honest and straightforward and say, hey folks, I've been doing this myself for the last 10, 20, 30 years. I've dealt with this, I've gotten myself this cool results. I'm starting coaching now, and I'm gonna take my first 3 one-on-one clients, then I'm gonna help one-on-one to get awesome results so I can get a foothold in the industry. Which is cool because it's A, transparent, and B, you frame it in a really good way so it's actually your strength. Hey 60-year-olds, are you sick and tired of fucking big marketers that sell you some fucking group coaching where you're one amongst 5,000 other clients. Well, guess what? I want to establish a foothold. I've been doing this myself, and I'm going to go above and beyond with you one-on-one because you're going to be my first clients, and I need good testimonials. And you know what? I'm going to eventually charge $5,000 for this, which is an absolutely realistic price point, by the way, especially for 60-year-olds because they all have money. Because their kids are out of the house, right? They're probably advanced in their career. They make a lot of money. They don't have a lot of expenses because they're not blowing it on dumb shit like most young people. So you can easily charge $5,000 for this. I have clients that charge $15,000 for fitness coaching, by the way, per client. Okay, so $5,000 is a good beginning price, and you can literally say eventually I'm gonna charge $5,000 for this. But for the first 3 people, because I need more testimonials and I want to get experience, we'll do it for half the price, 2.5K. And for these 2.5K, you're going to work with me one-on-one. You can have my WhatsApp, you can have my phone number. We're going to talk on the phone twice a week for 30 minutes each. So if you get 3 clients, 30 minutes each. I'm really bad with math. Was that 6 hours, 3 hours per week? Whatever. Not a lot of hours, right? For $7,500 in total to get first 3 clients. You teach these guys one-on-one first. What you'll realize after the second call is you'll start seeing patterns. You're like, everybody has asked me the following questions in the first call. What can I eat? What can I order at a restaurant without gaining weight? And like, whatever, what are like the most baseline exercises that I can do to get started? So now you see patterns. What you do is now, instead of telling them on the phone, you make a video about it. The video is literally like this. Hey, what's up? Lesson number 1. Well, actually, I would film it like this. Lesson number 1, this is the foods that you can eat at a restaurant. Number 1, steak. Cut out the sauce. Sauce has a lot of calories. Number 2, stay away from soft drinks. What is allowed is Diet Coke because it has 0 calories. Number 3, don't eat fries. Don't eat the bread. You can eat as much steak and veggies as you want. Right? That's lesson 1. You elaborate on that for whatever, for like 10 minutes, for any other like knowledge that I need for that. And I put this into a Google Drive folder. You don't need to have it in a nice program or anything. Put it in a Google Drive folder. Now the third guy that comes up already, before he hops on a call with you, you send him that video. So now they already learn, and you don't need to explain it over and over again. And you extrapolate that, and what you'll have is, over time, is you'll have 20, 30, 40, 50 video lessons that you can then put into modules into your course. And everybody new that starts first goes through this. So eventually the calls that you have with your clients are not there for you to teach them anything new. They're just there for them to ask questions or ask for feedback based on the knowledge that you've already given them on a scalable level because they go through these videos. So long story short, super sorry that I'm elaborating so hard on a super simple answer. I would not work on any course I would not work on any course or anything like that. I would literally define who can I help, what's the end result that I deliver, and at what price point. That's it. And then the first couple clients, you just teach them one-on-one via Zoom call or phone call or whatever. And I'll tell you one more thing about pricing. I've had a guy here yesterday at the free event. He said, Max, I'm 19 years old, by the way, super epic. 19 years old, I just made my first 10K a month, and what I offer is I go to real estate listings in LA, and I offer them photography and videography of that real estate property, and so they have nice photos and videos that they can then put on the internet so they sell their offer, okay? And I asked, and he's like, what's your piece of advice so I can grow beyond the 10K? What was the first question I asked him? Any ideas? Close. He already told me. He's like, anybody that has a real estate thing and they have luxury properties. He told me that. The first question I asked him, I'm like, okay, so you made 10K a month. What's your price point? Is that a client that you sold for 10K a month, or is it 10 clients that you sold for 1K each? Right? So that was the first question I asked him. He said, I charge 1K per client. So my best month, the 10K a month, was 10 clients. What do you think was the next thing I told him?
How many can you raise your prices?
Love it. How many can you do a month, and can you increase the prices? That's exactly what I said. And he's like, he said he could do 4 a day. And I'm like, okay, can you increase your prices? He's like, increase my price. I'm already charging 1K. It was a lot of money for him. And that's why the work that Marcel does is so powerful, because it helps you plow through these ceilings. This is an artificial ceiling that this young gentleman has established in his mindset, thinking that $1,000 is a lot of fucking money. I'll tell you a funny story. Some of my business mentors that I worked with in 2019 are from Germany. Those are multiple 8-figure guys, 2 brothers from Germany. They've absolutely annihilated their German-speaking market. And I hung out with them for like a summer. We rented this really nice mansion in Croatia. You guys are from Croatia, right? Are you from Croatia? Hrvatska, nice. We rented a super nice mansion in Croatia, and they had like a film crew there. They were like filming as we were hanging out there, and we were just like literally just like chilling at the pool all day and just talking shit and having fun. And we were chatting and shooting the shit with the camera crew we were vibing, because the camera crew, they were all like 9-to-5ers. It was like their job to film. And we were just like, what can we film? What funny things can we do for the videos? And we're like, yo, let's, I was there with my assistant. I asked my assistant, can you book us a helicopter and have like the helicopter fly, and I hang down from the helicopter and jump down in the pool? I had all those stupid ideas. And she's like, yeah, sure, I'll look it up. So she comes back after like 10 minutes. She's like, yeah, I called the helicopter companies, and it cost $3,500 for a 30 minutes helicopter. And the German guy, the business mentor, and me, we look at each other and we're like, $3,500? And literally at the same time as we said that, the camera guy said, that's so fucking expensive. And at the same time as he said that, we said, why is it so cheap? For like $3,500 for a helicopter only to fly? That's so fucking cheap. Holy shit, let's go get it. You can see the minds, it was the same price, the same amount, but in our head, it was super fucking cheap, and in the camera guy's head, it was way too much fucking money. It's an artificial ceiling that the camera guy has built into his mindset. And I'm not saying this to judge anybody or anything like that, but that's probably part of the reason why this camera guy wasn't making as much money as he could make, because in his head, $3,500 was a lot of money. So just like that camera guy thought $3,500 for a 30-minute helicopter ride is a lot of money, that young gentleman yesterday thought $1,000 is a lot of money to charge for his real estate photo and video services. So I said, listen, you're going to do the following. You're going to use the exact same offer, and you're going to charge $10,000. And the moment you're going to do this, the moment you're going to make your first close, you're going to DM me on Instagram and you're going to thank me for this mind blower that I just gave you. Because a couple of things happened when I told him to charge $10,000 instead of $1,000. Number one, I gave him what? Any ideas? Confidence. Permission. I gave him permission to charge that money. He couldn't give it to himself because he had that limited mindset, he had that ceiling in his brain. But by me coming in as a third party, so to speak, saying you could charge 10K for that, he's like, okay, I will. So he borrowed the confidence from me, so to speak. That's what we do a lot with the people that are working one-on-one, for all the folks that are talking to Marcel and Jack in the back. That's what we do with all our clients. Because a lot of times you're going to come to us, whether you're an established business owner with a fixed price set or someone that gets started, you might not have the permission yet to charge more money. We will give you that permission externally so you can charge more money. What happens is, we give you that permission externally, you charge more money, now you get the permission what? Internally. Because you just got proof that it works, right? So I guarantee you, I fucking guarantee you, for anybody that follows me on Instagram, you're gonna see this guy over the next 4 weeks, DM me, I'm gonna screenshot it, and I'm gonna post it on my Instagram stories. Please follow me, Max_Tornow. Follow me, I'm gonna post it on my stories. Because you're gonna see this guy make it like, hey Max, you told me I should do 10K, I did it. I guarantee you're gonna see this guy within the next 4 weeks, because I gave him permission. Second thing I told him, I'm like, look, don't just charge 10K for the same offer, add some things to make it easier for you to sell. Theoretically, he could sell the exact same offer, and just instead of saying 1K, you start saying 10K. Theoretically, you could do that, but you can still make things easier. I told him, number one, give it a cool fucking name, because he would be like, I charge 1K to come and take the photos for your fucking offer. That sounds boring and shitty, okay? So what I said, you're gonna call, and I just made up some fucking name, I can't remember the name, I'm like, the luxury real estate package, the luxury real estate package, the LRP, okay? It's like, oh, for the LRP, I'm gonna charge $10,000, like give it a cool fancy name. People love names, okay? Like give it a cool fucking name. It already sounds cooler. Also, make it a package. Don't just be like, it's for me to come to you to take the stupid photos. No, it's a package. What does the package include? It includes a personalized videographer and photographer. It includes location assessment to assess what time of the day and what angles are going to be the most profitable based on the newest findings from that region on what's going to convert the best, plus add a guarantee to it. I told him like, look, You're either gonna help them sell their property with your videos and your photos within the next 3 to 6 months, whatever is realistic in his mind, or you're gonna come there again and you're gonna take that photo and that video set again to put in a new light to help him sell that. If he's really good, which I'm assuming he is, I have to assume that in this specific example, if he's really good, he can easily get that stupid property sold within the first 3 to 6 months. If not, yeah, sure, he has to go show up again and take it again. Who cares? Because the amount of people that you're gonna sell and actually deliver amazing value to is still gonna be worth it. Does that make sense? And you know what? If he's not sure, if he makes an initial assessment of the property and he's like, I'm not sure if I can guarantee that, then don't fucking do it. It's kind of mind-blowing to be like, these people would pay me, but I'm not sure if I can guarantee them anything. Then don't fucking sell them. Because you want to maintain that guarantee. You want to have that integrity to offer that guarantee only to people that you can actually believe. Same what we're doing too, right? This is not a marketing fad that I'm saying, we don't work with anyone. It's not fucking fake scarcity. Because I mentioned this guarantee so openly on stage, it puts me and Marcel into a position of responsibility as well. Right? So when I say go talk to us and we see if your goals and your values are aligned with us, it's not a sales tactic of us, it's for us to actually find out, can we give them a fucking guarantee? Because if the guy comes to us and is like, I want to make 10 million, I'm going to work 10 minutes a day, not a minute longer, we're like, that's cool and all, I respect that, but I'm not going to work with you because I can't guarantee you if you do this for fucking 10 minutes a day, making 10 million, you know what I mean? So that's why the guarantee does a couple things. Number one, it makes it easier to sell, and number two, it puts you, pay attention, into a position of power. Does that make sense? The guarantee now puts pressure on you to only work with people that you actually want to work with, which conversely gives you what? Authority. It gives you what? Exclusivity. Because now people be like, okay, well, I want to work with this guy. I need to qualify myself to work with that, to give that person money. Yeah, one sec. To give that person money, that's really fucking interesting. And on top of that, because he gave it a name, because he added a fucking guarantee, because he turned it into a package and is more end result oriented, he can go from 1K to 10K. And because I gave him permission to do so. And I told him one last thing, I'm gonna get to you in a sec. I told him one last thing. I told him exactly how it's gonna feel to pitch this for the first time. I'm gonna tell you the same thing. You're gonna go through the motions like you've done now, whatever, 10, 20, 30 times before. Then the question of price is inevitably gonna come up, as it always does. And your fucking brain is gonna unleash hell and high water to make you go for the 1K price point again. You're gonna feel physical pressure, spiritual pressure, mental pressure to just one last time, just gonna make me go for the safe 1K because I've done this before. Just one last time. You're gonna feel the most pressure you've ever felt in your whole life. But when that pressure comes up, you're gonna resist that pressure and you're gonna utter the words 10K. No matter if you believe it's not worth it, no matter how much you think you're only 19 years old and you can't do it, you're gonna utter the words 10K. It's like when you jump off a cliff into the water, you just close your eyes, you just let it happen. Okay? It's like when you talk to your crush for the first time, you just fucking close your eyes and you let it happen. You just speak the words, it's 10,000. And then you shut up and then you not say anything. And then the person is gonna say yes. And then inside, your whole mind is gonna be like this. And on the outside, you're going to be like, all right, fantastic, let me process the card. What's your card number? Got it. And then you're going to be all chill for the next 10 seconds as you're processing the payment, and then you're going to get off the call, you're going to get out of the meeting, and you will not believe what you've just done. You will be like, holy shit, what the, I just made 10. You will be like, unreal. It will be unfucking real. That's how I felt when you remember the story from yesterday, when I pitched for 2K for the first time. I was used to $150 per day, not $2,000. That's how I'm like, holy. I went home that night when I pitched for the first time 2K, and I was like, I can't believe this is unfucking real. And now you get addicted to that high. Because it puts positive pressure on you. Like I just charge 10 times more. I give way more shits about this client. I'm way more bought in. You're attracting a whole other slew of potential offers because these people now have real money. And you're like, all I had to do was get permission from the outside to help me push through that ceiling, repackage my offer a little bit, now I'm good to go. That's what makes business so beautiful. Yeah, sorry, your question.
I think it comes down to the Pareto principle, the Italian that discovered that 80% of your revenue should come from 20% of your clients. The pumpkin plan was talking about how culling off the smaller clients, the ones that are less in alignment with your mission, frees you up to be much more powerful with those clients. So you're intentional about giving better quality service and aligned with them. They will recommend better clients to you, more in alignment with what you're doing.
Exactly. And the funny thing is, one last thing before we get to your question, a good friend of mine, King Keto, who here knows good King Keto? Brandon Carter. Yeah, a good friend of mine. Funniest guy in the world, by the way. He's also at $1 million a month with fitness coaching. And he has all kinds of offers, right? He has 50K offers where people work one-on-one with him. He sells it all the time because he works with people that are super serious. They're like, look, I'd rather give you 50K and get really fucking good. Best clients ever. And he has a $50 beginner biceps Bible, $5, not $50, $5 biceps Bible ebook. He says, these people, biggest pain in the ass ever. They literally fucking call and be on a 60-minute call with a support person to get their $5 fucking back for the stupid biceps Bible ebook. Imagine that. Imagine you spend 60 fucking minutes every day to get stupid $5 back because you were too fucking lazy to go through an ebook. You know what I mean? To read through a fucking ebook. Meanwhile, the 50K clients are like, how much is it? 50K? Cool. What's your credit card? Yeah, can I pay with Amex? Cool. Done. When do we start? Every time I bought mentoring, by the way, I'm like the best client ever. Every time I bought mentoring, I jump on a call. I'm like, I heard everything about you. I looked at what you do. How much is it? 32K? Cool. Can you send me the link? All right, thanks. 1 sec. Okay, done. When do we start? That's like sales calls with me as a client are like 3 minutes. There's no like, I gotta think about it. I gotta fucking sleep over it. Sleep over it? With whom? Whose magic genitals are gonna help you make a decision, you stupid pussy, over a fucking night? Nobody, okay? That's, by the way, a great answer when someone says, I gotta sleep over it. With whom? Like, you gotta be honestly look confused, like, with whom? They're gonna laugh and then they're gonna pay. So, really, like, the higher the amount, you probably know this too, right? Pareto principles, like, the higher the amount of people that pay, the fucking easier the close is. It's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. The lower, people think I lower my price because it's easier to pay. It's easier to get clients. No. It's a fucking pain in the ass. The less people pay, the bigger of a pain in the ass it is. Every single time. The more people pay, oh my God. The lady I talked about earlier, the one that does career coaching for women in C-level positions, best client ever. Like, so far this year, favorite client. She has one-on-one call with me per week. I'm like, hey, you can have more with me if you want, right? You can add me on WhatsApp, you can message me the whole time. She's like, one call is fine. I go to the call, she's like, hey Max, how are you doing? Thank you very much. Here's my first question. She comes with a prepared list of questions. She goes through the 5 questions. Question 1, I answer. Question 2, I answer. She says, thanks. Fucks off and just sends us updates. Like, hey, I'm at 36K a month. Hey, I'm at another 7K. Hey, I'm at another 7K. Quick question about this? Thank you. Just super on point, values time, executes, makes fucking money, joy to work with. Joy to work with. Those are the best people ever. And it's not like, people think when I get started, I need to charge $500 and then $700 and work myself up. Charge nothing if you want for free, get 2-3 people awesome results so you get testimonials, and then start charging real fucking money. People always think they need to find the people with money first, and then they can charge them high amount. Weirdly enough, whether it's the universe or energy or karma, I don't know, weirdly enough, the moment you charge high prices, the rich people find you. It's super funny. It's the exact opposite of what we think it is. The moment you charge high prices, the rich people are gonna come. They're gonna, I don't know where, they're gonna come down from the ether. There's like steam coming out, like, ah, they're here. And they're like, hey, how much is the thing? And you're like, 30K, great. Can I pay with Amex? Yes. Let's get started. It's such a joy, and you just operate in these different fields. If you think about the person that is in your niche, that is in your line of business, that is like dominating the market, all they do is they just started charging more money. And the rest followed. Just like you said, it puts positive pressure on you to perform more. You're more excited about these clients, which means you're going to give more shit, which means you're going to deliver better, which means they're going to get more awesome results, which means you're going to have better testimonials that you can then use in your marketing, which means you're going to attract more awesome people that are going to pay you more money, which is then going to put even more positive pressure on you. Positive pressure, not negative pressure. This is good fucking pressure. You want to over-deliver to these people. Next thing you know, you're the person for the high income people. You're the fitness coach for high achievers, executive people. A good friend of mine, Xenios Karolumbos, he was on the Max Tornow podcast. He's now they're in SaaS. They're doing software as a service now. Him and his brother, they run software.cy. Great company. They do a shit ton of AI as well. They've built our DMing AI on LinkedIn. Great guys, two brothers. Both ex-special forces of the Cypriot Special Forces. Complete fucking badasses, these guys. You should check out the podcast episode with me and him. Just type in Max Tornow podcast and then Xenios, like Xenios. They tell about like the kind of drills they did at the Special Forces in Cyprus. It's crazy. And his first business was fitness coach, but he wasn't just a regular stupid influencer fitness coach chode. He was a fitness coach for the elite of London. He worked with supermodels, he worked with movie stars, he worked with C-level executives. Same spiel here. He was like 19, 20 years old. He watched my dating stuff. He went to one of my dating seminars. And I asked him what he does, because he was just like buff guy. He's like, I do fitness coaching. I'm like, cool, how much are you making? He's like, $60K a month as like a 20-year-old or something. And I'm like, who's your clients? He's like, I cannot tell you. I'm like, what do you mean you cannot tell me? He's like, I fucking sign NDAs for every client I bring on. I train Hollywood stars. I cannot talk about who I'm getting in shape. And it was not like he worked himself up. He's like, I'm the fucking guy that trains C-level executives. And yeah, maybe it was a little harder to get the first client, but guess what happens when you get like one C-level executive into great shape? All his C-level buddies are gonna wanna work with you too. Oh, you work with John? Yeah, I work with him. I also make $500,000 a year. Can you help me get in shape too? Boom, now you got the second guy. And what you do is now, in terms of content, you'll figure out that the problems that these people have look the same on a surface level like everybody else, but there's slight nuance to it. Slight nuance. I'll give you an example for dating, okay? I have two clients in the dating coaching field. They charge $15K per client. They help that client find a dream partner. Same shit. But the target audience is divorced men in their 40s. They all have money. They're all divorced. They want to date a younger woman that is attractive. What's different? A broke person, let's say you teach men in their 20s, all right, young men in their 20s with a better dating life. Their end result that they want is more dates. The guy that is divorced in 45, they also want more dates. It looks the same on a surface level, but the nuance that is different is, number one, the 45-year-old divorcee, he wants a woman that is not a gold digger, that wants him for who he is, not a woman that wants him for his money like his ex-wife. So when I create content with the help of AI, I'm going to tell it, this is my target audience, 45-year-old divorcees, and AI understands that nuance because it's fucking smart, because I trained it for years. The AI is going to spit out content like not how to find your dream partner, but it's going to spit out content like how to find your dream partner that's not a gold digger. Yeah. It's not going to be how to go on 3 dates per week. It's going to be how to go on 3 dates per week without sacrificing your career. If you're a fitness coach, the content that the AI is going to spit out for you is not going to be how to lose weight. It's going to be how to lose weight while still enjoying your favorite restaurants. Because who goes to their favorite restaurants all the time? Fucking people with money. So the nuances are always a little different. And if you fully understand that, you, number one, have the right people come to you. Number two, you get paid 10x per fucking client. It's much easier for you to get off the ground. Your profitability and your efficiency is way higher because now you're making 10K from a single client and not 10K from 10 clients. The clients are easier to work with. The clients are a joy to work with. Every single time you talk to your client, you get more ideas that you feed into the AI. The AI creates more and more awesome nuanced content for you, and so on and so forth. That's all we've given, by the way. We've given a lot of examples for coaching, because I've done coaching for many, 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 many years. The same concept applies when you don't want to do coaching. I got a lot of people that come to me, they say, look, I just want to build a theme page about baseball theme page. The AI is going to create content about baseball. It's going to tell you what clips to use. We have an AI stack system that shows you where you can download clips, what captions to put on, what highlights you put on. You can pull up you can literally grow a theme page on Instagram about baseball, get to like 50,000 followers, 100,000 followers, and then you monetize it by having baseball companies say like, hey, whatever, can you show our newest baseball glove? We give you a link that people can use to buy our newest baseball glove, and we give you 50% of all the proceeds. The cool thing about that business model is you're just creating content and you don't have to worry about delivery, right? Because you're selling someone else's product and you just get kickback from that, which is pretty fucking cool. So all the headaches from a traditional business are not there anymore. Because it's just like all you do is create content about something that you're excited about. Like that lady I told you earlier with the dog, right? All she does is films the dog, and the dog like presses these buttons and then the dog speaks. And then the AI just creates content ideas that she shoots with the dog. She puts that up on social media. The AI stack system posts it automatically across all platforms. She goes viral on YouTube Shorts. She goes viral on TikTok. She goes viral on Instagram. She gets like 20,000 followers. And now companies reach out to her and say like, hey, whatever, can you put this pet collar on your dog? It's like, it has funky light. And can you like take a video with your dog, and then we give you an affiliate link, and 100 people buy it. It's a $99 product. 100 people buy it. 100 times 100 is what? 10,000. So it's $10,000 revenue, and you get 30% of it. So just like that, by uploading one stupid video of her dog, she made $3,000. She does that once a day. Guess how that can scale up? And all she does is shoot videos with her dog. She's a lovely lady. Lovely old lady, divorced or something like that, has nobody else. All she has is her dog. Just shoots videos with her all the time, just makes fucking money. Prints. We call it printing. And like marketing jargon is like printing. This old lady is now printing with her dog. So cool. And that's the power of A, personal branding, and B, AI to create the personal branding. Because 2 years ago, this lady wouldn't be able to create content because it's too complicated to come up with ideas. The editing process is too complicated. The ideation, the script writing, knowing the fucking script and the viral checklist, it would have been too complicated for that old lady. She would have given up, to be quite frank. But because with the AI thing, it's so much easier, it's so much user-friendly, and we show you how to do that one-on-one. Anybody can make money, whether it's selling your own digital product or physical product, or someone else's digital product or physical product, or literally just building awareness for a cause or something that you believe in. That's it. Gary Vee, one of the greatest marketers of our times, he says the easiest thing to do anything in this world is to go where people's attention already is. Where is people's attention? Phone. Go outside of the lobby. 99% of people are going to be on the phone. We have developed the neck muscle down here is stronger than it was 10 years ago because we look down all the time. If you ask chiropractitioners and massage therapists, they say like our whole upper back has gotten really fucked up because we spend so much time looking down on our phones like this. And with AI, there's going to be a time, I would say in the next 3 to 5 years, where there's going to be a sort of a content inflation. Just like inflation with currencies, there's going to be a content inflation because it will be easier and easier and easier and easier and easier and more user-friendly to create higher quality content. I'm literally part of that. Like, I'm one of the facilitating reasons why that's going to happen with shit like this. Literally, I'm going to be part of this, but the thing is, I'm going to be on top of that wave because with every bullshit that happens, there's more and more opportunities. And as long as I stay on top of that, which I will, as long as I'm fucking breathing, I'm going to stay more and more on top of that. We will ride that wave, me, my friends, my team, and my clients, to continuously be ahead. And even if that content inflation should destroy everything, which it won't, it never will, because you got the greatest tech companies like Meta, Facebook, TikTok behind that. They're not going to fucking watch their money go away. So it's not going to go anywhere. There's always going to be solutions to this. And until that happens, even if it happens in the very unlikely scenario, you're going to be printing for the next 3 to 5 years, which is good fucking money. You know what I mean? Like, even on the lower end, you make $1 million a year with this. That's like $80,000 a month. That's not too difficult to reach. It's absolutely possible. You make that, make $1 million, you live a little bit below your means, which means you save around 500K per year. You put that 500K into S&P 500, you put it in real estate, you put it a little bit into crypto, you diversify it a little bit, you're just gonna keep making more and more money. That's it. Just live a little bit below your means. Done. Done. And you turn a 1 million a year into like 2 million, 3 million portfolio. Slowly but steadily you make passive income. Like if you can make like 30 to 40K passive income on the side next to your active income where you make like 5 to 25 million a year, you're gonna be fine. More than fine. Yeah. What? Oh, sorry. You had a, yeah, sorry. Your arm's already falling off. You first and then you.
Okay, so I'm doing a burger with you guys and I wanted to do a...
Love it.
Yeah. I have no problem charging 30, 40, 50K, but it's tracking it as people are getting those calls. So how would I do I want to do a story post and make some sort of offer, some sort of thing to get like a potential 30, 40, 50K client on a call. So how do you go about doing a story offer that gets people like eventually get on sales calls like quickly?
Yeah, so his question also for the folks on Zoom was specific, what?
I want to do it right now.
You want to do it right now or you don't want to do it right now?
No, I don't want to make a story post like you make a sale right now.
Okay, got it, sick. So his question was, how do I make a story post, a CTA post on Instagram right now, on Instagram stories, to attract a client that makes 30, 40K, that I could charge 30, 40K. The most important thing for you is you need to address a problem that someone that can afford 30 to 40K has. It's exactly that example that I gave earlier. Instead of, this is how you fucking lose weight, this is how you lose weight while still eating fucking caviar and drinking fucking champagne every night. So you need to address the specific problems that only people in that money bracket have. Spend 3 to fucking 5 minutes outside in silence, put noise canceling headphones on, and picture that person. How much does a person need to make to afford 30 to 40K? I would say 300 to 500K a year minimum. Right? That's like the bottom line, okay? Picture that person in their head. What problem does that person specifically have that people in the lower bracket do not have? That's the first step. Once you've established that problem, you're going to start the story with a quick hook, 3 to 5 seconds. That can be a visual hook or a verbal hook. Say something provocative, say something outrageous, anything that interrupts my pattern. What is my pattern if I'm in your audience? I'm going to show you the pattern. This is the pattern. Bored, I'm trying to fucking scroll like, Family Guy, boring, animals dancing around the fire, the fucking clown from McDonald's, boring, oh, ad for Max Tornow, This is interesting. Random fucking dude speaking to the camera. This is funny. You got my attention. You interrupted my pattern, right? So imagine that person, first imagine their problems, then interrupt their pattern, and then say, if you want end result and fix that fucking problem that people in this money bracket have, I'm gonna work with you one-on-one for the next, how long does it take you to deliver results? 3 months, 6 months? Within that, okay, 2 days sounds, on an offer level, sounds a little bit too good to be true. What you can do though is you say, I'm gonna hop on a one-on-one exclusive call with you, and I guarantee I'm gonna fix it within 2 fucking days. 48 hours after you send me the DM me, you're gonna have this problem fixed. But this only works if you are committed, if you're willing to change now, and if you're willing to put in the emotional action or whatever it is that you need to do. DMing me if this is you. A couple things are going to happen. Let me know when you're done typing. You got it? Write it down, take your time. Let me know when you're done typing. I just want to make sure you write down all your notes. Yeah. Good. Couple things can happen, okay? It can happen that your call to action is too broad and you're gonna get some people in that are not in that money bracket. Boo fucking woo. Worst case scenario, you're gonna sell someone for 5K and not 40K. Still, I'll take it. I'll take the L, I take the hit. If that happens, you at least gather data, you gather information that the pain point that you addressed was not specific enough for the kind of person that makes that kind of money. Option B that could happen is that you're going to get a bunch of people that cannot afford the 30, 40K, but it includes some people that do afford the 30, 40K. That data point would then tell you that the pain point that you've just spoken about is broad, but it already still includes also the higher bracket people. I would still take the win there as well, because you're going to get a bunch of 5K closes and 1 or 2, 30 to 40K closes. The other option that could happen is that you get no replies. That means one of two things. Either your pattern interrupt wasn't good enough. The way you can tell that is if your story views are not high. Because the story algorithm works exactly the same way. If a lot of people react to that story, if a lot of people watch it, they watch it till the end, it's going to push it up to more of your followers. So if the pattern interrupt was good, you will get a lot of views, which is fantastic. But it could also be that the call to action wasn't good. If you get a lot of views on the story, but not a lot of replies, logical, right? It means that your pattern interrupt was great, but the call to action was bad. Conversely, if you have low views, but a proportionately high amount of call to action replies, what does that tell you? Hook was bad, but call to action was great. Exactly. If both are high, then you know you got a winning hook and a winning call to action. And if you want to go super advanced now, this is going to be a little bit advanced, is like, that's the kind of shit you do over and over again, and you gather information, and then you use the best knowledge that you've gathered, and you write ads. Because you say like, hey, hold on a second, I just did a free call to action, and it got me a shit ton of signups, and it got me a shit ton of views, so now you know that the hook is great, and that the call to action is great, which means if you now put this into an ad, and you use money to boost that ad, you have a much higher chance of actually converting from that ad and have a higher return of ad spend. That's what we do a lot. Is like all my ads, most of them, we tested organically first. Because the testing organically to my audience is fucking free. So why would I spend money on a testing level if I just tested for free and then just use the winning ideas that worked for free to spend money on? Because it's very high likelihood that it works. That's why going viral, this is another great example of why going viral is so great, because if you've once gone viral for fucking free, use it as a fucking ad and print. A lot of the viral videos that I have on my Max Tornow business account, that's my big account with 230,000 followers. A lot of the ads that we're using is just viral content that has gone viral natively. How long have I been speaking? What time is it? It's 6? When did I start? 3 hours? Holy shit, let's go. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I'm game to talk more. I don't care. Fuck yeah. How long is the event officially today? Okay. Fuck, 3.5 hours. It's so funny because I used to do public. Well, I'll get to your question in a second. Sorry. I used to do public speaking every week. So when I was on the world tour, just so you know how that looked like, I couldn't do this anymore. I'm too old for this. But Monday was travel day. Monday I would travel to a new city. I would arrive at night. I would go find a grocery store and I would go buy food there. I would try to squeeze in a workout if I feel really good. Tuesday, content shooting and content editing. That was back then when there was no AI. That was 2014, 15, 16. I was traveling with 2 full-time assistants, also unpaid. We were all staying in an Airbnb together, and they would like crash on the floor and shit like that. It was fucking insane. Thursday, I would do a free event. It was usually a 3-hour free event. It was usually, depending on the city, between 200 and 800 people that I would speak to. And by the way, we had this random badge of honor as dating coaches that we would speak without a microphone the entire time. Because we had this thing called vocal projection. You don't need a fucking microphone. I can speak to 800 people and keep their fucking attention without a stupid fucking microphone. So I would just speak like this for 3 hours in front of an 800 people crowd if it was bigger cities like New York or LA. And if it was a smaller city like whatever, Berlin or somewhere in Europe, it was like 200, 250 people. So I would just speak for 3 hours like this. Entirely improvised, never had a PowerPoint presentation, fucking nothing. I would literally just speak like this For 3 fucking hours. And the way it would always start is I would go on stage and I would be like, any questions? And someone would ask a question, I would answer it. Someone else would ask a question, I would answer it. And then usually around the 3rd to 5th question, it would hook me, like literally like a hook from a fishing rod or whatever the fuck it's called. I would get so hooked into this that my brain would create a tree. I would see a visual tree in front of me because the tree stem would be the answer of that question, and then out of that tree stem would grow a branch, and then out of that branch would grow like 5 more branches, and then out of the other side, like conversely, the other argument would be this, and then this, and then this, and then next thing you know, within like 90 seconds, my brain would have mapped out an entire tree with like 50 different branches, and I would see them in front of my mind's eye, and I would work the branches off one by one. Just kind of like what I'm doing right now. I would like go through all the arguments on one side, all the arguments on the other side, I would summarize them in the middle, and I would go, until just happened to me. I'd be like, wait, what time is it? How long have I been speaking? And someone would say like 3 hours. And I'm like, cool. And the crazy thing is, I've had this a bunch of times, like a handful of times over the 4 years of where I was on World Tour. I would, all of a sudden, I would look at the back of my head. I would like zoom out and stare at my body from behind as I'm speaking. I would have a literal out-of-body experience. We've said this before, like the best drug is doing what you love and being really fucking good at it. I would speak myself into such a flow state, I would stare at myself as I was speaking, and I would like, as I was speaking and working off all the branches from the fucking tree, I'd be like, holy shit, this is really happening. Holy fuck. I would be in such a flow state. Great book to read, by the way. It's called Flow, by a guy that I still don't know how to pronounce, some Polish name, Mikhail, a bunch of consonants next to each other. If someone can look that up real quick, it's literally like 8 consonants and like 1 vowel. Yes, Flow, it's because it's called Flow. What is his first name? Mikhaili. Yeah, just type in Flow, Mikhaili, and there's like some Polish name. It's a great book, a really great book to read. It's a lot about what Marcel teaches is getting you into flow state. A lot of the hypnosis that he's doing here with us over the next 3 days, it's designed to get you into that kind of flow state. It's really, really sick. And that's how I would do public speaking. And that would be Thursday, okay? And then I usually had a 3-day in-person, what we called boot camp with my clients. And we had a 3-to-1 student to instructor ratio, which means it was capped at 3 people. There would be 3 people that paid $2,000 each to go out with me into nightclubs and bars 3 nights in a row in that city. So I would land on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, shoot and edit content, go to the gym. Thursday, I would do the free event like this in front of 200 to 800 people. And I would do this for like 3 to 4 hours, starting at 7 till 10, 11-ish. And then after that, I would grab the 3 people that have already purchased the bootcamp ahead of time. I'd be like, who here's my 3 bootcamp students? Hands up. Okay, you 3 guys are gonna come with me now. Thank you for everybody else. I would like dismiss the seminar, and I would grab these 3 guys and go straight from there to the nightclub. I remember, yeah, that's right. I would then, but before I would grab them to the nightclub, I would go to the bathroom of the seminar, and I would like wash my armpits with like water and get redressed because I would be soaked in sweat, but I couldn't smell bad because we'd go to the nightclubs to talk to girls. So I would do like a cat shower, as they call it, and spray myself with body spray, and then take on a different shirt, then grab my 3 students and go straight in the nightclub there. And then in the nightclub, I would coach them from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. That was the official hours. But because I always liked over-delivering, I would always stay until like 6 or 7 a.m. in the morning. That's, by the way, in Europe, that's normal. I know you Americans, you don't party that long, but we'd like 6 to 7 in the morning. I would literally emerge from the nightclub, okay? Like 12 hours after I had started my speech, 12 hours later, I would emerge from the nightclub. I would have probably spoken like 50,000 words over those last 12 hours, just non-stop speaking, right? Because you speak in front of people for 3.5 hours, then you speak to your clients. When you're not speaking to your clients, you would speak into girls, because you have to like demonstrate it. Non-stop vocal fucking projections, like a complete maniac. I would emerge 12 hours later at 7 a.m., 6 a.m. in the morning. You would see people going to work, you know? You would see people like fucking, like going to the public transport, going to work, and you'd be like, hey! like red eyes, and you would be in what we would call in state. Anybody ever heard that, right? You would be in state. I wouldn't need sleep. I'd be like, what the fuck is sleep? I'm not even fucking tired. I'm riled up. The students, okay, the people that pay me money would ask to go home. They're like, can I go home now, please? Please, Max, I'm tired. I'd be like, fuck this. Do what the fuck you want? Want to go fucking home? Go fuck. And I would like tell them to go talk to like the girls that would go to work. There'd be like a woman going to work. I'm like, go ask her for the phone number. And they would come up like, hey. They would be like, and there was no, by the way, no alcohol, no drugs, nothing. Strictly forbidden. First of all, for me as a choice, because like if you have this kind of lifestyle and you drink, you're fucked. Like you do this every day and you drink every day, no way in hell. Even if it was one drink, you couldn't survive. So no drinks for me. Students would be like, can I please drink? Like I'm fucking freaking out here. No drinking. Because if you, like any skill that you acquire while drunk, you can only recall it while you're in that same state, right? So you have to be, like, if you want to be able to talk to a beautiful girl that you just, like, that walks across the street, like, what do you want to do? Like, emergency shot real quick? Like, before I talk to her, fucking, no, you want to be able to do this sober. So I would do this, then I would, like, force myself to go to bed at, like, 8 a.m. My brain would be so riled up that I would continue coaching the clients in my dreams. I would literally be like, go talk to the girl, fucking do this. And then I would like, it would be hard for me to distinguish what actually happened and what did I dream. I would catch a couple hours of sleep, usually 3 to 4 hours, because the next day I would have a paid seminar like this for 10 hours. It was called the Max Hot Seat. And it started at like 8, I had to be there at 8 a.m. to set up the room. So I come home at like 6 or 7. If I'm lucky, I come home a couple hours earlier, catch like 3 to 4 hours of sleep, get to the fucking room to set it up, do 10 hours of public speaking like this. And the best part was always like, now you're starting to feel it. Like now your body is like starting to raise the first alarms, like, hey, like, by the way, this is fucking lunatic what you're doing. I would like look forward to the bathroom breaks that I would have, because it would be like 30 seconds where I wouldn't have to speak. I would like play a video on the screen, like the next lesson is going to be on the video, and I would run to the bathroom knowing exactly like this video is going to be 90 seconds long, so I have like 60 minutes to go to the bathroom, wash my hands. And the best part would always be like I would be in the bathroom at the urinal, like taking 90 seconds of mental health break, and some guy would be like, hey Max, quick question, can I ask you? And I'm like, you just seen me speak for 10 hours, right? It's my first break, like, you know, right? Mental calibration, but, you know, not everybody got that. I would do this for 10 hours, and by this time, I'm like, I don't know what day it is. I'm like, delusion, and then I would, like, after the 10 hours, everybody's applauding. What do? I grab the 3 VIP clients for day 2 out of 3. So now it's like 10 p.m., we're gonna go another working round until 6, 7, and then the next day, I could sleep in a little bit, because at noon, I would grab them for daytime comfort zone challenges. That I would go daytime out in the street, we would do like comfort zone challenges and stuff like that. And then I had Sunday night to relax. Sunday night would be, we have like 3 hours of off time before I had to shoot the video in that city, because I was traveling the world. I needed to shoot a video in that city so people knew I was there, right? So if we're in New York, we would go to Times Square, shoot a video there. If we were in LA, we would go to whatever, the Hollywood sign, shoot a video there. Like there was always like a landmark in the background, because it's hard to replicate. If you're a dating coach and you want to compete with us, you got to compete with someone who literally travels the world, who has a video in a new city every day. That's like branding, right? If you can't do that, you just film videos in your mom's basement, you cannot attract higher quality people, right? It's what we talked about earlier. So you would have like 2 hours off on Sunday, you get 6, 7 hours of sleep, and then the next day, on Monday, you'd fly to the next city, and the whole shebang would start again. And I would do that until December 23rd. I would fly home on December 23rd, spend Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and then January 2nd, I'll be back on the tour. And I would do this for 4 years in a row. And the funny and the stupidest thing was, I'll tell you one more lesson. They always caught me at a really good mood whenever they would flesh out my schedule for that year. And it happened 4 years in a row. I would just have a super good mood. I would like be chilling somewhere, like blasting music, and they would call me like, hey Max, let's flesh out your calendar for this year. I'm like, yeah! And they're like, where do you want to go? And I'm like, Amsterdam, Berlin, Stockholm, Oslo, and then, you know what? Then let's go to the West Coast, and then the East Coast, at Hawaii, at Seoul, South Korea. And then they would be like, you don't want to, what about we add a break here? I don't need a fucking break, let's go. And then 2 months into the tour, out of 12 months, I'd be like, oh no, why didn't I say yes to the fucking break? So we did that for 4 years. But, you know, I honestly think, who here believes in God? Any God-fearing fellows? Yeah. What is that saying in English? The ways of God are unexplainable or something like that? I only know it in German. There's this saying like the way God works is, God works in mysterious ways. What is it?
God moves in mysterious ways, something like that.
Exactly. I honestly believe that. Like whether you believe in God in a specific religious context or in karma or the universe, I honestly think everything happens for a reason. And if you're in a shit situation right now, it's just that the payoff hasn't come yet. So for me, I ate shit for 4 years on a world tour, burning myself out to such a degree that I had extreme insomnia. You do this schedule for 4 years, it will leave its marks on you, psychologically, spiritually, physically. And it happened, it got me into such a rut, into such a painful situation that out of that necessity, I started thinking in systems, I started thinking in SOPs and automations, and just from that lesson, the climax of that was Christmas 2015 or 2016, one of those. The payoff of that is still this, because it scarred me to such a degree, that burnout, that I'm still thinking every single time I do something, I'm like, how can I automate that? How can I make this easier for me and everybody that comes after me, aka my clients? So yeah, I had to suffer. I was burned out for about 2 years. I carried that burnout within me for 2 years, and I still worked super hard while doing that. But it almost cost me my fucking life. And it probably cost me a couple of years of health. But because I did that, I'm now feeding off of that. I'm now profiting off of that, and thousands of people profit off that too, aka my clients. So if I had known that back then, that everything happens for a reason and the payoff will always come, it would probably have helped me to get through that difficult time. So every time I'm in a difficult time right now, I'm not thinking, why me? Why is this happening to me? Poor me. Why does shit always keep happening to me? I'm always telling myself, the payoff just isn't here yet. All that needs to happen is more time needs to pass for that payoff to blossom like a rose, like a beautiful flower. It's not there yet, but it will eventually open up. It will be a beautiful flower, and then you'll realize that all the pain, all the hardship, all the bullshit was eventually worth it. But you got to do one thing that allows that blossom to happen. One thing, okay? Write this down. Do not turn bitter. Ever. Do not turn bitter. Who here is over 30? Almost everybody, right? You're over 30. I think you're over 30. I think with you it's pretty close. No, with you. The fellow behind. You're over 32. Everybody is over 30. Most people are over 30 here. You can probably resonate with that it's getting increasingly harder to not turn bitter the more years come, because there's more people that fuck you over. There's more assholes. There's more people who are going to cut you off on the fucking freeway. There's more dates who are not going to call you back. There's more people who take advantage of you. There's more fucking bullshit. There's more stupid politics, more fucking idiots. It just stacks the fuck up. So, long story short, you have more and more right to turn fucking bitter and say everything sucks. You know what? I'm going to fucking give up. Do not fall into that temptation, ever. You know what I said earlier when I said you guys look more awake than the average crowd because you paid? The people who are not awake, the people who are just they somewhere down the road, they've made that decision more or less conscious that they're just going to let it fucking be. They're just going to stop swimming, and they're just gonna let the fucking tide let them roll out into the fucking open ocean until they drown in literal bullshit. In some way or the other, they made that decision more or less consciously that they're just gonna give out there, you know what, fuck this, it's too much, fuck this, world is fucking unfair, The game is rigged unless you're good looking and rich, and unless your daddy was rich, unless you're lucky, unless you're an asshole. I'm not an asshole, so I'm just gonna let everything happen. I'm cool with making my 20K a month. I'm cool with having a fucking ugly partner that I'm not even attracted to anymore. I'm cool with being in a fucking toxic relationship. I'm cool with my kids not fucking respecting me. You know what? I fucking give up. Do not fall into that temptation. It gets it gets fucking easier every fucking year. You have more fucking reasons to just let it happen and just turn fucking bitter. Don't ever let that happen, because that bitterness is the very reason that allows that blossom to never fucking happen. And then you're only left with one thing. That's only left with the hardship, with the suffering, and with the fucking bullshit, without the payoff. That really fucking sucks. That's a really fucking shitty life. So it doesn't take much for that blossom to happen. It doesn't take much for that payoff from all the bullshit to come. All you gotta do is keep fucking going and not fucking stop. Because it will eventually always happen. You just gotta keep fucking at it. You don't need to be lucky. You don't need to be gifted. You don't need to be exceptionally smart. All you gotta do is just be one hell of a relentless motherfucker. That's all you gotta be. Make sense?
Yes.
Good. Question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, because partly...
Can you speak up a bit so everybody can hear you?
I wanted to know, because if I would calculate, I think you don't really make the money by giving the offer you make out, so you must have, it's like, what is your not your expectation, your wish, or because your offer, your offer is a great offer. There is what's behind it.
I don't understand the question, sorry. What's my offer?
Now I'm saying you're offering, you're offering your coaching. It doesn't really calculate for you. If I look at the money you make.
Why not?
You don't make it for the money, yeah?
Yeah.
So what is behind it? What's in it?
What drives me?
Yes, what drives you there?
I'll tell you one thing, fully transparent, okay? And the first thing that drove me with my very first business was I was so excited that I discovered a way to not be a fucking lonely simp. I was so excited about that. I was like, I gotta tell everybody about this. It's like I'm a guy who found the gold mine. I'm like, guys, I found the gold. It's right there. The fucking gold. Everybody go at the gold. Let's go. I was so excited about finding this thing that I just wanted to fucking share it. Then in 2016, I started making money. And it was really funny because I made my first $1 million, and people are like, hey, you made a million, and they're like, it's $1 million in profit. I'm like, what does profit mean? Literally, I made my first $1 million. I didn't know the difference between revenue and profit. I had to Google it. Yeah, and then I'm like, okay, holy shit, this is pretty interesting. So I started doing things for the sake of numbers. It's really strange. I always remember how I said earlier, I like Legos. I love playing Legos because I could build shit. And then later on, my passion for Legos extrapolated onto video games. I liked video games, especially grindy video games like Diablo or city builders like Age of Empires 2, Command and Conquer, anything where you build shit, because you would look at the numbers, you're like, okay, I'm growing with the numbers here. Oh, and role-play games, MMORPGs, where you can level up, you get experiences. You go from level 1 to level 2 to level 3 to level 19 and so on and so forth, and then you had your skill tree, you put more points on the fucking mana regeneration when you had a sorcerer at Diablo 2, and you droid forces, you could double down on becoming a bear and shit like that, transforming into a bear. Super epic. So I got really hooked on that, and then when I had the business, I'm like, this is just like Diablo 2, holy fuck. It's like I put more experience points on my skill level of content creation. So now I get better content, and now my XP levels is growing, aka my subscribers, and now my level is growing, aka my real life money. So I was just obsessed with the fucking numbers. But funny enough, my youthful mind wasn't able to understand the dots. It couldn't connect the dots yet. So I told that story yesterday. I'm super sorry, it's a super long-winded answer for a very simple question, but it's worth it. What happened then was, I made all this money, but I didn't understand yet that this money has any value beyond the numbers. For me, it was like the numbers in Diablo. They're just there. To level 99, you made $1 million. And then I realized, hold on a second, I can buy shit with that money. This is not a experience points in Final Fantasy. It's an actual thing I could do real life things with. I told that story yesterday at the free event. I went to buy a PlayStation 4, and it was, and they're like, do you want to buy the $400 version or the $600 version? I'm like, oh, the $400 version. Fucking, I don't want to spend more money on the $600. And then I went out, I'm like, wait a minute, I made millions. Why do I buy the cheaper, stupid fucking PlayStation? And in fact, my first apartment that I got after my brand blew up was a 1,000 euro a month apartment in Helsinki. It was a student apartment, because in my head I was still broke, even though I wasn't. And then a friend of mine, a German entrepreneur, he flew into Helsinki to interview me, and he's like, yeah, let's do it at your crib. And I invite him to my like fucking tiny student apartment. He's like, bro, I thought you're a millionaire. I'm like, yeah, I am. Why? He's like, why are you living in this shit fucking place? I'm like, well, why not? Like I said, it has a kitchen, it has a table I can work on, I can play PlayStation. What are you talking about? And he's like, bro, like you gotta level up. And that's where I slowly, like over half a year period, I realized, oh, these numbers mean I can make money and I can do shit, I can buy stuff. And then I would say the period between 2018 to 2020, it's about 2-3 years, my main driving focus was money. And I think if you look, anybody ever heard of spiral dynamics? You heard of spiral dynamics, where you go through the different colors? I think I was in yellow. I think yellow is materialistic. Like everybody goes to these like energy levels where certain things are important for me. So the first thing that was important for me was mastery. I wanted to get really good at what I was doing, and I wanted to share that. And then I moved out of that into like creativity. Like I got creatively more fulfilled as I was moving through the energetic levels, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And then I got into materialism between 2018 and 2020. That's where I just started spending fucking money. I really connected the dots. I'm like, if I do this, I make money, I could do all these awesome things. I can rent the nice cars, I can go on the 5-star vacations, I can just blow it on fucking everything. I threw epic parties. I started moving into a $12,500 penthouse in Kiev that had like 8 rooms that I was never in. There was like 5 bedrooms. I bought I had this like 100 square meters, like 300 square feet veranda on the 20th floor, overlooking the Kiev skyline. I was living on the 20th floor, and I'm like, this is a cool area. I want to have a jacuzzi there. And I had an assistant that did everything for me. It was so cool. I didn't do anything myself. It was like kind of counterproductive in a weird way. I was like, I want a jacuzzi. Like, talk to the landlord, get the permissions, and then tell me how much it is. So she's like, she comes back to me a couple hours later. She's like, okay, we can get a jacuzzi. It's gonna cost like $5,000. I'm like, yeah, cool, get it. And then they're like, okay, we're ordering it. And then a day later, she's like, I talked to the landlord. They can't put the jacuzzi there because it weighs 2 metric tons. We need to reinforce the veranda with steel columns or whatever, so the 2 metric ton jacuzzi can be carried. And I'm like, cool, how much is it? She's like, 15K. Cool, let's go. So I got that, and it was so funny. You can literally see this on my Instagram, and on one of the older posts, I'm like, how are they gonna deliver it? And she said, they're gonna bring a crane to deliver the jacuzzi. A crane. The thing is, this is Kiev, so the crane was like 3 buff muscle dudes that would like, what is it called, like with a rope, like manually. Yeah, a pulley. Yeah, like it was so funny. It took him all day to eat like this. And there's a video literally on my Instagram account where you see me working in my penthouse, and behind me is this like window wall, and we're like working there with my assistant, and behind us you see this jacuzzi. It was so funny. So that was the kind of dumb shit that I spent money on. I bought like $5,000 shoes. Like I would just go shopping everywhere I would go, and I would take my girl. Say it again? What?
That's still pretty cool.
Yeah, it was fucking cool. I'm not even I'm like, fuck yeah. I'm not even judging that. I'm like, fuck yeah. On the reason why I got the jacuzzi, by the way, I had this picture of these monkeys that are on these Japanese islands that are in these like natural hot springs. They're like chilling there, and then they have the snow they're like chilling in the hot spring. There's the steam, and they have the snowflakes on their fur. That's the picture I had. And I'm like, that's gotta be me in the winter. And that was me in the winter. I would chill in the jacuzzi with my girlfriend in the like steaming hot water. It was bubbling. You could hook it up to your Bluetooth. So I was playing Guns N' Roses on the 20th floor, blasting it, playing air drums in the jacuzzi, overlooking the skyline of Kiev, and it was snowing on my head. and the snowflakes would like freeze on my head while I'm in this bubbling hot spring water. So cool. And then you wouldn't want to get out because you'd have to wade through the snow to go back inside. So you're just staying in there for like 3 hours until your skin got wrinkly. Super cool. Then I got like helicopter rides. I started flying with a helicopter from one city to the other, from one city end of the city to the other end, and so on and so forth. Is my microphone still hooked up? It's red. Just want to make sure it's hooked up to the camera and stuff like that. Okay. And it was cool. Like, and the funny thing was, okay, there was one thing. And then I'm like, I wonder how much I'm spending per month. I live pretty frugal. I'm a responsible person. I guess I'm spending like $5,000 a month, right? So I started tracking it for like 4 months in a row. I just like put every expense down. Turns out I was spending $45K each and every month. And I'm like, what? On what? What the fuck am I doing? Like, what? And then, you know, it adds up, like helicopter ride here, rental car here. And like the funny thing was like every city I dropped in, every city I went to, my default was Lamborghini. That's it. I'm like, here's the thing. I want to fly to Cologne. Anybody knows the POV shooter Counter-Strike? It's a famous video game that people play competitively. So they had the European or the World Series finals in a big arena in Cologne in Germany of Counter-Strike. I'm like, I want to go there. So first things first, rent a Lambo to drive around the city from the hotel to the arena, the 10-minute drive, 3 days in a row, rent a Lamborghini, it would be like 15K, fly first class everywhere, take my whole team with me. I was like, you work for me, we're gonna go fucking Counter-Strike finals now. People are like, what's Counter-Strike? Don't matter. You're gonna be there, VIP ticket, pay a flight, and I would fly with like 15 to 20 people, whole entourage, stay in a VIP hotel, 5-star hotel, drive the Lambo around. That's like all I did, shit like that, all the time. So there, I was very much money focused. It was all about, I had been grinding for 4 fucking years, literally to the brink of death. Now it's time to fucking live. That was the mindset I was in between 2018 and 2020. It was just money, more money. Which again, was important for me to go through because it teaches you about optimization, teaches you about financial planning, teaches you about investing, teaches you about the value of money, it teaches you about what money actually does. Because the value of money itself is nothing. Money doesn't fucking matter. It's the easiest thing to create in the world. Like making money is easier than finding a dream partner. Making money is easier than bringing up a child. Making money is easier than writing a fucking book. Making money is the easiest fucking thing in the world. And all you gotta do with money is stop putting it on a fucking pedestal, start fucking spending it. Get all the, like my goal in life is to fucking die with no money. Give it all away to foundations, to other people, to making me a better fucking person till the very fucking moment I die. Which I hope will be in a circle of a lot of friends and family, peacefully slipping away. I hope that's going to be the case. And I hope that I literally die with like having done a shit ton of good things with my money. And that includes buying a lot of nice things for me and buying a lot of things that stack up that teach me how to become a better fucking person, right? So that was my motivation a long time. And the weird thing there is like, I got all that out of my system. As a very young, you know, in my 20s, I got all the fun shit out of my system. Shooting the guns, fucking driving Lambos, going to all the vacations. And I kind of realized it's like, it's pretty fucking epic. But at the end of the day, meh. You know, like I had this like 8-room apartment for 12.5K. I was always in 2 rooms. I was in my bedroom and I was in the kitchen. I had 2 offices there, like 2 beautiful office rooms with the awards hanging around and shit. I would still just open my laptop on the kitchen table and just fucking work there in my underwear. You know what I mean? Just like I used to do in the shitty Airbnbs with 2 unpaid interns next to me. I realized like the luxury is cool on the surface level, but ultimately I still just do the same things anyways. And then I also asked my assistant, I'm like, hey, by the way, how many days of the last 12 months have I spent in this apartment, in the $12,000 apartment? And she's like, I'll calculate, because she had my passport info. She's like, you spent 7 months away. So I'm like, okay, more than 50% of the time I wasn't even there. And when I was there, I was in 2 out of the 8 rooms. That's kind of funny. So that was interesting. And then what happened then, once I got all that out of my system, I kind of thought to myself, okay, I could retire now, because at that time, I had just purely made money off my organic content, all this, just organic content. And I said, I could just retire now. I have all the money in the world to just live nicely for the rest of my life. I made a shit ton of money on crypto on the side that I didn't even calculate in there, so that's also there. I don't even know what to do with that. I could retire and be without a challenge, or I'm gonna go spend the next months to figure out paid advertising just because it's a thing that I've never dealt with. That's a thing that I've kind of felt scared of, that I had no experience in, and just do it because of the fucking challenge. Like Marcel says, like, do it because I can. And granted, in my head, I thought it would take me 2 months to figure out, not 2 years. So that probably played a part in the decision. But I said, okay, fuck the money. I made that. I spent it. I made more. It doesn't motivate me anymore. It doesn't matter to me. It lost all. It's like you won everything, and there's no more else to win. So I tried. My brain went to the next challenge, which is figure out paid advertising, figure out cold traffic. And like I said, I thought it was going to take me 2 months to figure out. It took me 2 years to figure out, and it was very, very hard to continuously commit myself to figure the shit out when I didn't have to. And it was really hard because I went from when you have brand people, right? We've talked about this before. When you have people that come to you from your brand, they come to a sales call and they're like, I'm not sure if I want to buy. And you would just be like, buy anyways. And they're like, okay. And that was your idea of sales, right? There was like objection handling. It was super easy. And then you had someone cold traffic and you would pitch them perfectly. And they would say, I have to think about it. And you handle their objection, they still wouldn't buy. And it's really, really, really discouraging. And for your sales team too. So half of my sales team left. The other half we had to fire because they didn't step up. I had to fucking fire and replace my entire team. Like 80 or 90%. There was like, I think from those times, from 2020 until now, there's I think one person that is still with me. One person, that's my CSO, Nico Berger. So for all the folks that have signed up for the one-on-one, you're actually gonna get access to this guy as well. He started in 2020 as a goodwill setter. That's the lowest position in sales we have. That's where they get like a 1-year-old list. We would like lock them in like a dark corner and like, go call that list and I'll see you in 12 hours. Bye. Like that was him. And he would call these people in like once every day. He would get one person on the phone. That was Nico back then. And then he got from the goodwill setter into a regular setter position, from a setter position to become third closer in line, which means he gets the third shittiest leads. From third closer to second closer to main closer to sales manager. And he's now our 8-figure sales manager, and he's also teaching our clients to build a sales team and sales. He's a fucking legend, okay? He's literally a fucking legend. I do not know anybody else that is like this guy. I've never seen somebody more loyal, more fucking crazy when it comes to work ethic, more willing to learn and eat shit for a very long time, from the fucking ground up. He could have left like everybody else. He never fucking left. When leads went from super hot, ready to buy, to ultra cold, who the fuck are you? I'm not gonna buy shit from you, fuck off. He plowed through that. Then we had to figure out fucking hiring. We hired so many people that burned our leads, that didn't implement our fucking action. He built our entire training system. And now, it's so crazy. When I now join the daily sales team meetings, we have daily sales team meetings every single fucking day. When I join them as a CEO, I'm getting fucking mind blown. I'm there like tired, I'm burnt out, I'm unfocused. I go to these daily sales team meetings that we have every day on Zoom. The team is fucking spot on. Their energy is fucking positive, proactive. Everybody's like, yo, let's go crush, motivating each other. It's fucking flowing. This guy, Nico, he's literally, you know what it reminds me of, these meetings? It reminds me of fucking Fight Club. It reminds me of a fucking fight club. You get in there, everyone's a fucking badass, everyone's gone through fucking battle with each other. It's a super tight-knit fucking team. They communicate with each other. They're like a fucking elite squad of fucking snipers. Everybody ready to crush, everybody ready to kill. And then you go in and you're like, hey guys, anybody want to work on weekends? Everybody's like, yep, me, I want to work on weekends. They're fucking fighting to work on the fucking weekend. That's the culture this guy built. Super inspiring. I'm still answering your question. I'm so sorry. So I went from figuring all that shit out to why am I even fucking figuring this out? I don't need to, but I realized it's the challenge. Over the years, my brain has gone so focused on just fixing fucking problems that I get fucking bored if there's no problem to fix. And I have this every couple months. My brain is like, I need a vacation. I need a vacation. And I'm like, okay, I'm probably gonna go on a vacation for fucking 3 months, because I can. I can just go on fucking vacation for 3 months, just like right now. I'm here for 1 week with Marcel. I don't check SOPs. I don't fucking do sales. I don't hop on meetings with my team. It all works on autopilot. The only thing I do is hang out with Marcel, shoot awesome content, and reply to my clients when they hit me up on WhatsApp. That's all I do. And if they need a call, I hop on a call with you. That's all I do. The rest of the company completely works on fucking autopilot. But when I do go on a 3-month vacation, how long am I staying on the 3-month vacation? On average, I looked at the statistics, 3 fucking days. And after 3 days, I'm like, I'm ready. I gotta figure out some shit. I gotta figure out how to problem solve something. And that's how I come up with AI shit. I'm coming up with predicting problems that are gonna happen. We don't have this problem right now, but we're gonna have it in 18 months. Let me go fix it already. And I just keep working on further and further away fucking problems, because my mind is so focused, haywired on just fixing problems, because it's been so conditioned like Pavlov's dog, that I get like a snack. Like my brain gets a snack, aka whatever, some sort of great results, some sort of a payoff when I fix a problem. So that's all my mind does. It's just problem fixing on fucking steroids all day long. And I think that's what motivates me now. It's just a mere challenge of like, I want to fix a problem, because it makes my world better, it makes the world better, it makes the world of my parents, of my girlfriend better, of my, like, it's so funny. When I don't have a problem in my business, I'm like, hey dad, here's your fitness plan. He's like, what fitness plan? I made a fitness plan for you. It fixes your problems of being overweight. Let's go execute. Here's your accountability. You're gonna WhatsApp me. My dad WhatsApps me now. He has to WhatsApp me 3 times a week that he's at the gym. I can't control what exercise he does. Maybe he's just watching shit on his iPad and, you know, doing like this on the bicycle thing, but at least he's there, you know? Like, I'm like, Dad, you're 60 now. I'm happy that you're at the fucking gym. This was him on Wednesday. He checks in with me. He's like, I'm at the gym. He acts like he does exercises sometimes. That's him like the day before. He just always sends me photos from his gym. That's him from like POV on the bicycle thingy. He just sends me these gym photos all the time. So I fix problems that are not there yet. I'm like, Dad, you're gonna have issues. You're 60 now. You're gonna get to the gym now. And that's what motivates me. It's just fixing problems. I don't have anything else to do. What else is there for me to do? Huh? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I love fixing problems. It's really fucking cool. It's like Diablo. You have to go to the dark forest and kill the raven, and you have to figure out a strategy on how to do that. It's my whole life has been built up to just like, you know, like Lance Armstrong, you're gonna ride a bicycle. All right, fucking Shaun White, you're gonna go snowboarding. Donald Trump, you're gonna do real estate and do politics and build walls and be crazy. Max Tornow, you're gonna fix problems. Go out into the world. And I actually think, you know, God or karma or the universe or fucking whatever it's called, like fate. I think fate has everything for you. I think for every single one of you, fate has come up with something. It's like, you're here to do the thing. For Marcel, it's like, you're here to hypnotize people and change the world like that. Just one person at a time. So if you don't know that yet for you, you just gotta fucking listen. It's really, really strange. Okay, this sounds super meta. We started about branding. We started talking about like super real life stuff to getting really woo-woo now. But hear me out. Okay, here's what I think this world looks like. So, I think that in today's world, there's so much noise. Everywhere we go, there's music. Everywhere we wait for, we have scrolling on Instagram, right? We've talked about being on the receiving end and on the creating end, which is all good. But I think something's happened over the last 10 years that has kept us from having just quiet moments of introspection. Who here meditates, by the way? I'm pretty sure you meditate. Yeah, I can tell. Keep your hands up real quick, one more time. Okay, it's about 50 to 60% of the room. This room is biased though, because it's a room of action takers. If I would do this at a free event, it would be like 25 to 30%. If I would do this on a regular street, it would be less. It would be like 5 to 10% of people actually meditate. So you guys are really biased. But usually, the average person doesn't spend a single minute of introspection at all in an entire fucking year. And the problem is, because we don't introspect, we never really ask life what we can get out of it. we never have the mental bandwidth to have the universe or God or karma tell us what niche it got carved out for us. And what the result of that is, you have an entire population of the Western world who rather spends 10 years in a shit job that they fucking hate, being miserable in a toxic relationship, than spending a weekend in quiet introspection, figuring out what they want out of life and how to fucking get there. And the end result of that is mass distraction. The end result of that is people being addicted to bullshit fucking movies, bullshit fucking fear-mongering news, bullshit fucking Instagram, scrolling down all the fucking side. People that are stuck in the consumption side of things and not in the production side of things. I don't think social media is bad. Okay? I don't think guns are bad. I know I'm leaning out far out the window here. I know where I am. I think they're both tools, and it's the way you use them that makes them bad or good. Social media can be the worst thing ever for people who are fucking stuck with 8 hours of screen time on average per day, just scrolling through stupid fucking brain rot content. But for people like me, it's my literal ticket into a freedom life and changing my life and other people's life. I use it for good. Don't get me wrong, I still get stuck with the fucking cat videos, predominantly because my girlfriend keeps sending them to me. I still get stuck with that as well, but like the ratio of like making money, changing the world versus getting stuck is still pretty fucking good. So, what was I gonna say? So I think we need to be very careful and we need to be very mindful to spend that introspection because it will be given to us. And I'll tell you one, I'll go super crazy now, okay? I went from fucking business and real life talk, I'm gonna go in a full-on lunatic mode, okay? Everybody wants to hear the loon coming out? All right, you guys ready? Okay. So I did ayahuasca 2 times in my life. I did it once in 2019, it was 2 ceremonies over 2 days, and I did it again in 2023. For a week, it was 3 ceremonies in a week. We did it with the main chief of the Yawanawa tribe in Brazil. It's a famous singing tribe. We flew that guy in. He has like 78 kids. We flew that guy in. He only speaks Portuguese, super crazy. We flew him in and a translator and 2 of his daughters and his sons-in-law. And I had done ayahuasca before in 2019, and on this trip, I came in as like I would say like a seasoned business owner. I've been through way more shit since then, made a bunch more money. So my goals were quite different. In 2019, to be honest, in 2019, I think I had made 16 million in total, cash collected. And a lot of it was like, I had no idea what I was doing, to be honest. Looking back now, I had no idea from what I know now. And then in 2023, I don't know how much more we made ever since then. My goal was very much balance. I was seeking balance. I'm like, over the last 2 years, I had to figure out this fucking paid advertising, cold traffic shit. I made all this money. I don't really know where I am. I'm feeling kind of getting sucked in so much into this just like routine of like work, make the next million, make the next thing, bring out the next blah, 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 blah. I'm like, am I in a rut? Am I driving around in a circle or not? I'm missing the overview part, because I think one thing that happened was I started slacking on meditation. I started just being like, I feel good, I don't need to fucking meditate. I would be so much in a flow state that I thought I didn't need the meditation, whereas the meditation was actually the introspection that I was lacking, and because the introspection was lacking, I was just spinning around in a fucking circle. And then the craziest thing happened on I can't remember if it was the first or the second night. I drink the ayahuasca thingy, and if you don't know, ayahuasca is like a very, 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 very strong psychedelic. It's a psychedelic compound. It's very spiritual. You don't just take it and like party with your fucking friends or some shit. Like you take it in a spiritual setting with shamans there, and they're singing and they're dancing and you're fucking tripping. And I remember it was the first night actually. It was the first fucking night. And the thing, you kind of got to work with the medicine, as they call it. You have to set intentions, and you kind of have to open your heart to allow it to do stuff with you. So when you're cynical, or when you're having doubts, when you don't allow it to happen, it's similar to hypnosis. It doesn't work. You can drink as much as you fucking want. It's not going to work on you. It's so strange. Right? If you take like LSD or something, like no matter how much you fucking, it doesn't care what you do, it fucking works, right? Even if you have no intentions, that's it. You're in for a ride. Good luck. With ayahuasca, it's like you can drink 18 cups, and if you don't have an intention, it does nothing. Super strange. So I was there, and I just couldn't let myself go. I was there, I was like full on logic mode. I couldn't shut off and open up for the medicine to start doing its thing. And I was really pissed. And then you get really frustrated, and you're like, fuck this hippie bullshit, fuck this sucks, I wanna make fucking money, this stupid ass medicine don't work, it's my waste of my time, I could get all this money in the meanwhile. So I just like sit down, and I got tired, because you do it overnight. I was lying on this like mattress at the back of the room, and I just lay down, and I'm like, yeah, let me at least catch up on fucking sleep. If I'm not doing that, at least I'll catch up on sleep. And it was so fucking strange. I'm halfway falling into sleep, and I hear my own voice. I didn't speak it physically. I hear my own voice say, literally, it said the following thing, as I wrote it down on my fucking notepad the next day. If the magic in your life is missing, it's because you're not listening. And I'm like, who said that? And I go, get up, and I'm like, what? That was my voice who said that, but I know I didn't move my lips. Where did this voice come from? And I'm like, wait a minute, what did they say? If the magic in your life is missing, it's because you're not listening. And I'm like, holy fuck. That's exactly what was on my mind over the last years. I was looking for that spark, that magic of when I was making all that money, it somehow got diluted into like, you want the magic? Go rent a Lambo. You want the magic? Go for the fucking 5-star vacation. You want the fucking magic? Go take your entire team on a trip to Amsterdam. You want like all these, like, I built the magic through like experiences and like materialistic things that I completely lost touch with what I actually wanted. It was like I was driving down the highway going faster and faster, and I couldn't even see what's going outside the window. I didn't even know where I was going, because I was just going so fast the whole time. I was so focused on the fucking tunnel vision. So I don't know, ayahuasca or whatever the karma was trying to tell me, hey, have some introspection, man. When was the last time you've introspected into yourself? Go fucking chill. Take a half a day off without playing video games, without hanging out with other people, without doing anything. Stop fucking doing something. Stop being productive for a second, and just spend some time in introspection to recalibrate where it is you want to go, how are you going to get there, who do you need to serve, where do you need to fucking go. That's exactly what hypnosis does, in a much faster way and without the throwing up. It's great. As someone who's done both ayahuasca and being hypnotized is faster and with less side effects. So I recommend you do the hypnosis first. You can still do ayahuasca if you want, but like I think hypnosis is better. Funny enough, that was the first big lesson that I wrote down. And then on the next day, I'm not going to go into great detail. I had some really, really crazy experiences about my mom, specifically about my mom. Because it shows you really bad things too. Ayahuasca shows you really, really bad things too. So it showed me my mother's death. She's alive, but it showed me the future of how and I realized how utterly, utterly devastated I'm going to be when my mother dies. I'll be devastated when my father dies, no doubt too, but I think my mother's death is going to hit me much harder, because she's such a beacon of love. My mother is literally the strongest woman ever, who's ever lived. Like, fuck Joanne of Arc, or whoever the fuck. My mom is going to be strong. She brought up 3 kids completely by herself while working 2 full-time jobs and studying to become a psychotherapist in her 30s and 40s. And I'm like, fuck, my mom's gonna die. Like, all that love that she's putting into the world is gonna be gone. My mom is the most loving entity that ever existed. When you go visit my home, holy fuck, she's gonna be, oh my God, I love it. She's the loudest person ever. If you think I'm loud, my mom is like way louder. Every time I bring my girlfriend home or I visit, it's just love in its purest fucking form. It's so beautiful. I love my mom to death. And I'm like, okay, when she dies, all that love's gonna be gone. I'm gonna enter her house and there's nobody yelling and screaming and joy and love. There's nobody hugging. It will just be this empty silence, and that silence will be so fucking heavy. It'll be really, really tough. And I'm like, fuck, why is it showing me that? And then the ayahuasca said, that love is not gonna be gone. It doesn't go anywhere. It will be transferred into you. You are your mother's love, Max. Everything you do carries your mother's love. All the years where she's been suffering, bringing you and your 2 siblings up, working all these full-time jobs, working nonstop, that was a process where she put her love into you. And everything you do, every fucking public speaking you do, every stupid video you shoot, you give a little bit of that love, you pass it on to the others. There's a lot of fucking love, Max. Like, you can keep fucking throwing the love at people. There's a lot of love that has come from your mom and your dad and everybody else. It's like, it's a lot of love there. And your kids, Max, are gonna carry that love of your mother, and their kids are gonna carry that love, and their kids are gonna carry that love. Her legacy is just a legacy of love. It's really beautiful. And that was one of the things that ayahuasca showed me as well. And I realized that there's more to life than building things for yourself. If you're so good where you can fill your own vessel, it will flow up like the cup runneth over, right? To go back to the Bible. That vessel will fill other people's cups as well, because not everybody can fill their own cup. I kind of think, like, from a weird philosophical standpoint, some souls, I guess, are more matured. They understand how to fill their own cup with love and self-respect, and some souls are younger, they're less matured, they need the help of others. Just like a toddler needs the help to be fed by someone else, the toddler equivalent of a soul needs to be filled up by the more mature souls. And I think that's what love really is in its essence. And then as I'm tripping like that, and I'm realizing, like, ayahuasca goes from like letting me see fear and death and go through the pain of the loss of my mother, which hasn't happened yet, to like bringing me back up to, hey, everything is love, and she will live forever within you, and all that. It will bring me to this. It brought me to this climax of like, and I got up. I remember I was on the mattress, and I got up and I stood up and I walked out of the tent. I was outside. It was in Ibiza, and I was staring up to the sky, and I just laid on the porch like this, and I looked up to the stars, and it was super funny. It gets really trippy now. One of the stars started like twitching a little bit, like dee, 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 dee. And I'm like, wow, that star is fucking moving. And the star was like, hey Max, psst, psst, hey Max, do you want to know the true meaning of leadership? Like, out of nowhere, like completely random. I'm like, what? Yeah, tell me the true meaning of leadership. And that was the second big lesson I wrote down. It said, the true meaning of leadership is to serve the people around you. You serve them with all your love, with all your passion, with all your power. You serve them with everything you got until the day comes where you need them, and then they will carry you. It was these exact words. I remember these exact words because I took my phone out. It's really funny when you're tripping on ayahuasca, you look at a screen, at the home screen, all the icons, they're like fucking 3D. They're like floating in the air, and you like tap the notes button, and then you try to write this shit down, and like all the letters are floating around you. But I wrote this down verbatimly like that. And I realized that leadership, there's a great book too, if you don't want to go down the woo-woo route, if you're like, Max, this is getting really fucking weird now. Like, bro, stop being a fucking hippie. If you want the more worldly version of that, read John Maxwell, Leadership, the ABC. Anybody know the exact title? Leadership, The 5 Levels of Leadership. That's the right book. Let me type it in real quick. 5 Letters of Leadership by John C. Maxwell. That's the non-hippie version of what I just said about leadership. And what he says is, so to extrapolate the ayahuasca version onto the real life version, is like, leadership is not like, I'm at the top, you motherfuckers serve me. It's actually like, I may be at the top, but I'm only at the top because that's the only position I can have the best influence on you guys. And I'm gonna serve you so much until the day comes where I'm weak, where I'm burnt out, where I'm temporarily unavailable, so you guys can carry me. Just kind of like how my mother spent her entire life to give love and give love and give love, so when the day comes where she's no longer here, the love lives on, the legacy lives on, so to speak. And that's what true leadership means, whether that is a leadership position in a very defined version at a job where you're the manager and the people below you, or you're the supervisor, or whether that is in a position of like you're creating a following on social media, that's leadership as well. Never come from it asking what they can do for you, ask what you can do for them, right? Isn't that that JFK saying, don't ask what America can do for you, right? Don't ask what your country can do for you. What? Ask what you can do for your country. It's a very, very profound thing to say if you really look into that sentence. You know, it sounds fucking sexy to say that as a president. Like, oh yeah, that's what they were kind of good. But like, if you really look into the profoundness of that sentence, it really does make sense. Don't ask for like, what do I get when I'm at the fucking top? Be like, okay, once I'm at the fucking top, what do I give? What do I fucking give? And funny enough, now we go full circle, okay? We're gonna go full circle. The next morning, so I go home, I go to my room, I go to sleep, I dwell on that lesson, I wrote it down. Next morning, I get out all the contacts from all my C-level executives, my CMO Robin that's on there, my CSO Nico Berger that I talked about earlier, my top closer Lincoln back then. I call them all up and I'm like, what do you need from me? And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, bro, I'm here to fucking serve you, okay? What do you need from me? Anything, I'll do it. 2 of them said they're good. Lincoln and my CSO Nico, they're like, dude, I'm good. Just fucking keep pushing. like I'm good over there. And Robin, my CMO, said like, I don't need anything, but if you really want to do something, it would be really awesome if you could get back to this motherfucker over there. Because we've been doing cold traffic for 2 years and we're printing fucking money right now. You've been neglecting the organic stuff. If you really want to do something, go get us some fucking free leads by going back to social media. And that's what I did. I went back to social media. I reignited the Max Tornow podcast. I started getting my first guest on. Then from that guy, I got my second guest and my third guest and my fifth guest. And every single time I got like a handful of guests on, I'm like, there's like 5 people I know right now that I could come on the Max Tornow podcast. After that, I'm done. And every time I would go back to 0 people, I would come up with like 10 more people that could come on the podcast. I would just make a list of like, these are the 10 people I would love to talk to. These are people that are huge in the industry, that I have no clue how to get to them. They don't know who the fuck I am. They're probably gonna say no because my podcast's not the biggest. It's got like 3,000 subscribers. And every single time I came up with a list, I'm like, fuck it, Hail Mary, I'm gonna DM all of them. Every single time, every single one of them replied and said, okay, yeah, let's do it. I was so fucking mind blown. I'm like, I don't even have a big fucking podcast. People just keep fucking saying yes. And the more people that I have on the podcast that say yes, the easier it gets to get more people on the podcast, because the next guy you invite is like, hey, do you want to come to my podcast? The last couple of people were like this guy and this person and this girl. You want to come on as well? And it gives me legitimacy, and then more people come on the podcast and I get to speak to more and more awesome people. And now to go again, full circle, one of the people that got fucking recommended to me, no, actually it was not one of the people that got recommended to me, some random fucking guy that had apparently DM'd me already in 2018 was a pro poker player named Johannes something from France. One of the biggest poker players in the world, one of the best poker players in France. He hits me up on fucking Instagram, and you know, the message doesn't go to the message requests because he messaged me like in 2018 before when he was in Kiev, and I didn't reply. I didn't give a shit back then. But the message goes through and he's like, yo Max, like I'm in Cyprus right now playing a poker tournament. I see you're in Cyprus as well. And I look at his profile. Remember what I said about brand? The first thing I do is I look at someone's profile to see who they are. And I see this guy had like whatever, 200,000 followers, one of the best poker players in the world, one of the best known poker players. I'm like, well, the podcast thing, it would be sick to have that guy on the podcast because he has a big brand, right? So I tell him like, bro, why don't you take a taxi to drive from the north of Cyprus to the south, which is, by the way, a 4-hour taxi drive through the island, and you come be on my podcast. And he's like, I can't, my flight's tomorrow. And I'm just like, cancel it. And he's like, okay. Talking about like making money online, he's just like, I don't have anywhere to fucking be. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I'll cancel it. I'll come to the fucking podcast. He comes to the podcast. First time I ever met him. Shake hands, sit down at the podcast, start recording. We start talking shit for like 2 hours or something on the podcast. One of the coolest episodes ever. We talk about video games, poker playing, everything. And he's done, and he has to catch his next flight because he canceled one and he rescheduled it. He had to go straight from the podcast to the next flight. He's like, I have to fly to Vegas to play at an event. I'm like, cool. He's like, you should talk to this guy. He loves your stuff. He talked about you all the time. I'm really good friends with him. He lives in LA. He's a hypnosis coach. He drives this Ferrari all the time. His name is Marcel Klein. You should talk to this guy. And he has a big following. You should have him on the podcast as well. I'm like, cool. Connect me with him. He connects me with him on WhatsApp. We start talking. He invites me to come to LA. I come to LA last year in October. I get out of the car. He shows me his Ferrari. He shows me how he calls this random guy up and makes like whatever $8,000 on the spot. We hang out for like 4 or 5 days. I crash in his villa, in his mansion. He's on the Max Turner podcast. I have like 4 other people. I get hypnotized. Changes my fucking life. I have back-to-back record months ever since I met him, including this month now. And now I speak at this event. And if you really look at it, it's like, it goes far, far back to this ayahuasca experience where the stupid star told me, you want to know the true meaning of leadership. And from there, I learned a leadership lesson. And from there, I asked, what do you need from me to serve you? And my CMO said, do more organic content. And then I started doing the Max Tornow podcast, and I have all these people on it. I have Yo Viral on it. He connects me with Marcel Klein. Then I got Marcel Klein on the podcast. He tells me to hang out with him. He tells me to come to this event. Now I'm here. It's pretty fucking cool. It's pretty fucking cool. That's why I always say what I said before. You're one content piece away from changing your fucking life. This feature right now might change one of your guys' life. Well, I hope it changes all of your lives, at least for the better, right? But there's probably always going to be one guy, it's like, that's like the straw that breaks the camel's back. That's like one breakthrough moment might be this hangout session here with us. If you're still watching this, you're probably super committed to building your own brand. If you want to work with me together one-on-one, where I literally pull up your brand from scratch, I'm going to be collaborating with you, and I'm going to give you all my knowledge straight into your cranium, then apply to work with me one-on-one right down in the description below. There's going to be a link. You need to apply for that because my time is super duper valuable and I can't work with everyone. I usually just take 3 to 4 clients per year that are working in that deep relationship together with me. So make sure you apply for that. It takes 30 seconds to fill that out. And maybe if it works well and we're a good fit, we get to work together and I'll help pull your brand up together with me from scratch. Talk to you soon and thank you for watching.